Let's wait for the magic to happen. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle here, and welcome back to each one of you. Of course, if you're watching this for the first time over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button and also click the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. Without fail, it is Friday the 29th. For those of you that didn't know, I don't know. I literally just had to check. But it is Friday, which means we're going to get into discussions and reactions and play some video games. You know, all that crazy shit. It's all coming. It's all happening. It's going to be a good day, you know. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a fun fucking day. There's a lot that we have to discuss. You know, a lot has been revealed. I'm pretty sure you in chat is going to have a lot to say about the recent interviews, about the things that's happened. CDJ, how you doing, brother? Isaac, how you doing, brother? Literally just thought when the stream will start. Lunari, here we are. Rory James, how you doing, brother? Here we are. It is Friday. I'm pretty sure we're going to get up to a lot of shenanigans today. Yoshi P is angry or disappointed, I'd say, in the Final Fantasy community. We're going to discuss that. Obviously, Super Cider, how you doing? How you doing, brother? Beard looking good, bro. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. It's going to be a good day, I think. It's going to be a good day. We have a lot of things to react to. Obviously, we have to do some MSQ. So, good day all around. Good day all fucking around. How is everyone doing? Are you guys enjoying your Friday? For those of you that Friday just started, and for those of you that Friday is basically over, your weekend is just around the corner. How is everyone doing? Do you have any plans for this weekend, or basically just play games and do whatever you do anyways during the week? Just now you don't have to go to work. Andricus, how you doing, brother? Oh my god. Time to wake up, time to be in the moment, you know. Fridays is also weird, dude. It's always a weird day, you know. It's always a lazy day. I'm stuck inside due to injury. Shit. Suicider, what's wrong? Good morning, evening, and Echo. Chance, how you doing, brother? What's wrong, bro? How did you get hurt? Ugh. Jesus. Just gonna chill, eat, have a lol when my niece says you look fake today. Is your niece there? Again, CD. Working, getting beer out in the world. Well, that is a noble cause, brother. I'm so deep in FF right now. I knew they have systems here, but I found out about like 10 more in the past hours. Which systems have you found out about, Lunari? Doing great, man. Finally got a day off and can watch you live instead of catching up with YouTube clips. Dude, I'm very happy to have you here. Fismanen, how you doing, brother? Wildren, how you doing? Hey, folks. Best way to spend some time on Friday evening. Hey, I'm happy to have all of you just filter in and fucking take a seat and chill out. My niece is at school. Violin lessons Friday afternoon. Ah, okay. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? Why are you always late? Well, love you, brother. What do you mean? How am I late? Explain to me the late argument here. I'm early, actually. NVIDIA, how you doing? I'm early. Remember, I usually start like 40 minutes later. It's only this week that we've started consistently, like almost an hour earlier the whole time. The heel of my foot has gotten injured, so can't walk anyway without significant pain. Stupid. Oh, shit. Super sad. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Wolfman, how you doing, brother? Planning to register for the Eternal Bond ceremony today in FF. Oh, you're getting married. To who? I'm always here before you. When's... What can I say? Technically, you're not actually here before me. Because I'm usually here, like, 3 or 4 hours before the stream starts, looking for content to talk about, looking for videos that we can react to, all manner of shit. So... I've been here for about 4 hours. Have you been here for about 4 hours? We're going to finally get some corn reaction. We didn't get on Tuesday. We'll see, depending on how many things we have to react to that's current. I mean, Warhammer stuff has been around for a long time, and I can react to those pretty much whenever. If there's current videos that I could react to that's going to get more traction on the reaction channel, I'm going to prioritize those over like Warhammer lore. Firmament for gatherers, crafters, Boja, Eureka, Heaven on High, basically Palace 2.0, several currencies to get mounts from. It's amazing, and all the systems are so fun and rewarding. There are a lot of systems in FF14. Lunari, wait, how long have you been playing FF14 for? To a very special lady that I have been gaming with for the last 2 years. Nvidia, congratulations, brother. Congratulations. Apocalypse, I would say just purely based on the metrics, that is the wrong take. Hey, dude, if you and the lady enjoy it and you want to get married in the game, go for it, brother. Heavy Metal, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Akko, I was watching a video yesterday about the power creep among WoW big bads, and I was wondering if you feel like the problem with WoW became similar to Dragon Ball. The big bads have become so cosmically powerful that even our own power creeps feel like, well, we took down Death and old gods, so now going back to Azeroth is just going to feel like we're going backwards. Yes and no. Like, for the most part, in the past at least, Blizzard have always found a way to explain us killing big bad guys by basically it not being us. So if you go back to the Argus fight, for example, where we're literally fighting a Titan, it's not actually us. It's the Titans that's fighting Argus. We're basically just the vehicles of the Titans. Like, they're granting us buffs all throughout the fight and basically upping our power level in a very borrowed power sense for that fight. The problem becomes, I think, more so that it trivializes normal enemies. It's not that it's a power creep issue, because power creep can be explained by, oh my god, you got temporary buffs. What's the problem, right? You're not always going to have those temporary buffs. The Titans aren't buffing you into perpetuity. The Titans are only buffing you for this fight. But it does trivialize things, because I'm looking very much forward to the Dragonflight, to the Dragon Isles, and to Dragonflight as an expansion. I think it's going to be a good expansion. It seems like it's shaping up to be something good. Everything, I've seen from the interviews, it feels like Blizzard is finally speaking and doing the same things at the same time. They're not like saying one thing but doing a different thing. So things seem to be lining up for a decent enough expansion as it stands. The big issue is, you're going to convince me that the Primalists are a threat now when I've spent the last 3 expansions fighting cosmic threats? It feels like a step down. So the onus is very much going to be on Blizzard here to give us a reason to want to save the Dragon Isles. So we're going to have to fall in love with the Dragon Isles so much, and so much needs to be done with the Dragon Flights, that the Primalists become a natural enemy that we wish to defeat. Now, the good thing about this, and I think the thing that could save Blizzard from having to do too much work, like, they still have to do a lot of work, but from having to sort of go above and beyond, would be dragons. People enjoy dragons. People love dragons. Fighting dragons have always been, like, one of the favorite things ever. So, I think dragons make for really cool bosses in World of Warcraft in general, because of their movement restrictions and the stuff that they put on you. If you manage to step out of place, and all of their abilities that they can have, they can have a lot of magical attacks, they can have a lot of physical attacks. So it makes for a good mix of things that you can create just naturally from dragon fights. Question is, of course, what would an entire expansion feel like with just dragon fights? Are people going to get completely sort of bored with the dragon fights? I don't know. To be honest, the questline where you have to stop Dirty Barry from stealing a sacred kidney stone of Uther would be underwhelming after Cosmic Things. Yeah, but that's why you're not going to have a questline to steal, a kidney stone. from Uther. That would not make sense. In my opinion, a journey for an adventure in an MMO isn't linear, so we don't have to rely on every big bad that comes out is worse or stronger than the one before it. Wouldn't it be normal to expect there to be cosmic issues to solve on one moment, then a more local one? Chance, it would be fine if it wasn't for Blizzard saying that Zuval is a Titan++. So, yes, you could absolutely have cosmic issues where the cosmic powers that you're fighting, a great example of this would be the Twisting Nether. The Twisting Nether and the demons from the Twisting Nether is a very cosmic threat, but their power level is very much on par with a lot of enemies that you would encounter on Azeroth. Their strength really lies in their numbers and their ability to basically overwhelm the defensive force of anything that they come into contact with. And unless we're Titans, the Burning Legion would be a very similar threat to anything else. The only people that would struggle with the Burning Legion would be the Titans because they have a natural weakness to foul. So yeah, you can absolutely explain it. The problem is Blizzard keeps blowing up the enemy levels, and that becomes sort of weird, like just absolutely fucking weird. But with Zuval, that's a misconception that is on you. They never said his power level was Titan++. His threat level was. Ian's direct words were, he is Titan++. And I very much doubt that he ever, at least at BlizzCon, there was no qualifier that said threat level or power level. Ian just said he's Titan++. So... that's an inference, I believe, but I don't see. I do not believe that was ever made. The distinction may have been made later, but I don't think it was made at the time. Lodi, how you doing, bro? We'll get to Yoshi P and why Yoshi P is pissed off in a second, because there is an actual article about it and definitely something that you have to that we have to discuss about it. But anyway, so. Yeah, I feel like it's not necessarily the end of the world for Blizzard to jump between power levels. It's not the issue isn't going from cosmic threats to localized threats. You can absolutely do that, and that isn't necessarily wrong. If we want to go to the true issue that I have with this, we should never have seen behind the curtain of death. That is my true issue with it. We should never have gone to the Shadowlands because it's not so much that the enemies trivialize other enemies. It's not so much even that the power levels trivialize other enemies. The threat, the true problem, lies in you've basically destroyed the concept of death after the Shadowlands. Like, the concept of death may not matter anymore. Who cares? You can literally just go to the Shadowlands and go see the people that died. So, the concept of death is gone. It's completely wrecked. Also, what happens after we've, one by one, basically put all of the cosmic powers in their place? Where do you go then? Are you going to go above and beyond the cosmic powers at the time? D-Zac, by the way, thanks for the Jones up. Did really appreciate that. 19 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that really is where I think the biggest sort of problem lies, in my opinion, at least. Funny so much, GF after a month. Lodi, congratulations, bro. Happy for you. That's why there is other from the outside in the fractals. Apocalypse, yeah, but just because it is there doesn't mean it's a good idea to go there. Because eventually you are going to have us, traveling outside the Great Beyond to some other realm to fight things that doesn't matter. You are eventually just going to run into an abundance of issues that no one wants to tell that story because the convolution of that story alone is going to be fucked up. I wonder if the old god that was stuck in the Shadow Priest legendary dagger will show up in DF. Okay, so Cranky, first and foremost, Xal'atath has never been confirmed as an old god. If anything, you listen to the whispers of Xal'atath, you listen to, you look at the power levels of Xal'atath, it is far more likely that Xal'atath is a servant of the old gods Now, there is whispers and stuff that kind of suggest that you could look at her as one of the old gods that maybe have been consumed by the blade, because she does speak about the time that she was betrayed, right? And how that betrayal led to her being in the blade. Like, they put her in the blade. So, that is possible, but all of that is speculation. The way Blizzard have presented it to us, Xal'atath is a servant of the old gods. Now, Xal'atath coming back is almost guaranteed. To what extent Xal'atath will come back, that's anyone's guess. We don't know. Wait, that we've never seen so far? Maybe. No, I don't think Blizzard would ever go with the PvP MMO Apocalypse. I highly doubt that. Her being an old god is super boring. I agree with that. Do you feel there will be civil war in Stormwind? I wish there would be, because the Alliance story is by far one of the most boring stories in World of Warcraft. But no, I don't think Blizzard has the balls to fuck with the Alliance. Blizzard have made their decision. The Alliance are the good guys. The Horde can sometimes be the good guys, but mostly the Horde will be the bad guys. I do not believe that Blizzard would turn the Alliance into a civil war camp, which is such a missed opportunity because there is so many threats there, like threads that you can pull on and connect together to turn the Alliance into an actual civil war, and make it a really cool, interesting story. I think the issue that Blizzard usually struggles with this is Blizzard have gone through great pains to set Anduin up as this truly good guy. You know, Anduin isn't evil. Anduin doesn't do evil. Anduin doesn't even think about evil things. Anduin is your quintessential good boy. Like, just a good boy all around. If you do entice a civil war within the Alliance, suddenly, for the game to really kick off, Anduin has to start thinking in more grey terms. And I do not see Steve Denuser doing that with Anduin. They want Anduin to be this prime example of just pureness, as it were. And it sucks because sometimes in order to heighten or to focus on the good in someone, it's nice to see a contrast, right? So the person also has the ability for great evil if it sort of requires it, but chooses. So the way I would describe this is, you are not a good person just because you don't think bad thoughts. In fact, that's not at all what being a good person is all about. Being a good person is struggling with bad thoughts and bad things and having that capacity for true evil, and yet every single day making the decision not to be evil. Making the decision not to act on the pure evil thoughts that you may have. That's what makes a true good guy hero, as it were. You know, is having the capacity for great evil and yet choosing not to act upon it. The problem with Anduin right now is that he's a character that doesn't seem to have the capacity for evil, which makes the goodness sort of boring. No, I mean, you can, like, look, the light isn't dark, and yet the light can be fucking evil, you know? Yeah, he manifested Void, but so far, Heavy Metal, we've seen none of that. Like, he manifested Void, that's true, but Blizzard doesn't seem to have given, like, any thought to that moment since then. In fact, a lot of us were arguing that that moment would be the thing that frees him from Zuval's grip. And yet that wasn't the moment. So the void being present within Anduin clearly either Blizzard isn't ready yet to tell that story, or Blizzard decided not to tell that story at all. Can be evil while thinking they are doing good. Like I mean, everything that you guys are saying is true. You can do great evil while believing that what you're doing is good. The light, the Scarlet Crusade, all of these elements on Azeroth would be good examples of that. Committed great evil in the name of good, but while thinking that what they were doing was actually the right thing. The light on Alternative Draenor is probably the prime example of this. Committing genocide and slavery in the name of the light because they believe that this is the best way forward. The same is true for evil characters. Sometimes evil characters can do great good things in the name of evil. So they believe that what they're doing is to further their evil goals, but their goal has a sort of reverse or an unintended consequence that actually leads to a lot of goodness. So these are things that can happen within like two complete counter narratives. It can happen. And then you can have villains that have a little bit of both in them. You can have heroes that have a little bit of both in them. We've spoken about this before, you know. I'm a huge fan of anti-heroes, mainly because anti-heroes is that yin-yang. You know, anti-heroes is like the perfect example of a prime hero because they're yin-yang. They have good thoughts and they have bad thoughts, and yet they choose to always act in the goodness of other people, sort of overcoming their own struggles to be bad more often than not as a way to move forward. So it depends. It depends on how you view the story. It depends on what you think the story should be. And in many ways, it's not even up to us. It's up to Steve Denuser and his team. What do they believe? What do they believe the story should be? There's actually an interesting conversation that have broken out on Twitter as a result of this. Surprise, surprise! I'm once again in the middle of a Twitter feud. Well, actually, this is not a fight. This is more just a difference of opinion. I would say. Well, I'm looking for it. All right. So we have. Let me show you guys. So we have Ian Bates, yeah? Ian Bates retweets Inquisitor here that says, a reminder to all players that were it not for the 8.0 story being spoiled on PTR, Blizzard would have added Draenei burning Valpera alive, orcs leading Night Elves into concentration camps, and more. They have not earned our trust with the story after the last 4 years and 3 books. So Ian Bates replies, and he says, it's such a tough situation. I do think the argument that data mining everything months in advance is part of what's hurting the community, but we've got proof of how messed up the story can be without player feedback during the PTR. I then replied, and I don't know how many of you would agree with this, but stories are stories being shaped by their creators. In FF14, no one wanted the Vault to happen in Heavensward, but it happened because the writers wanted it. Gameplay requires user input. I think stories should be pure creator-based. Now, of course, people disagreed with that, people didn't like it, and I don't really care to get into the actual disagreements here. I don't really care to get into the actual, it wasn't even drama, it was almost drama because of a misunderstanding. The reason I hate this argument, because what people immediately come up with, right, is this sort of, look at the shit that Blizzard comes up with if they don't have a PTR. My response to this would be, do we do this with movies? Do we require movies to release their scripts beforehand so that we can vote on what we think should be in the movie and what we think shouldn't be in the movie? We don't. We also don't do this with series. So your argument could be, but Akalon, remember, movies were not actually sort of part of it, we watch the movie and it's done. So it's not the same thing. Well, series is very similar. We've watched series. You watch a series from season 1. By the time season 4 is around, you're very much invested in that series. And yet we still do not ask them to release the script so that we can start voting on, you know, what should be in the script and what shouldn't be in the script. We don't do this. And screen test, Natora, would be similar to Blizzard doing in-house tasting. They have people in the game, in the company that can taste the game, that can taste how do they feel about the game, and they can give feedback to the writers based on what the writers are deciding. But us, the audience, should very rarely be part of that decision-making. Especially not all of the audience. If you want to invite a selection of viewers or a selection of players to taste your story, to see how your story is hitting, that's a different story, right? That's market research. But when you release the whole story, that is literally saying, look, we're going to release the whole script online. We're going to let people vote down whatever they don't like, and then we're going to see what we put in and what we keep out. Yeah? So, my problem with this is, since when is it our job to make sure that the developers do not make mistakes? If Steve Denuza writes World of Warcraft and he consistently makes the wrong decisions with the story, the game is going to suffer as a result of that. Which means Blizzard will fire him and they will hire someone else. Or maybe they'll move him away from lead narrative designer and move someone else into the position of lead narrative designer. So they'll keep moving people around until they find the right writer for the story. That's how it's supposed to be done. And the reason I feel so strongly about this is oftentimes the decisions that a creator of a story, so a writer of a story, the choices that writer wants to make won't be popular with everyone, because remember, not everyone knows what the end is going to be. You don't know how any of this is going to end. You only see the story insofar as they are willing to show you. No one could know what's going to happen, in the first movie of Harry Potter, unless you read the books. But in the first movie of Harry Potter, you can't know how all of this is going to end until movie 6 or 7. How many movies were there? I can't even remember. But you can't know this. So, yes, right now decisions are being made that you might not understand, that you might not sit well with you. You may have done something else, but guess what? It's not your movie. It's not your story. You don't get to do something else. You have to take the story as it is being presented to you. And I feel like that is in video games, that is in movies, that is in series. That is how it is supposed to be. You get the story. You either like what they do with the story or you dislike what they do with the story. And you act accordingly. So if you really dislike what they've done with the story, you go, fuck you, I'm never playing again. And eventually they get rid of the writer and they get a new writer. Or you go, man, I didn't like that. It's not enough to make me quit the game, but I really didn't like that decision. And you move on and you sort of go, okay, never mind. It's all good. I don't really mind. So I don't know why. I hate the idea of sort of asking the community to decide, because I feel like what's going to end up happening is the audience is basically never going to allow any of the fan favorites to die. The audience is going to never allow for any bad things to happen, because there is always going to be someone that's pissed off with something. Does that make sense? Like, even the most minuscule thing, imagine the Horde decided to kill Galliwex. There's going to be players that hate that idea, and they're going to make a lot of noise online because fuck that, this is my character. And so what ends up happening is Blizzard is never going to be able to actually do any sort of proper story, because they have to consistently keep everyone happy. Everyone is going to consistently go, no, we don't want this. if Game of Thrones asked the audience, hey, do you guys mind if we kill Robb Stark? People would have said, fuck no, he's one of my favorite characters, and the raid waiting would never have taken place. Right? So, you don't... I feel like you can't leave it up to the audience, because the audience is constantly going to go, no, I don't mind if people die, but it shouldn't be my favorite people. And sometimes for a story to work, much like the Vault in Final Fantasy XIV with Haurchevant, Haurchevant is a fan favorite. Almost every single Final Fantasy player loves Haurchevant. No one wanted the Vault to happen, but the Vault happening is a moment that no player will ever forget because of how it happened, because of what was happening afterwards, the emotional attachment that it created to the expansion and to the story. These things are important and they're necessary. You can't just sort of remove them and think that that's not going to destroy creative integrity, if that makes sense. Supersider, thanks for the bits. I do appreciate that. People are all a mix of black and white, good and evil. Everyone has good and evil in them, even the best of us, even some evil in us, and the worst of us have some good in us. Deep down, what matters is what one chooses to walk. Very true. Apocalypse, I'm using the final... Dude, what the fuck? Okay, never mind. This is how we were trained to accept stories. What a shock was it when Game of Thrones killed leading roles? I mean, yes, because a lot of Hollywood loves to play the sort of the good ending narrative. You know, everything works out in the end and everyone is sort of happy in the end, right? That's why Game of Thrones, I think, was so successful, because it didn't have that. It was a tragic story with a lot of tragedy intertwined within it, and if they didn't fuck up the last 2 seasons, it would probably have been one of the greatest series ever made for a lot of people. Sadly, the last 2 seasons happened, and it wasn't that great anymore. But yeah, I think tragedy is what makes stories good. I don't think you can have a good story without a tragedy attached to it. I don't get why people think Shadowbringers is better than Heavensward. The story on that expansion was just flawless. I haven't played Shadowbringers yet, so I can't really speak to it. Character betrays the player. That would be dramatic. B7, no, but you can't do that either, because now you're going too far in the opposite direction. Because now you're going to alienate people, because, you know, who do I care about? I have no one to fucking care about now. Like, I'm just being betrayed left, right, and center. You can't do that either. For an impactful story, you need a big contrast. True. Let's see what the Newser can do. I mean, the Newser has a blank slate. He can basically pull off whatever he wants within Dragonflight. No questions asked. So let's see. Let's see if the Newser actually learns or actually does something different. This is his moment. All right. Do you guys want to know why Yoshi P is so upset with the player base? All right, it seems like a lot of you Final Fantasy players have been fucking naughty boys and girls. Because Yoshi P is peeved. Yoshi P is quite fucking peeved. Yoshi P asks FF14 PvP players to stop being dicks in Crystalline Conflict. There's a number of interesting things around this, but we'll go through it and I'll give you guys the rundown and then also my thoughts on it, of course. It's clear that Crystalline Conflict has been a huge win for Final Fantasy XIV PvP. Modes with larger player counts like Frontline and Rival Wings couldn't boast the same heat that Crystalline Conflict is showing. Absolute agree. Crystalline Conflict is just insanely fun. Players who never gave a damn about PvP are jumping in for the fun and to get that sweet Garo and Archfiend gear. Hell, most of the balance changes in 6.1.1 were focused on Crystalline Conflict PvP specifically. The issue is that player behavior in some parts of the community surrounding the mode is trending in a negative direction. To this end, Final Fantasy XIV creative director and lead producer Naoki Yoshida addressed two of the bigger problems the team is seeing in PvP. The first problem, team members who go AFK and give up when it's clear their team is losing. Now, this is, I don't know if you could ever fix this. This is the most MMO online gaming thing ever. You could ban people. Obviously, you could give people timeouts. You could stop people from signing back up. So this is oftentimes what they'll do. In League of Legends, for example, if you leave or AFK, if you get enough of those reports against you, you'll eventually be locked out for a few days of actually being able to do the activity in question. So there are ways to deal with it, but you're never going to be able to remove it. Because there are people who will willingly, happily take the punishment just because, fuck it, I'm not going to keep fighting. What's weird to me is the players are even doing this. The fights in FF14, like the PvP battles are so short. It's like 5 minutes. That you couldn't stick around for fucking 2 minutes to just lose the game and go into the next one. Like, I don't know. So every party member needs to contribute for the team to have a fighting chance. Participants must bring their best to the fight, and for this reason, uncooperative or lethargic behavior is prohibited. Let's strive to do our best, even in situations where defeat is imminent, regardless of whether or not you're interested in the rewards, said Yoshida in a blog post on the Lodestone. Yoshida's second message was aimed at more general conduct in PvP matches. PvP is competitive, so there's going to always be a bit of taunting, but it can't go too far. A healthy PvP community is based around having a groundswell of players flowing in and out of matches, and bullying folks into leaving won't help that. So Yoshi P says the following. Yoshida offered a list of behaviors that are frowned upon in PvP, repeatedly using the quick chat phrase "nice job" during a disadvantageous situation. I do not understand why this is frowned upon. It is basically the equivalent of GG in League of Legends. I like, if this is something that pisses you off to the point that you want to quit playing, like you don't want to do PvP anymore, then maybe you shouldn't have been PvPing in the first place. Like, as far as bad things go, this is like the nicest way to be bad. You know, like, I don't necessarily think this is something that should be a problem. Repeatedly using the quick chat phrase "good match" before the outcome of the match has even been decided. Again, GG, easy. It's horrible. It sucks when it happens to you, but you can do it to them when you win. So ultimately, not necessarily sure. I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing. Excessively repeating a particular quick chat phrase. This have actually happened in one of my PvP matches, and it is annoying. I won't say it's necessarily toxic, but you get someone that just spams the same fucking quick chat phrase the whole time. Like, doesn't matter what's happening, they're just spamming it. And you're dealing with this constant fucking ding, 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 like, pinging you, telling you that something is happening, and you can't even play because you have this pinging in your fucking ears. So that I can agree with. That is toxic behavior, at the very least. Persistently placing a negative target marker on another allied player. Okay. Using and repeating an emote on top of a downed opponent. Basically, I think what he's talking about here is teabagging your opponent. Again, I don't know how you fix that. Because in many ways, it is... We should remember that there is toxicity in video games, and then there is just video game culture. Now, something like, for example, teabagging an opponent after you've killed them is very much gaming culture. You know, it happens to you when you play first-person shooter games. It's something that happens. People are competing. People are fighting against one another. And when you finally kill someone, it's just a way of saying, yeah, fuck you, bro. I owned you. And that should inspire you to go back even harder. Maybe my viewpoint is a little bit skewed on this because I come from games like League of Legends. I've played first-person shooters a lot in my life. Not as much as most, but still, at least the last few years, I've played a lot of first-person shooters. And these are just things that happen, and I don't necessarily view these as sort of bad. ZVAC, by the way, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Setting off fireworks on top of a downed opponent, using towel or other methods to directly harass, criticize a player outside of a duty after a match has ended. This is the one part that I absolutely agree with Yoshi P on. If you're going to a player afterwards, so after the match have ended, you look for them and then you start fucking screaming or in towel that they suck, this player is the worst, that should absolutely not happen, and for that, a ban is fine. Slandering other players through means outside of the game, such as social media. Again, how sad must your fucking life be if you need to go on Twitter in order to complain about someone in a game? One of the other players. You must have a very sad life when this is something that you're fucking doing. Say to what? How you doing? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Based on this list, I would say Final Fantasy does not have a toxicity problem. This list is tame compared to some of the games that I play. Like, if League of Legends players, if this was all that you had to deal with in League of Legends would be one of the nicest games on the planet, instead of literally standing above as one of the most toxic games on the planet. The harassment part is such a dick move and data level, even to have things go that far. True. Very true. Video game culture allows women girls to be harassed by forever aloners. There's a damn good reason. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? NSFW, how you doing? Thanks for the Prime, I really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What you're talking about is so... Okay, Faye, you've literally taken ordinary video game culture, taken the 1% of truly fucked up people, and said all of them are like this. Every gamer is like this. Bullshit. The amount of gamers that actually harass women online, I would tell you now, is in the minority. How do I know this? Because I have a shit ton of women in my community who have commented exactly that in the past. So many girls in my community have never experienced harassment whatsoever online. I'm not saying that there aren't women who experience it. I've seen it happen. I've seen the DMs that some girls get. But I can tell you now, it's not the majority of women that receive that level of harassment. There are some horrible fucking guys out there that do horrible things, right? And that's fine. But that doesn't mean that video game culture is to blame. Because video game culture is words that we use. It's phrases that we use. It's giving each other shit and sort of poking fun at each other. That's video game culture. The harassment of women is definitely not video game culture. That's a couple of fucking horrible people doing horrible things masquerading as video gamers. So, no, I'm sorry. Your example is so overblown in what we're actually talking about here. Like, what are you saying? So all video game culture is just harassment of women? Is that the point that you're making, Faye? Meeks, again, I have a bunch of girls in my community that play those very games, Siege, CSGO, Call of Duty, and they've never experienced harassment whatsoever. So this tells you that it's not all guys in the video game industry or all gamers that is toxic. There is a group of gamers that is very toxic, and if you're unlucky enough to run into those people, that is horrible. But guess what? Those toxic fucks aren't usually just toxic to women. They're toxic to guys as well. And I will tell you now, of every single toxic gamer that I've ever met that's truly been toxic towards women, they were toxic towards everyone. Like, they had their friends, and of course, to their friends, they would be really nice. But as soon as you do a dungeon with them, or you do a battleground with them, or you go into a league game with them, you very quickly realize that how they are with their friends is not how they treat other people. So they basically view other people as expendable, as just part of the fucking ploy. So toxicity is something that exists on both sides. And I've said this before, I do think there is a version that is a version of gaming culture that is labeled incorrectly as toxic, when in reality it isn't actually toxic. And this, again, not in any way, shape, or form saying that girls do not, or women do not experience toxicity online. But I'll tell you what, a lot of the time on Twitter, I'll see the screenshots of women who claim that they have been harassed by toxicity. I look at the screenshots and I go, wow, guys have said this to me in the past as well. It sounds like banter. It sounds like you just very much overreacted to bans. Because guys will absolutely do this to each other. You're in Discord together, you're giving each other shit. You're telling the guy he has a small penis and he can't DPS, and he's telling you that, you know, you take it up the ass every single day and that's why you can't DPS, get the dicks out of your mouth. You're giving each other shit. It's part of just being friends and doing things, right? That's what happens. And I've met girls in my life that join in and they can give and take with the best of them, and they generally have a lot of fun doing that. And then you meet girls who can't take it. They fucking hate that it's happening. The issue is, what you're now arguing for is you want to be treated different to everyone else. So you want to come into Discord and no one is allowed to make jokes at your expense because you don't like when people make jokes at your expense. Well, then no one's going to like you. Whenever you come into Discord, people are going to drop into other channels so that they can get away from you because they don't know what next is going to fucking offend you. So there's like 3 levels here. There's the level of true toxicity that absolutely I wish we could solve, but I don't know how we solve it. Because there's dickheads in the world. Like, even in real life, there are dickheads. How are you going to deal with that? Like, we can't remove dickheads. Dickheads are there. We have to teach parents not to raise dickheads, I guess. I don't know how to deal with that issue. Dickheads are going to exist. Then there's that bit where people see it as toxic, even though it's not toxic. It is just literally bantering. And then there's everyone else who, on toxic, can take and give bans and don't really give a shit. So I don't like when, like, I specifically get offended when people attack video game culture. Because the video game culture that I have and that I'm a part of, and the people that I play video games with, when I hear people say that video game culture is toxic, I don't know what they fucking mean. Because it's not the video game culture that I grew up in. I have never, I have been a guild master in World of Warcraft. Prior to quitting, I've been a guild master for over 10 years in World of Warcraft. And in my entire time of being a guild master, my guild was never known as a place of toxicity. People would give bans and people would fucking, like, be elitist and shit. But it wasn't a place where women were getting harassed or people were being called out for bullshit or anything like that. It was fun and joking. And yes, we had our dickheads, and oftentimes dickheads would be removed from the guild very quickly. Like, dickheads wouldn't stay in the guild long because they would very quickly realize we're more than okay with bans, but as soon as you become a dickhead, no one is okay with that. So I have never seen this world that people describe where everything is just horrible and you just get harassed the whole fucking time for everything that happens. It just feels a little fake to me at times. And again, some people may have a righteous claim to it, but I think half of the people that claim it is just lying. Standard Hamster, thanks to 2 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. 7 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But okay, so he added that the above list is not exhaustive, but the Final Fantasy community teams will be investigating reports and logs to see if the players fall afoul of these rules. Anyone who is found breaking the rules will be subject to a temporary suspension of 3 to 20 days. Yoshida adds that minor actions taken during the heat of battle may not break the rules, hence the reason for investigation process. All right, so they are at least investigating, which is what Final Fantasy have always done. They don't just ban people for no reason. But, again, is this really... Can we really call this toxic? See, anyone should talk. Honestly, let's just play the game. If they don't like someone in the group, move on and take the penalty for leaving early. Well, yeah, there should be... I think Final Fantasy is going to have to come up with a lot of automatic systems. Because this is the first time that PvP is a huge part of the game, and people are actually enjoying it. PvP absolutely brings with it more toxic elements. Absolutely. Because now you have competitive nature stepping in. People want to compete. And when you lose, you get angry. And when you get angry, you start saying shit. And when you start saying shit, other people get offended. So there's going to have to be some automation happening here. Because otherwise, these devs are going to have their hands full trying to investigate all of these issues. I can't get. I can get the shit talking after game or over social media stuff, but the emotes and fireworks thing I feel is a bit silly. In Final Fantasy XIV, people take their emotes and fireworks and shit very seriously. The first few are straight spam bans. True, Bundlestein. This is no different from the PvE game. We don't want people being cunts to other players, so we shut it down early and stop the mindset from spreading. Yeah, but I feel like you also have to allow for some level of bantering and some level of sort of, let's call it toxicity, but let's say you have toxicity on 1 to 10, yeah? 1 is like very mild, sort of calling each other names, but no like truly harassment stuff. Just going, oh my god, you're a stupid cunt, fuck you. You know, that sort of thing. 5 is where you start sort of targeting someone and maybe being consistently mean to someone. And then 10 is being racist and misogynist and all that shit. I feel like for PvP specifically to work, you do need it around 1, 2, maybe 3. Right? Because a huge part of PvP is that competitive drive. And with competitive drive comes frustration. With frustration comes a little bit of toxicity. And as long as that doesn't completely... As long as you don't allow for that to just run amok, I don't necessarily think it should be that bad. Starts off at 2 or 3? Pretty much, yeah. I know, I'm not excusing it by any means. I was quite literally pointing out that it's very genre-specific in the prevalence harassment of women in video games. It may be a minor amount of people, but it's not rare. It might not be as rare as, say, for example, seeing a fucking alien, right? But I still think it's not as prevalent as a lot of people want to make it out to be. It's always dangerous to say shit like this because as soon as I say something like this, there's inevitably someone that goes, oh my god, Akalon thinks there's no such thing as fucking toxicity and harassment towards women. And it's like, no, that's never what I said. But anyways, so then we have toxicity against a competitor is one thing, but less okay for a teammate. Look, when you lose and it's someone else's fault that you're losing, you're going to take it out on someone, right? Someone is going to have to bear the brunt of your frustration. And I feel like in Final Fantasy XIV, you can already not chat in the Crystalline Conflict. So the use of emotes, it's like, really? Like, I already said, the outside, so as soon as you leave the crystalline conflict and you start just yelling this person's name and how fucked up they are, that would be a problem. But I don't think just spamming an emote like 3 or 4 times is necessarily that bad. Forian, that's nice to say, but it's harder than you think, because remember, frustration is the thing. No one, or very few people, lose their shit after the first loss. Usually where the frustration starts coming is you lose one match, now you lose another match, and then another, and then another, and then another. And in the last 10 matches, you've lost every single one of them, and every single time there's been like one guy that keep like just fucking blowing his load at the wrong time or overextending and dying, and it is driving you insane. And now you get in your 11th match, you've been here for 2 hours, you are fucking pissed now because you've not been able to win once because there's constantly that one fuck that keeps screwing up. And now one guy, you know, does it again. It's a different guy, right? But you're just like, fuck me. Like, this is enough. Enough is enough. Fuck this guy. Like, how dare he? And the human mind in that moment doesn't have the ability to go, this is not the same guy as all the other 11 guys. This is a different guy. He doesn't deserve all my anger. The human mind is just like, I am frustrated. I am emotional. This guy is now going to be the conduit for just all of my vile and all of my bile and my vitriol is going into this one guy. As long as that does not step over the line, I think to some extent that can be allowed. So as long as that guy doesn't just become completely like obsessed with this guy and now follows him around everywhere and just spams how bad he is, if the guy just once goes GG, 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 and then moves on, you know, who cares? Nico, how you doing? These are achievements in WoW. Hug, a downed cross-faction member. Set a firework on a downed cross-faction member. So don't be an Asmongold fan. What are you saying? How is this an Asmongold fan thing? Blasphemous Crow, how you doing, brother? They're frustrated themselves, mad at themselves. Usually that's exactly what happens. Usually the people who are the most like toxic in video games is a frustration that is building within themselves that they just take out on anyone. Frustration inside all the time is not healthy. That said, a punching bag is much better than shit talking. True, there's always better ways for us to deal with our frustration, but most people don't think about shit like that. It's the price you pay for PvP. It's gonna happen more. I fucking guarantee you right now it's gonna happen more. You've seen nothing yet. Like, nothing yet. More often than not, Miss Bungie, that's exactly what happens. So as someone who's played League of Legends for a long time, I can tell you now that more often than not, I will see these players that get really toxic and start blaming everyone else, and then you look at their scoreline, and their scoreline is like 0-5-0. You know, they have 5 deaths, 0 kills, 0 assists. They're just dying over and over again, but they're blaming everyone fucking else for their problems. Like, everyone else is to blame for this. You're the support in the bot lane. The guy gets ganked in the top lane, and he's like, fuck you, support, you're never fucking here. Why am I the one? Why am I constantly 2v1ing? It's like, dude, put down a ward and see where the fucking jungler is. Stop bitching, you know? So it just happens, sadly. Have you heard that they are enabling BNet currency for Diablo Immortal currency? Now you can sell Mythic Plus carries to become a whale on Diablo Immortal Pog. I have not heard that, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. The BNet currency thing, of course. It makes sense. Look, did anyone, like, for a second, think that Diablo Immortal wasn't going to be a giant cash grab? Naomi, how you doing? Like, just seriously, Is there anyone in this chat that genuinely thought, well, actually, it's going to be fine? You know, they're not going to try and just make a lot of money off of this game. There you go, Bad Gamer. I've only played FF14 midway through Heavensward and haven't seen a modicum of toxicity. Everyone has been super chill with my noobness. Zivak, the truth is, in general, the Final Fantasy community is fantastic. I would say 95% of the Final Fantasy community is absolutely phenomenal. But like with anything online, there is that 5% that is just unbearable. And I will say that 5% is probably worse than a lot of other games. Like, try saying something negative about FF14 and watch that 5% lose their brain over you daring to be negative. Can we ever have an online RPG progression AAA game that is not pay to win? Maybe, but it would depend on how consumers react. Ugh. I find it depends on the DC. I find the DCs which are known to be more rating centered actually try to help new players with the rotation and understand mechanics. I don't have enough knowledge about the different DCs or something to that effect to actually speak on that. I do have a video that I want to watch, though. I specifically saved this video for you guys. So I saw this video and I thought, you know what? I have to watch this with chat because I have a bunch of fucking nerdy virgins, obviously, here, that would love to get this beginner's guide. So our friend, Josh Strife, is going to give you advice on how to be with gamer girls. For those of you that want a gamer girlfriend but have never had a gamer girlfriend. So let's hear what Josh has to say here.
More pickup lines for gamer girls. How do you pick up a gamer girl? Okay, I like to consider myself a bit of a gamer. You know, I've played Tetris. I've played Pong.
Yeah.
I've input the cheat code to get all the money at The Sims. Let me explain how you pick up a gamer girl. First of all, it's very important to understand that girls, they don't play real games.
True and real. I have said this before. Girls play mobile games most of the time. Sometimes they'll sort of install a game like League of Legends or maybe even Final Fantasy 14, and they'll make a character and run around the town asking for gil or gold, you know, depending on the game. But they don't really play games, like play games. That's not really their thing.
Do they? You know, girls play The Sims. They play Nintendogs. They play Dark Souls 2. Not games that we would consider games. You know, they play Global Thermonuclear Warfare. They play the SpongeBob game. They play The Simpsons Hit and Run, but only emulated, so you don't get all the sound.
Okay.
That's what they play. They play The Sims 2. They play. I mean, that's all girls do. Play sim, eat hot chip, and lie. That's the gamer.
Did he say and lie? Did he say and lie? So they play all the mobile games and they lie. All right.
Girl. So look, have you ever actually seen a girl? Tell me right now. Have you ever actually seen a girl sitting there with a controller in her hand playing a game?
No. I have seen girls being video gamers on Twitch, but they're usually in the loading screen or in the start screen just getting bits and shit and then waiting to get carried. So clearly there's no such thing as a girl playing video games.
No, you haven't. You've only seen pictures or videos where that is a situation that starts the whole scenario, and I guarantee if you look at the detail in that video, the controller isn't even turned on.
True
the
and
TV
real.
Isn't turned on. It's
I can immediately see the girls pretending to not be present in this chat. Like, I can immediately see it. Like Kyle, P-Dog, and Rin the Weirdo. immediately simping for all the goals in chat. Guys, I'm going to save you some fucking time. There are no goals in this chat. So stop simping, stop white knighting. There are no goals here. The only goals that is in this chat are goals that is pretending, guys who's pretending to be goals. That's all that's happening here. So stop trying to fucking simp. Stop trying to white knight. There are no such thing as goals in the internet, really. Have you ever seen a goal on the internet? No, you haven't. And don't come at me with that, oh, by the way, Twitch is full of them. With the technology of VTubing being as it is, how can you even know? It might not even be real. So, clearly, Josh is speaking truth to power here. Clearly. So, stop fucking simping. You're not going to get anywhere here. None of the guys in this chat is going to suck your dick, right? So just chill the fuck out.
Not plugged in. It's not even a video game console. It's an upside down air fryer. That's what it is. Okay, let me explain to you how you pick up a gamer girl. It depends on what the
Semi-Webs, how you doing, brother? Welcome back, by the way. I saw your tweet yesterday. You were sick. Are you better now? Now you assume too much, Echo. These are not assumptions. These are truths that I'm laying out. Look, I can only give you the truth. I can't make you believe it. If you want to go on believing fake news, that is really your problem. I can't help you with that. I can give you the facts, you know? Actually, I could go on Truth Social right now and post this because that's how truthful it is. I don't even have a Truth Social, but I could. And it would be true and real by the fact checkers. Because, and you only have yourself to blame. Like, I've warned you. I fucking told you. No such thing as girls on the internet. If you start sending your dick pics to another guy, that's on you. That is completely and utterly on you.
The girl is playing. I mean, basically what gamer girls love is they love having their knowledge tested on whatever they're playing because that lets them prove that they're a real fan.
Exactly. Man, this guy is just a font of knowledge. Just an absolute font of knowledge. But girls actually like that in general, I know. Basically for everything. If a girl comes up to you and says she's an accountant, asking her about tax laws and, like, you know, basically make her prove that she's an accountant. They love that shit. The other thing that they love, I don't think Josh is going to throw this out there, but I'm sort of Josh is giving us advice here on how to land a gamer girl. I'm going to give you advice now on how to get just a girl. Like, because they're not actually goals on the internet, but if you go into the real world, you can get a goal. Girls love when you explain things to them, and not like complicated things, because they can't actually understand complicated things. You have to, like, the small things in life. When you explain things to a girl, it makes her feel safe and protected. This is how you get a girlfriend. Taste it, real, true and real. Taste it out. Go to any girl right now, and you'll see what I mean.
I guarantee this works. So, like, if you see a girl playing Mario, you've got to walk over and say, "Oh, name all the Mario games." And you know what? They fucking love it, because then they get to show you their true knowledge, and you are actually doing a service to gaming kind. Because if they turn around and go, "Oh, I don't actually know any Mario game," they immediately, legally, have to put the controller down and leave. It's like if you see anyone wearing a band t-shirt.
Legally.
You're allowed to walk up to them and go, "Oh, you like the band? Who was the third drummer? Who did the bassist date 3 years ago?"
Oh, shit.
That's what you need to know. Because if they don't know, they don't truly love the game. So basically what it is if you see a girl playing a game, walk over, ask them about the game. Walk over, ask them about all of that.
Yeah,
if they're playing World of Warcraft...
Yeah, you could do that too. Girls especially like it when you put your dick in their face. No, not physical dick, because that's illegal. but like you want to stand with your crotch sort of angled forward and towards them. That's like the best way to stand. Girls love that. I don't know why, but I think it's a biological thing. That you can do that. That works really well. The other thing that works really well is when you see a really hot girl, like anywhere online, really, sending dick pics as a way to say hello. So you don't waste your time saying hello. Girls get a lot of hellos. They don't like that. You send a dick pic. If your dick is nice enough, she's going to want to suck it immediately. So, guys, I'm just trying to help you all. I don't want you all to end up as virgins. I want you to find a wife. So I'm just out here doing the Lord's work, really. Trying to give you the best information I can so that you too can be a successful human being. You know, that's all I'm trying to do here.
Walk over, ask them if they are grinding for their boyfriend. Ask them if they're, gathering some supplies. Ask if they need any help. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. See? They love it. They absolutely love it when you assume that they don't know what they're doing. Josh, you're going to get cancelled. I would Gamergate. You know what? That's one of the best ways.
To be fair, though, if you do get cancelled for something like a joke like this, there's nothing bad about it. So it doesn't even matter.
To pick people up in general. I'm not going to talk about politics because I am not brave enough for politics, but I guarantee the best way to get a gamer girl attracted to you is to ask their opinion about really, really kind of diversive politics, that kind of stuff. Things that would really, divide people. That's the best way to do it.
True.
The best way to start any kind of conversation. My girlfriend plays Elden Ring and I don't. How am I supposed to ask her questions?
See, this guy that just commented there is what we call in the internet circles a liar. I guess we call them liars in real life as well, but it's actually much worse. So first, this guy says that his girlfriend, the dude's watching someone online play a video game. His girlfriend plays Elder Scrolls. Yeah. First and foremost, that dude does not have a girlfriend. Secondly, if he had a girlfriend, where would she find the time? Like, look, I like cooking, but it takes a lot of time. There's no way you're going to be cooking food the whole day and baking and, all those things that I always see in the TV where girls have aprons on and they're baking cookies and sort of, watching the kids play outside. Where are you going to find time to play video games? Bullshit. Clear bullshit. This is what we call the bullshit artist. The guy that pretends to have a girlfriend that's playing video games. Don't fall for it, guys. It's not real. It's basically, it's plants. It's Russian misinformation agents planted online to make you think that you could be like that guy too. That's basically what it is.
About it. Okay, Raz, look. The next time you see your girlfriend playing Elden Ring, I need you to really, really look at the screen. Because if you look long enough, you will realise she's actually playing very heavily modded Nintendogs. No girl can play Elden Ring.
Well,
physically impossible. Only Nintendogs. It's all they can do. And The Sims. That's what it is. If Josh ever gets cancelled, I'll make 100,000 Twitch accounts. Sometimes they'll play Pokemon.
Pokemon Go, really.
Sometimes they'll play Pokemon. That's what it is. It's basically Sims with combat. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Where is Billy when you need her?
I don't think they'll play Pokemon. Like, maybe Pokemon Go, because there's not really combat there, right? Girls don't like violence, I find. Yeah, girls not really into violence, That's way too real for them. Like, girls like when they're protected. They don't have to deal with the real world and stuff like that. So I don't think they play a combat game. Do you? Highly doubt it. Highly doubt it.
I'd assume she's playing Nintendogs. That's what I would assume. Sometimes, you'll find a girl playing the Mary Kate and Ashley dress-up game. Sometimes Barbie Race and Ride. Sometimes Stardew Valley.
Dream Daddy Date Simulator. That is also something that I can see, Sebi. I can see that. Because, I mean, the truth is, every girl dreams of finding a husband that can take care of her, because we know they can't take care of themselves. And then having, like, lots of kids, more the better. Not having a job. This is what girls dream of. So I can see that's probably why there's so many, like, games on Steam. Finding your husband or husbando, things like that, you know? I can see why there's such a market for it. Well, that's clever. I always just thought those games were there for, like, gay guys. Huh. Who would have thunk it?
Right, so gamer girls, how does a gamer guy pick you up? Maybe if a guy walked over to you and said, like, hey, are you looking for a player too? And you'll look back and go, I'm playing Dark Souls. It's one player. Don't even offer any explanation.
Are you looking for a player? Dude, I don't know if are you looking for a player too is gonna work. If we're being real now, so sarcasm aside, I'm not convinced that is the best pickup line you can come up with.
Player 2, I'm playing World of Warcraft. There are millions of people online over the week. So no,
but
not
you
really.
could ask if she wants a pocket tank.
Finder. Just use Group Finder. I don't need you. In fact, if anything, if you started playing the game, it would take you weeks to get up to where I am to be useful in any way. You know what I think is really annoying is I think it's limiting that girls can only play healers. It's a shame.
Actually, it's not a shame. That is what they prefer to play. Everyone knows that girls play healers. In fact, one of my suggestions, which I'm still heartbroken by the way, that Blizzard didn't take for Dragonflight is, whenever Blizzard did that, turning girls into fruit and sort of covering up girls, because everyone knows girls don't like seeing naked women. It's really triggering to them to like see slutty outfits and stuff like that in video games. So, when Blizzard did that thing where they really tried to help women cope in video games, I actually submitted a couple of suggestions of my own there, where I said, well, I think, personally, that herbalism and cooking should be female-only professions. And tailoring as well, I thought would be very good as a female-only profession. So unless you're playing a female in the game, you can't have those professions. Because it is a well-known fact that girls love cooking, love making clothes, and also like picking flowers. It's well-known fact. Guys don't do shit like that because, guys are out in the real world saving the day and shit. But I would actually argue that healers should not even be allowed to go to combat. So we should have all the girls that play healer. They can't leave the city. Okay? So they can't actually leave the city unless there's a male escort alongside them to make sure that they're safe, obviously. But then let the men go off to battle. And then when we get back to Orgrimmar, they can heal us. Because I think if you really want to see World of Warcraft's numbers just fucking skyrocket, do that. They didn't take the idea. They didn't even reply to my idea. And I was trying to make WoW better. So, little annoyed, but, that's what I get for trying to help WoW. And you know what, girls? Don't say I only ever tried to help men. Like, I've tried. They don't want to listen to me. So you guys are on your own. I try to be your champion. What can I say? Blizzard doesn't want my advice.
I mean, obviously the guys play the tanks and the damage dealers because they are the difficult roles. True. And we have to play them.
True and real.
But in a way, it's nice that MMORPGs give girls a thing to do. They put their healers in there. Can you imagine if someone joined the chat right now and didn't know that I'm just being incredibly facetious? Just joking about the whole thing about this. Just baiting those comments saying, just people, do you want me to fight you? I mean, you can't fight on The Sims. If we did, Nisa, are you a gamer girl that's annoyed at me? Because I've played The Sims. If you're annoyed at me, we can just high five until you forgive me. That's a mechanic. That's how it works.
Shit.
If you want, we can fight
Doubling
on like Dead or
down,
Alive or
bro.
Tekken.
It's what it is. Doubling down.
I would suggest Tekken because it's a really good fighting game. But we can do the Dead or Alive beach volleyball if that's something that you prefer to do. You know, the easier one. Unless you're playing Final Fantasy XIV, I guess. Oh, all the cat girls. Look, MMORPG. Many men online role-playing girls.
That's the first time in my life I've heard that. Many men online role-playing girls. Okay, my new favorite thing ever. Holy shit, Josh. Well fucking done. Well said.
That's how it works.
For each streamer, this is going to be different.
Oh my god, that is funny. Yeah, I mean, look, you are running the risk on Twitch being clearly facetious and also clearly sarcastic because you will always get those fucks that can't spot a joke. That is sadly true. I'm pretty sure right now, even, there were people who heard me say that and they were immediately like, how dare he? Oh my God, what the fuck? I need to get out of here. The toxicity here is just too real. Alex, this just show how slow the internet in SA is? What do you mean? It's literally the first time I've heard it. Which is why I laughed at it, because it's funny as fuck. I'm dead with the MMORPG. We'll never see it the same again. Sadly, this is like... In today's day and age, you can't even make jokes like this anymore. Like, well, you can. If you're a girl making jokes like this about guys, that's fine. But if you make a joke like this, all it takes is literally one person to take it out of context or one person to get offended. And you've created a fucking wealth of problems for yourself. Haven't heard it before now? There's a lot of things I'm not down with the kids, as they say. There are a lot of places like internet lingo and shit that I'm just not down with. Find it funny. I never took it offensively. I'm off to bed. Take care of yourself, Basmus Grow. Thank you very much for hanging out, dude. Really appreciate it. Meeks, you do get girls that can take a joke, and I would argue that most girls can. There's just every once in a while. Actually, it's not even the girls. Fuck it. I take that back. You want to know who's the worst offenders in this entire thing? It's guys, not girls. Guys who get offended on girls' behalf. That's actually the worst offenders of this thing. Because there'll be a guy who listened to this who got so offended on behalf of the girls that he now has to start a whole fucking hate campaign because he needs to shut this down. This misogyny will not stand, not while he's around. And I wish I could explain to that guy, dude, the true misogynist here is you, because you imagine that without your help, the girls won't survive. Like, look, if a girl truly took offense to this, let her fucking deal with it. I'm pretty sure she can. You don't have to get upset on her behalf. The thing being their bitch will get easy laid. True. Agreed. Just like the horrible male gamers, there's a minority of women that are professionally always offended, as well as the army of men surrounding them. The army of men surrounding them is legitimately just... there's a biological term for it. Actually, an evolutionary term for it. It's called the sneaky fucker, and that's genuinely a biological term. It's a kind of spider. Now... I'm not entirely sure what the species of spider is, but it is a kind of spider. This spider pretends to be female. Like, they can actually change their smell and literally everything about them so that they smell like females. And what they do is they do this, and then they sneak behind the male lines of the different species of spider to impregnate their women. They're closely enough related that they can actually impregnate cross species, as it were, right? So they'll use the camouflage of being a girl spider to sneak beyond the guys and then impregnate the females that these guys are protecting and then sneak back out. And it's literally called sneaky fucker. That's what these guys are. They're sneaky little fuckers. They pretend to be on your side, but all they really want is, you to jump on their dick. But they're too weak to actually just ask for it. So instead of just going up to a girl and saying, hey, want to go out for a drink, they do this whole, oh my God, I'm so offended on your behalf. Will you suck my dick? I know the spider you were talking about, I think. I know that guy. Can't remember the name, though. I genuinely can't remember the name. I just remember the concept. Every girl has a story. Some guys like being in control so much that they have to dictate what girls get angry about. And when the girls aren't angry about it, then they have to... Valentine, I told this story before, but it's a story that will stay with me forever. So on Twitter, there's a black guy that retweets someone else's tweet that's getting offended by something that happened. I can't remember what the fuck happened, but something happened and this guy was really offended by the thing that happened. And the black guy sort of retweets it and says, I don't see why this is so offensive. This is just a statement. It doesn't matter. Why are you getting so angry? And here's where things get truly majestic. The white guy that he retweeted that got so offended replies to the black guy that just said, this is not that offensive. Calm the fuck down. Yeah. The white guy replies to him to start explaining to him why he doesn't understand how offensive it is. And that if he understood, he would understand as a black guy that this is the most offensive thing that could ever have happened. I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, that must be like just peak dissociative order. Like, you've completely disassociated from reality here. You are a white guy telling a black guy that he should be offended by what offended you because he's wrong about the fact that he's not offended by the thing that offended you. Like, how in the fuck is this? Like, what is going on? And there's guys like that too with girls. Isn't that what happened with PewDiePie and using the N-word? I know with the PewDiePie N-word thing, there was also this whole thing of like a bunch of black creators came out and said, look, I don't give a fuck, who cares? And then there were people who go, oh my God, here's why you should care. And it's like, dude, some people care, some people don't. Not everyone has to care about it. Same stories multiple times. Is this an Asmongold stream now? Well, I only have this many fucking stories. What do you want, Fidget? You can't expect me to go live every single day and have new stories the whole time. What do you think I am? Do you think I just spend my entire life outside gathering fucking stories? Make shit up. Then I'll forget the stuff that I made up. So that's not going to work. No, I'll tell the same stories until I get new stories, and then I'll share new stories. That's just how this goes, That's just how this goes. Ace, how you doing, brother? All right, there's another video here. This is Asmongold. So speaking of Asmongold, let's quickly see what you guys suggested on Discord before we jump into that. What do we have? Oh my God, there's so many videos on Discord, dude. This is surreal. Crusader, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. 10k points for a random story. I don't have a story right now. I'm still looking. All right, this video is actually suggested on the Discord. So we'll watch this video because people have suggested it on Discord as well. So let's see. Asmongold says that Twitch wants you to stream on YouTube instead. We actually covered this this article yesterday, but I would love to know what Asmongold thinks of this.
The Twitch Partner Program. Now, this just came out maybe, I don't know, 2 hours ago. It came out right in the morning. So we're going to look at this right here. And I guess I'll just pull up the article. Let's see here.
What I'm mainly interested in is knowing why Asmongold says Twitch wants you to stream on YouTube instead. Like, because again, this does not affect small content creators at all. It's only really affecting the larger content creators, and the larger content creators have already made more than enough money. So, you know, I don't think many of them would care. I know Asmongold doesn't give a fuck. Like, guaranteed Asmongold wouldn't care.
Creator pay with focus on profit. Live streaming site wants to promote use of advertisements. Top talent could see reduction in share of subscription fees. So this is basically where we're at. Twitch, Amazon.com, said people familiar with the planning and effort that would boost its profits, but also risk alienating some of its biggest stars. The updates under consideration would offer incentives.
When's the last time Twitch actually made a change to their fucking platform that doesn't alienate either the stars, fucking stars, I hate that word, or the audience? Game of the Bromance, live with Asmon. VTX, look, if Asmongold wanted me to join them on Allcraft, I would fucking go. It's interesting. Did you guys watch the Preach last night? Preach on Allcraft? Void, how you doing, brother? Clean with the tier 1 sub, really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you. Dude, it was so fucking interesting. It was such a good episode of Allcraft. If you haven't watched it yet, as soon as it's up on YouTube, go watch it. Like, right after the stream, I was just sitting here fucking watching the Allcraft episode. It was so good. So definitely do yourself a favor, go watch the Allcraft episode.
Incentives for streamers to run more ads. The proposal would also reduce the proportion of subscription fees doled out by the site's biggest performers, said the people, who asked not to be identified because the discussions are private. Some changes to Twitch's monetization structure could be implemented as soon as this summer. The people said Twitch staff is considering paring back the revenue cut for channel subscriptions granted to the top echelon of streamers in its so-called partnership.
That being said, though, there is something, Asmongold's going to get into this, because I read this article, but there is actually something that Twitch seems to want to change now, where they basically want to say, like, if you're a content creator on Twitch, and you stream at least 2 minutes of ads every single stream that you're live, Twitch will just pay you $100. Like, they'll just pay you $100, just straight off the bat. And then from there, you can get more depending on how many people are watching the ads and how many people you're streaming to, shit like that. Which I think is, for small streamers, that's going to be a win. Because most small streamers, I told you guys what I make on Twitch ads. It's like $26 for a whole month of streaming. It's like bullshit. So at least for like small streamers, that might matter. I don't know how much though.
Chips program to 50% from 70%. I'm not surprised by this at all. I'm really not, because I heard from somebody at Twitch that they make something like less than like 5% or like 1% or something like this off of every single Twitch sub. And because like you take 70%,
exactly
70%, they also have to pay transaction fees.
That's quite interesting.
And like transaction fees for things like this are very expensive. It's like through the different financial websites that basically like make these fees occur, and they do these transactions. And so this is something I was told many years ago privately, and so I'm kind of assuming that this is probably something they've been thinking.
Something I wanted to say yesterday, but I completely forgot while we were going through this article. The only thing that I think could be really good in all of this is Twitch finally dropping their exclusivity clause. So, for those of you that don't know, even as a partnered streamer, not a contracted streamer with Twitch. I'm just a partnered streamer, so I have partnership status. Even as a partnered streamer on Twitch, I am not allowed to stream both to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So I can't use a platform like Restream to stream to both YouTube and Twitch, which a lot of streamers would actually jump on if they had the opportunity. So you get a lot of Facebook streamers, for example, that will stream to Facebook and YouTube at the same time. Because, well, you have audiences on both. Why not stream to both, right? As a result of this. So if Twitch could drop that exclusivity clause, do you know how many streamers will just start streaming to both, which then allows the audience, you guys, to choose where you want to watch? So if you prefer watching on YouTube because, you know, you like YouTube more, you can go watch on YouTube. If you prefer watching on Twitch, you'll watch on Twitch. I think that would be a major win, especially for smaller streamers.
Thinking about for a while. Let's see here. Another option is to create multiple tiers and set criteria for how to qualify for each one. Two of the people said, in exchange, Twitch might offer to release partners from exclusivity restrictions, allowing them to stream on Google's YouTube.
But an interesting, Elodie, an interesting question here. What's the difference? Because I know I prefer Twitch chat to YouTube chat as a user. As a streamer, I also prefer Twitch chat, actually. Like, as a streamer, Twitch chat is just a lot more lively, but that's more a community thing. But what is the difference? Because you can have emotes on YouTube, right? You can absolutely have emotes. Let me just move this here in case I miss anyone's messages. So you can have, you can have emotes. You can basically have all of the same things that you have on Twitch. So what makes it different? Because we can be degenerates here, not on YouTube. Emotes, colors, and name icons. All right. But again, that can be fixed now.
Or Facebook. So they're thinking about dialing back exclusivity and then also paying people less money. So we'll talk about this in a minute. Let's look at the rest of it first.
So wins. This would depend on a number of things. So Critical Role, because they're that large and because it's usually made up of a bunch of stars, right? There's a very good chance that they have what is called a special contract with Twitch. So they could be one of those that said, hey, listen here. We want to stream and we want to be partnered on Twitch and we're going to get a bunch of viewers, obviously, because it's stars playing D&D. But what we don't want is exclusivity. And Twitch could absolutely go, yeah, all right, fine. You can stream on both at the same time. We're not going to stop you because we know we're going to make money here. But you have to basically ask for that contract, and Twitch does not give that contract to everyone.
Updates to the partnership program aren't finalized and could be abandoned. Viewership for live videos of people playing video games has exploded in recent years and has elevated a new class of internet celebrities. Twitch leads the market, with Amazon wants to make more money in the long term. I bet they do.
I'll give you an example. So I have the VODs, right? The VODs channel on YouTube. I'm not even allowed to upload the VOD, like the VODs of my streams within 24 hours after the stream. So there are VODs, like literally yesterday's VOD is on YouTube, but I can't make it live until tomorrow afternoon. That's how serious Twitch is about their do not stream at the fucking same time. That's how serious Twitch is. So I can go from YouTube straight into a Twitch stream, but I cannot do the reverse. I can't go right after this stream and say, okay, let's go live on YouTube.
The unit has recently gone to work on new profit-driven incentives. There's been an exodus in recent months of top and longtime employees who said Twitch has lost touch with its community's needs. Bloomberg has reported. So let's see right here. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I thought that was something else. The rate right now for subscription is $3.50 or $5 for 1,000. Yeah, it's really not a whole lot of money for ads based off of what deal you have. Let's see.
Mika, we
here.
already covered it.
Recently, though, Twitch has been experimenting with other approaches to ads. This year, it says creators who stream at least 40 hours a month could receive $100 for running 2 minutes of ads per hour. The payout increases with more ad views.
See that? This year it said creators who stream at least 40 hours a month could receive $100 for running 2 minutes of ads per hour. That's technically what we do, because whenever I get up to go pee or make coffee, I run 3 minutes of ads so that, because I'm not here, who cares? And that's usually like every 2 hours or so. So it does work out to about 2 minutes of ads per hour.
The new proposal being considered would create a revenue-sharing arrangement, presenting a more lucrative model for streamers. Ads are controversial on the platform because they interrupt live programming. Viewers often complain that they miss important moments of a streamer's gameplay, and performers have said that ads alienate the audience and hurt their metrics. Yeah, this is true. I think this is actually very good insight. I'm glad that, like whenever you have something like Bloomberg, and this is like a massive like newspaper, right?
I'll give you guys a quick statistic here, right? And this is not from me. This was run by, what's his name again? Oh my God, come on, man. Not not Harris Haller. Fuck. I used to watch his streams all the time. He's like, he runs a talent agency for Devon Nash. Elodie, thank you. So Devon Nash has a lot of access to the back end of Twitch, the APIs of Twitch, and they've actually crunched the numbers. 70% of all viewers, so 7 out of 10 viewers that come into a new stream, checking out a new stream, will leave as soon as they get an ad for that stream. So literally, 7 out of 10 will leave as soon as they get an ad for that for that stream. Of the remaining 3, I think it's like only 1 person that sticks around on average after the ads are done. So 3 of them might sit through the ads, already being a little bit peeved at the fact that they got a fucking ad, right? See the streamer and like, because you can't always be funny or entertaining 100% of the time. Sometimes you come into the stream and I'm in the middle of telling a story. I haven't gotten to the funny bits yet, or we just finished a funny bit and we're sort of just chatting now. So you're a streamer, you made it through all of those ads. Now you're a viewer, you made it through all the ads. You come into the stream and you get a fat cunt sitting here just sort of chatting with his audience. And then it's like, all right, so I'm just going to leave because there's nothing funny here. This guy's clearly not entertaining. Fuck these ads. I'm done. So ultimately, the ads are so horrible when it comes to this sort of thing. Pyro beats the ad button like it owes him money. Someone told me that... is it Pyromonster that runs ads to kind of get people to sub? Found Spectre, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Wait, Twitch runs so many ads. They want you to do exactly that. Pay for turbo. I just got here and I had an ad before I could even get in. Parallax, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Another interesting statistic is of every single viewer that comes into your channel, right, for the very first time, I believe it's something like 65% of people that actually chat for the first time will stick around. That's another just random statistic throwing out here. Also feels like there are only 2 ad versions on Twitch, always the same ones, running since ages. I went to run a few minutes ago, had to take a shit, so I took my phone with me and opened Twitch on there to continue watching you. Got an ad that ran through the whole bathroom visit, so I missed everything. Fuck. I love your content. Super glad to be here. Parallax, very happy to have you here, brother. The other 25% get banned. I think he streams has more ad time than time with Max. You see, I try to run ads in such a way that it doesn't interfere with any of your viewer, like your experiences. So I only run ads at the very beginning of the stream to give you guys that hour of no ads running. And then whenever I take a break to go pee or make coffee, I'll run an ad because I don't want to destroy anyone's viewership or your viewing pleasure. I'm here to entertain you. The last thing you need is fucking an hour, like 3 minutes of ads every hour, right? Say he doesn't care if people complain about ads. He literally replied with sub if you don't want ads. I guess that's a viable business strategy. You know, if it works, it works.
These people talk about like Ukraine, they talk about president, they talk about this, right? They talk about a lot of stuff. And I'm glad that they at least, like, this is a very good summation of what the concern is. So that's good to see.
Like, look, it's a viable business strategy that Pyromancer has, you know? Yeah, if you don't want ads, sub. Ultimately, for me, it's more a case of I'm more interested in building long-term, I don't want to say relationship because that sounds weird, but, you know, it is kind of that. Long-term relationship. And in my opinion, if someone subs naturally because they just want to sub, you know, they love the content, they think the content is cool, and they want to stick around for a while, so they sub. That's going to lead to having those subs. You know, right now we have subs on the channel that's been here for months. Like, if we look at, let's do this. Let's just quickly look here. All right, so if we look at this, top subs, you have Celestra here 45 months, Zofia 44 months, Namwad 44, Yuku 41, Rabiot 41, Cask 40, Ravy G 39, Chaos Potato 38, Katrina Stars 36, Ferorius 34. I believe that if you allow people to sub sort of on their own terms, this is what you end up with. Eventually, you end up with a shit ton of viewers that is subbed for months and months and months on end because they enjoy it here. They decided to do it. Parallax. I see it worked. My mind tricks. I was saying sub so often that you just went, fuck it. Where's that button? Let me click it. Really appreciate the tier. What's up? Thank you. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, brother. You have been my only sub for the last year. The ads on the other streams remind me when to look for another stream. Easy. I suppose I can get that. But yeah, I don't know. For me, it's just sort of like, I'd rather you guys have a good time watching the stream, and I have obviously a good time making the stream, than trying to run ads to force you to fucking sub. I also don't think that's necessarily a good way of doing it.
But some Twitch streamers see ads as a necessary nuisance to support their businesses when subscriptions alone won't suffice.
That is bullshit, that is. But some Twitch streamers see ads as a necessary nuisance to support their businesses when subscriptions alone won't suffice. Subscriptions isn't a large chunk of money, but ads is even less. So I don't know exactly who, like which streamer uses ads as a way to pad their income.
I think that's the case for a lot of people, absolutely. For Amazon, running launch streaming businesses, 970 million.
Verika, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. I try. I mean, obviously, there's always going to be a level of grifting, I guess, for every single streamer, because it is your business. You know, you're trying to run a business at least. But I think people should just stop taking themselves so seriously. You know, like, you shouldn't make it too much of a business, I think is actually the best way to look at it.
Yeah, that's great. Twitch leadership has discussed possible changes to his 10-year-old partner program for several years. And early discussions referenced performance complaints about work-life balance, some toil for long 12 hours a day.
Clean, if you're a really big streamer, so the average on Twitch is usually about 2 to 3 times the amount of subs to viewers. So if you have 100 viewers, you will have anywhere from 200 to 300 subs. If you have 1,000 viewers, you'll have anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 subs. That is the average across the board. So if you're a very large streamer and you don't get that many subs, then you're probably doing something fucking wrong. You know, like, why would people not be subbing to you? And that's not necessarily including gifted subs. That's just including actual subs. So I right now, if I include all of my natural tier 1 subs, excluding gifters, just natural tier 1 subs and all of my prime subs, it comes out to about 200 to 250 subs that I have. If you exclude gifters. So gifters obviously will boost that a lot higher, and that will go up and down depending on how people have money throughout a month. But yeah, you should potentially have about 2 to 3 times the normal the view count. And then obviously what Elodie said there, once you get to the 40,000 viewership, you're not going to have 120,000 subs, right? When you get to like 40,000 viewership, things can calm down a bit after that.
Twitch employees began tossing around the idea of offering healthcare benefits or the ability to pause subscriptions during a vacation so they wouldn't worry about losing patrons. The focus today is more on monetization. I would have never guessed that.
Surprise, surprise.
With Twitch established as the premier destination for game live streaming, top talent have fewer alternatives to reach larger audience.
Omi, are you talking about my income on Twitch? By saying I'm making $625 a month. Asman said this week he has around 28k subs. I mean, I believe Twitch subs are public. You could actually go check how many subs he has. There are websites that will tell you exactly how many subs Asman has. So, yeah, there's no point in lying about it. When I show you this screen, you know, with 406 subs there, yeah, that is, you can find that online. It's not really an issue. Yes, just from your natural subs, primes. Omi, no, because I get it's less than that. My full income this month alone on the 400 and odd, whatever the fuck, is just over 600. In case you wanted to know.
Audience. In the past, YouTube and Facebook Gaming offered enormous sums of money to lure top creators, but these deals are rare and not always successful.
You have to remember, Omi, that since Twitch changed the way subs work, if you live in a country where your currency is worth less, you also pay less for a sub, right? So those subs aren't $5 as it used to be in the past.
I think that a lot of people are not getting deals like that. Like, this is something that many people don't get, and they're not going to be able to do, etc., right? And so game live streaming, yeah, sure. So I think that what happens here, and guys, I know that there's a lot of stuff going on today. Please just let me focus on what I'm doing, and I'll move through things, you know, at the rate that I feel like is fair.
Dude, I know exactly what Asmongold is going through here right now. I know exactly what he's going through. So you see this in chat as well, and what's nice is so many of you get annoyed by that too. Like, I'll be busy doing something. So say, for example, we'll be busy reacting to this video. And then someone will come into the channel and be like, oh, did you see this? And then obviously I'm reacting to the video, so I'm not really responding to that. And they'll be like, hey, by the way, did you see this? Dude, did you see this? Did you see this? Are you going to talk about 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 this? It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. I saw it. I will talk about it. You don't have to keep fucking asking. Like, just wait. I'm getting there. But what do you want? Do you want me to stop the reaction and then immediately cover your thing? And then what? Halfway through your thing, someone else comes in and says, hey, did you see this? So I stop your thing and I go, like, just let people finish. Too bored. How you doing, brother? He has so many backseat drivers in his chat. People can't just watch and be entertained. I mean, I get it. Some people get really excited and then they really want to know what the opinion is of the streamer. So I get that people just want it. But you kind of have to, like, you have to take the good with the bad. Usually when people do that, I don't say anything. It's only when someone fucking spams it and they will not stop spamming it. That's when I'll usually go, dude, I saw it. Enough. I saw it. I promise I will get to you. Just stop. Foul Smoke, how you doing, brother? Aaron, how you doing, bro?
So just
don't feel bad for me, Alpin. Like, why? As far as jobs go, I have an amazing job. It has its ups and downs, but it's nothing compared to, like, I would say anyone in this chat's job. So I'm not sitting here pretending, oh my god, my life is so rough and you guys have to take pity on me. It's so horrible. No, no. Just no. What's your uncensored view with Ian going to happen? Mr. I'll discuss that afterwards.
keep this in mind. I'd like, please do not try to remind me, oh, did you look at this, look at that, take a look at this, watch that. Like, well, what about this, what about that? Please, just let me play the game and let me just do what I'm going to do, all right?
Not play the game.
So, not play the game, but yeah. You know what I'm saying. And so, anyway, look at this. Yeah, it's too much. I think, obviously, this is something that's not good for streamers. This is something that's not good for viewers.
No.
This is something that's only good for Twitch.
Yep.
And I've always said this.
But that's what Twitch is doing now. They're literally... Oh my... Wait. Ryan Wyatt. Why is that name familiar to me? Oh, shit. Wait, hold up. Ryan Wyatt is the previous head of YouTube live streaming. No exclusivity is way overdue. Good to see that. A majority of ad revenue should always go to creators, though I'd say expand to other video formats to help growth instead of inundating viewers with more ads on live streams. Dude, when you have the previous head of YouTube streaming giving you advice on how you should actually be running your fucking company, you know you're doing something wrong. In my job, I do well, but it isn't necessarily a happy place like yours. Yeah. I mean, a lot of you have jobs that you fucking hate, and I'm fully aware of that. My job is better. I get paid for listening and nodding my head and saying something once in a while. Elodie, what the fuck do you do for a living? Maybe I want to do that too.
Is that whenever you have a business or something like this, and their goals deviate from filling the need that the consumer has.
I can listen and nod my head and say something every once in a while. Like, how does that make you feel? See, I could be a psychologist right there. I've done it. So you're I get it. So you're having problems. How does that make you feel? $500, please. Easy. There you go. I'm helping the world. What do you know?
On a very simple level, filling the need the consumer has. The moment that you deviate from that is the moment that you completely lose the plot. Yeah, you totally lose the plot. You have no idea what's going on, and you're just going to be frustrated, and you're going to lose people. I think that's all there is to it. Yeah, you just lose too many people. Actually, bad for Twitch.
Ryan Wyatt says exactly what I said. What Twitch should do is take all of their fucking clips, like all of the clips that they have, make a TikTok version of Twitch clips and just allow people. So that has two reasons why it would work. The first reason is people love clips. Clips are good. Clips are funny. Clips are sort of, it's chosen by the community. So it's sort of like a natural thing that happens. That's one. It really is fun for people to go through clips. How many of you, say in the evening, right, after you've like watched all your streams and now you're going to bed, would actually sit there just browsing a bunch of fucking clips, just one after the other, watching random clips of people getting into random shit? I know I do. I do that on Instagram all the time. I don't have TikTok, can't be fucking asked, but I do have Instagram. So I usually just browse Instagram, just fucking scrolling one after the other because it's fun. It's something to do. So you have that, right? You have your clips that is just browsable, and it leads to you being able to run ads, as many as you fucking want there. Plus, it leads to discoverability. Because now you see someone's ad, or you see someone's clip, you like their clip, and you immediately go, fuck it, who is this guy? Let me go sub to him. Because Twitch doesn't have discoverability.
because it makes creators and audience want to leave. Yeah, well, not only does it make creators want to leave, but it also makes it easier for them to leave. Because once a content creator is more on YouTube...
Wait, got a question. Is anyone having problems with Twitch exporting clips to YouTube? Can you export clips from Twitch to YouTube? Since when? Wait, you can fucking... What? What are you fucking saying? Hold on. Are you trolling? Dude, you must be fucking trolling. You can download, but how? Where? Oh, you mean VODs? No, VODs, I mean, not really. All of my VODs go to YouTube, and I've not had any trouble with my VODs going to YouTube, so no. Dude, if I could just straight up, like, take clips from Twitch and put them on YouTube, that would be the most amazing thing ever.
And they're making more money on there, well then why wouldn't they just stream on YouTube, and that's going to bring people over from Twitch over to YouTube. I don't think that Twitch has a monopoly on live streaming, and I think that they do currently have the large lion's share of the market in live streaming, right? Like, let's be honest, like, Twitch is massive for live streaming. If you look at live streaming hours, live streaming minutes watched, live streaming in general, Twitch is just bigger than Facebook and YouTube put together.
Twitch definitely has a monopoly on live streaming in terms of culture. Culturally, you want to be a Twitch streamer. You don't want to be a YouTube streamer. You don't want to be a fucking Facebook streamer. You definitely don't want to be a Facebook streamer. You want to be a Twitch streamer. That's what you want. So definitely in terms of culture, Twitch has that monopoly. Everyone, like every content creator dreams of being a Twitch streamer. Very few content creators dreams of being a YouTube streamer.
But this is a number that's been changing over the years. So, and it's becoming smaller and smaller. Why is it becoming this way? It's because you have things that are being implemented into the content that is fundamentally cannibalistic. So you have things like the ads being played in the middle of a stream. And you have other things like different, I think it's basically just ads. Like, that's the main thing, right? It's just ads, ads, ads. And also the exclusivity. So, you know, you have smaller streamers and it's harder for them to grow on the platform because...
Only the thing is, so for YouTube, yes, streaming doesn't really make them a lot of money. But streaming facilitates the making of a lot of money. So that's why they usually invest so much money into streaming. Twitch, on the other hand, literally just loses money because it doesn't have VODs. It doesn't have video on demand. So yeah, for Twitch, it is. The problem is that they keep trying to monetize streams when what they should be doing is monetize video on demand and leave the streams as just a way to create more video on demand. They have the perfect method for it as well, because on YouTube, the only way for content to be created on YouTube is for a creator like myself to physically either sit down, write a script, make a video, or upload my clips to YouTube. Those are the two ways for me to make money. Or for there to be content on YouTube, right? Whereas Twitch has their entire viewer base creating content. Like, if you look at my channel, right, I haven't made a single clip myself. Clips I've created, none. Clips of my channel? Like, the list just fucking goes, dude. These are you guys. This is you. You guys clip shit the whole fucking time. That's it. You put these clips somewhere, they're gonna make money. And basically for free. Because you don't have to do shit. They're already there. You already save them. Why wouldn't you want to learn or figure out how to monetize them? It's ridiculous that Twitch haven't thought of this yet.
Because they can't really do anything. Now, how does this affect me?
Run the weirdo.
It really won't. So let me...
Desmond Festo is he's got an interview with Terran. I'm just not sure when that is happening. So I'm relying on you guys to tell me when that's happening. I don't think I'm following Desmofist though. Let's see. I don't even know when the fuck it is. He's not live yet, so whenever the fuck, I don't know. That was very loud. I don't know when that's happening, but it is happening at some point.
Let me explain who this really affects, okay?
Trayan, how you doing, brother?
Because I think this is going to be a very interesting thing that a lot of people might not really know. So we're going to make 3 charts here, okay? We're going to have chart number 1, chart number 2, and chart number 3. Okay, I fucked that one up. It doesn't matter. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I have them all where they can fit. Okay, that's good enough. All right, so this is a... Let's go ahead and turn this down a bit so it's not too big. 28, all right, that's good. Let's say 200 viewer streamer, right? So this is how much... I'm looking like where their money's coming from, right? 2,000 viewer streamer. Okay, and then 20,000 viewer streamer. Okay, so this is...
Man, he's not even talking about me. What the fuck? I'm not one of these streamers. Feels bad, man. All the 100 viewer Andys are just forgotten in this. We don't count.
That people make money, okay?
God damn it.
So I would say it's something like... basically like a peace sign, I would say, right? And right. So you have... let's say purple right here is subs. I'll just put this in here, right? Subs. Okay. It's purple text. That's not going to work. Okay, black. All right, so we've got subs, donations. And
I'm in no rush, but
for green.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
So donations, and then I think...
Dude, that's not even what? I do not get, like... I've gotten $77 donations. Definitely not. That's a big one for 200 viewer streamers. That is huge. That is way too many donations there. I would say donations is probably more like maybe that slice of the pie would be donations. The rest would be subs, and I don't know what that is, but the race would basically be subs. Like donations at a small level, very few and far between.
Brown is sponsors, okay? Okay, let me go ahead and change this over. There we go. All right, sponsors, and then we're going to look at subs donations. So, for example, this is how much, this is generally the money that people get from streaming. This is how people get their money. And
unless if he's including in donations, do you think he's including gifted subs and stuff like that? Because if he's including gifted subs as part of donations, because it is effectively donations, then yeah, all right, I can see that. So you're basically saying bits and dollar donations and gifted subs. Then yeah, all right, I would say sponsors is probably too big for 2 viewer Andys. Most companies don't care about sponsoring in 200 viewer Andy.
And this is the proportion of their money that
it did
is
count
received.
gifts as donuts. Okay.
Most small streamers, donations, subs. Oh yes, ads. Let me make sure that I get ads in there. I knew I was forgetting something. Let's go ahead and we're gonna do ads. We're gonna put ads right here.
Whoa! No. That would be wrong. No dice does a 200 viewer Andy make that much in ads.
Thank you guys.
No
I
dice.
don't know why I forgot that. I just got distracted, I guess, by the colors. So this is gonna be maybe ads, okay? And I think it could even be less. Let's be honest.
It's much less.
Okay, so this is ads. So small streamers don't make a lot of money on ads. Why is that? Because they're small streamers and a lot of people aren't watching them. You get paid by how many people see an ad, and if you're a small streamer, not a lot of people are going to see an ad.
I feel a little bit of tap.
Small streamers, in many cases, you guys have probably seen this, small streamers do have they do have like people in their community that donate a lot of money. Maybe they have somebody who's willing to donate, $1,000 a month, or they've got a few whales.
Where the fuck are my whales? Jesus, dude, I should get my dick out on stream a bit more. I don't have any of that. Like, I don't have a single whale that's dropping $1,000 fucking dollars. What the hell? Yeah, I should start an OnlyFans so I can also get whales that drop $1,000 a fucking month. Just get my dick out. That's it.
Basically,
we're DJs, we have no money.
Or,
God
like
damn it.
People call them simps, oilers, pay pigs, whatever you want to call them, depending on if you like the stream or not. They are supported directly by their audience. Like, I'll tell you right now, for me, whenever I was around this range here, 2,000 viewer streamer, I was getting about $10,000 a month in donations. That was pretty much how much money I made. And whenever I was a 40,000 viewer streamer, a few years later, a couple years later, I was also getting about $10,000 a month in donations. It might have gone up to 15K. Yeah. So donations, I think, are something that is a massive thing whenever you're a smaller streamer. And if anything I would change about this, I would even make this donation circle even larger. Now, in terms of subscribers and donations are fundamentally the same thing. And I think in many regards, they're interchangeable, because you have people that donate gifted subs, you have people that donate bits, you have people that, that sub because they like you, they tier 3 sub. And so it's very hard to say how this works exactly, but that's generally the way that it goes. So then you look at a 2,000 viewer streamer, right? And so a 2,000 viewer streamer is probably going to be about like this. And I think sponsors are a little bit larger, and I think ads are also a little bit larger as well. And so let's go back over here. I want to make sure I fix this up. And so we're going to go ahead and look at this. So subs are still going to be about this much. I would say maybe, subs are probably a little bit larger depending. And obviously for each streamer, this is going to be different, but this is generally what I see. Sponsors become much larger in this next one, right? The reason why
Wait, all right, guys, welcome to the stream. Gonna get started here with a quick ad break. Okay, welcome back, guys. Before we get started with the game here, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and run some ads. Well, I don't think it's quite that bad, but from what you guys have told me, with everyone that you watch, it does appear as if I'm like one of the few people that don't run a lot of ads. It seems like every other streamer's fucking like streams are just add, a little bit of content, add, a little bit of content. So yeah, maybe maybe my ads are the only ads that's this fucking low, because I hate the fucking things.
Sponsors become larger is because it's easier to get them. So for example, I can get a sponsor, just for you guys, just to put it into perspective, I can get a sponsor to pay me to play a game that will make me more money than I would have made on Twitch entirely in that entire month. Yeah. Like just one sponsor.
50K
one
easy.
Sponsor, if it's the right game, if it's the right thing. And I'm not talking about, gambling with, aborted babies or something like this, right? I'm talking about an actual sponsor that's playing a legitimate game. It might be a mobile game. It might be something like this. But like what I'm saying is that, well, what I mean by that, look, guys, what I mean by that is it's not.
I mean, let me give you guys a quick real life example. I got an email 3 days ago from an NFT company that just came up with a new NFT marketplace and NFT game. They contacted me straight up. What they wanted from me was 30 seconds. 30 seconds at the beginning of the video where I just tell people about this. I don't have to share my opinion on it. I don't have to say it's good or bad. I just have to tell people about the new NFT marketplace. They were willing to pay me $1,500 for 30 seconds. Sponsorships make you a fuck ton of money if you take them. I, of course, replied to them saying, no, thank you. I would rather be poor than fucking take any NFT sponsorships. But yeah, sponsorships make you crazy money. Is in contract, the most big streamers, since he takes long breaks, has been a specific contract from ways back, so current ad stuff doesn't apply to him.
Not something that's like just horrible. okay? It's not like gambling. It's not, something bad. It's actually just people that, want you to play their game or, Raid Shadow.
Run the Weirdo, yes, you can, just don't become an affiliate. Do not become an affiliate. Don't look at the affiliate program as, oh my God, I'm going to be a fucking affiliate. I can't wait to be an affiliate. Do not become an affiliate. Affiliate is where people can start subbing to you. Until you have at least 100 viewers, your affiliate status is going to make very little, if any, money. Maybe 100, 105, maybe $110 a month eventually. There's no point in giving up your ability to stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time to take the $100 a month that affiliate status will give you.
Legends or something like this. And you see this happen, especially, there are some streamers, especially people on YouTube.
Clean, even then I wouldn't take it.
This. And so sponsors get even bigger because there's a lot of people that are able to make more money with sponsors. Because once you get to this size, you still have a small community that everybody's part of, but at the same time, you start making a lot more money from sponsors.
True.
Sponsors pay a ton of money, and there's a lot of streamers. I think that didn't Tally say this, that he made more money from his New World sponsorship than he had made on all of Twitch for the entirety of before the New World sponsorship. Do you guys remember this? Yeah, do you guys remember this? Like, I think that yes, he did say this.
They pay
so that puts it
money
into perspective, doesn't it? And so that's why it can be so much bigger. Well, good that the New World. Oh, it's always impossible to judge an alternative. What if they didn't do it and the game was even worse? So now let's look at a 20,000 viewer streamer, okay?
All right.
I'm not talking about somebody who's
getting
like 50,000, 30,000, like 80,000, 100,000 viewers, right? Like, at that point, it becomes even more this case, but you guys will see the trend that I'm making, okay? So this is going to be, oops, sorry. Let's see here. And let's go back over this way. And we're going to look first at donations. Donations are like this much at this point, right?
Okay.
Sponsors.
Sure, how you doing?
Depending on how many you take, can be this much.
Uh-huh.
Ads can be this much. So let's go ahead. We're gonna put the green in here as well, just so you guys can see how things evolve and what the size of everything really is. So let's go back over here. Subs. I think subs can even be smaller even. I think sponsors in many regards can even be bigger than that. And it depends on how many sponsors you take, of course, right? But this is just like a general trend. So This is where we're at. Do you like 50 candies? Well, it's like you're going to make even more. So as you can see, sponsors and ads become a larger portion.
I would say when you get to like the 50K to 100K viewership, I would say take the brown line and then take the blue line and probably fill the blue line in with the brown line. That's what you're looking at. Because imagine this, yeah? Someone like Towley playing New World would probably have gotten a sponsorship of let's say 25 to 30K, if not higher. Twitch sponsorships pay a hell of a lot better than YouTube sponsorships. So on YouTube, but people with the size of Ballular, for example, will easily get a sponsorship of anywhere from 20 to 25,000, even to $30,000 for a 45-second ad, 3 or 4 times a month. Yeah. On YouTube, that is much higher. If you have 2,000, 3,000 viewers per stream, people are willing to pay through the ass to get that game in front of your viewers. So you could probably look at close to maybe even 40K for a single ad, for a single sort of sponsorship. If you have 100,000 viewers, 50,000 to 100,000 viewers, how much money do you think sponsors are willing to pay you to play their game? At 100,000 viewers. Millions might be an overshoot. I don't think they would be willing to pay millions. But you could very easily look at it, like, if it's a big game from a AAA company, they could very easily drop anywhere from $200,000 to $1 million for you to play the game. if it's not, depending on what their sort of what their scope is and how many people they're actually trying to get into the game. I think $1 million would be a stretch. I think anything over $500,000 would be a stretch, because that's a lot of money to spend just like that. They probably wouldn't do that, but yeah. So a good example already would be something like Apex Legends and Doc. So when Dr. Disrespect got sponsored to play Apex Legends, the rumor mill suggests that he got almost $1 million to play Apex Legends. Why were they willing to drop $1 million on Dr. Disrespect playing Apex Legends? At the time, he was one of the largest streamers on Twitch. If you could get your game in front of, I think... So if you're at the size of Dr. Disrespect, if you're streaming for 50,000 to 75,000 people concurrently live on Twitch, you're looking at well over 5, 6, 7 million people ultimately watching the entirety of that stream. At some point, people coming in, spending an hour watching and leaving. And in terms of VODs, you're looking at 20 million plus people seeing the VOD. So you're not just paying for the person to play it live. You're also paying for all of the clips that's going to come out of that. Because usually that's what they'll say. We'll give you $1 million, but we want one full stream. We want 5 clips that goes onto YouTube, and the VOD needs to be up. So you end up making a crazy amount of money on sponsorships, and that's why a lot of the larger streamers don't really give a fuck about subs. If you've ever seen like the really large streamers, how often do you see them actually thanking people for subbing? Asmongold is actually one of the exceptions. Like Asmongold will every few minutes or so, he will thank people for subbing to the channel. But when you see larger streamers, how often do you see them just not even paying attention to the people subbing in chat? Lunaval, how you doing? Is it better to look for sponsors or wait for them to contact you? You could probably look for them. I just wait for them to contact me. I don't go out and ask anyone anything.
Of your audience and your revenue, and donations become smaller and smaller because donations don't scale as well as subscribers or ads or sponsors do. The reason why is because a lot of people that are donating to a...
Wait, who's talking about selling out there? Seems like Asman and Balila are selling out to Blizzard. Ramsky, it's not about selling out. It's... Myself, Balila, Asmongold have spent the last 6 months calling out Blizzard for their bullshit, fighting for Blizzard to do things better, to make things better. Now Blizzard seems to be doing it, and now the expectation is we should just fuck off. Like we've got what we wanted, now we should just leave. Well, we wanted the game to be better. It seems like the game is going the right direction. So why would you leave? Right? So that's not really, like, no one is selling out. No one is selling out. As far as I know, neither Balila nor Asmongold ever made the claim that they're done with WoW. In fact, I remember Asmongold specifically saying that he isn't done with WoW. I believe Asmongold actually straight up said that he is still playing WoW and he still likes WoW. He just thinks WoW is not great. And that WoW can be better. So there's no selling out. No one is selling out. I know I made the claim that I'm done with WoW. I'll own up to it. I did. I was very angry with World of Warcraft. And in anger, being emotional, I said, I'm fucking done with this game. Screw it. And then as time went on, I thought to myself, you know what? Let's see if we can actually, like, at least change it. Let's see if we can get it to a better place. So let's give criticism, see if the game can be better, and let's wait. If the next expansion goes the same route as Shadowlands, then I will be done. Like, that I can promise you. If the next expansion, if Dragonflight goes exactly the same direction as Shadowlands, I will be done. But I will absolutely, like, if it's good, why the fuck wouldn't I play it, you know?
stream. These are people who think that like, oh, I'm part of this community, I'm trying to help this guy who's smaller out. Nobody thinks I'm trying to help this guy out if they've got 20,000 viewers. So you don't have that sympathy level that gets people to donate money. That's just the way things go. So people get more donations whenever they're smaller streamers per capita, per person they have in their stream.
Yeah.
But overall, I think that this number generally...
Plus, you also have to remember that it's not just that it's not just the case that streamers are, or the YouTubers are selling out. You have to understand, I have an editor that needs to be paid, Alex, right? That's an employee that needs to be paid. Asmongold, I believe, has 2 editors that makes content on his behalf. Balyaler has an entire company that he set up. So at that point, it's no longer just a case of, you know what, fuck it. If you look at Balyaler, he's starting to hedge his bets. He's got a Final Fantasy channel or an MMO channel. He's got the Balyaler News channel. He's got the Balyaler channel. You know, so I'm doing the same thing. I've got the Clips channel. I've got the Reaction channel. I've got the Skeptic Org channel. I've got the Shorts channel. You know, you're hedging your bets. So basically, you're getting ready in case World of Warcraft sucks in the next expansion, that I can finally say, all right, you know, I'm out. That's it. I'm out. I don't want to keep doing this. There's no point in it. So, but right now, if I were to just walk away from World of Warcraft entirely, so I were to say, no, fuck, wow, I'm not covering it anymore. And I'm going to be honest about this. I wouldn't be able to pay Alex anymore. That's it. Alex would have to go find another job because I wouldn't make enough money. Not as things stand. I would make enough money for me, but I would almost certainly not make enough money for me and Alex. So you kind of have to also think about the people that you're employing that need to pay their houses, that need to buy food, that need to also, like, they're reliant on my decisions. So I can't just make decisions for me. I have to make decisions thinking about everything.
Stays much more relatively the same. Now, if you do TTS, like Forza and XQC does TTS, this number will probably be a little bit different. But I think if you're just talking base donations, where you're really making your money as a very big streamer is you're making it out of sponsors and you're making it out of ads. And because you're just serving ads to so many people that you can make a lot more money. So, what does this mean? What does it mean? Have you ever done TTS? Yes, unfortunately I have. Oh, what does this mean?
I
think that this is something that's not...
What is Asmongold's problem with TTS? I like TTS. It saves me having to read the message. Plus, it's a funny voice that reads the message, so it makes it more fun. Why is Asmongold so against TTS?
Really going to affect very big streamers. And also, like, if you're like one of the top streamers on the platform, you have different rules than everybody else. You have different contracts. You have different...
Yeah, I can see that. Because you don't always have a lot of control over what people post in text-to-speech. I get that.
Negotiations, you have different benefits, you have different rules. That's the way it goes. If you're the top in anything, that's the way it goes. You get treated differently because you are different. That's life. And so anyway, how is this going to affect me personally? Probably it won't at all. The fact is that if I wanted to make more money, I could just take a sponsor a month or something like that to make more money. It would be easy, and I wouldn't have to worry about it at all. So whenever I look at this,
Asmon doesn't
really
take
hurting?
A lot of sponsors.
Well,
interestingly
it's hurting
enough,
these guys right here. That's who it's really hurting. It's not hurting XQC. It's not hurting Myth.
I would, for the first time I think ever, actually disagree with Asmongold here. I think it hurts the 2,000 viewer Andys. I don't think any of this hurts the 200 viewer Andys. I already explained to you guys, as far as ads go, I don't make any money on ads. More importantly, the change that they're putting in is to move from 70% for partners to 50% for partners. That's already what I get. It's only once you become a preferred partner, and I don't know what those rules are. There are rules, like there's a certain amount of subs that you have to get every month, and you have to keep those sub numbers for a couple of months, and then you'll get like added to the preferred partner status, and that's when you'll get 70-30 splits. But right now, my split is 50-50. So it's not going to affect me at all. But this will hurt the 2,000 viewer Andys because they have the 70-30 split.
It's not hurting me. It's not hurting Hassan. It's not hurting Train. It's not hurting, Rubius. No, it's not hurting any of us. It's going to hurt the smaller content creators. And that's what sucks. Is like if don't smaller streamers already get 50%? Many smaller streamers have 70-30. And by smaller, I mean comparatively smaller. I'm talking like 2,000 to 5,000 viewer streamers.
Yeah,
like,
they would have
very
70,
big streamers.
30.
But like compared to 20,000 or 30,000, it's not as big. So like that's basically what ends up happening, right? And let's see if I can read these comments here. You can easily get it with an org. Yes, orgs usually have deals like that, and there's other cases as well. And no exclusivity mean you can stream on YouTube, Instagram, etc. Yes, it does. That's exactly what it means.
Yeah.
So yes, that's where we're at. And objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Okay. True. However, I mean, ask anybody, and I think this graph is pretty much what they would tell you that their breakdown is as well. So
similar.
Basically, what I'm trying to say here is that these changes do not really alienate top partner streamers. They do not alienate me. They do not alienate, anybody getting over 20,000 viewers. These are changes that are going to affect somebody who is getting 1,500 viewers. This is a guy
they're
maybe
basically
he's making.
What they're effectively going to do with this is they're going to break the ecosystem of Twitch. Because what makes Twitch successful is its ecosystem. It's one of the reasons. Do you guys remember when Mixer came around and everyone was jumping on Mixer, and Mixer was buying Ninja and Shroud, and they were making these massive moves to get all these massive streamers on board, and then it just failed. And the reason Mixer failed was there was no culture. There was no ecosystem. So once you finished watching Ninja, who do you watch? You don't know any of the other people on that platform. So who the fuck do you watch? Well, you go back to Twitch and you watch your 2,000 Andy streamer, your 5,000 Andy streamer, your 200 Andy streamer. You go back and you watch them because you also watch them on Twitch. You don't just watch Asmongold or just watch Ninja or just watch XQC. You watch a bunch of different people. And what Twitch is basically going to do with this is they're going to destroy that ecosystem. Because the 5,000 viewer Andys is going to leave. They're going to go to YouTube because it's just going to be easier there for them. The 200 viewer Andys are probably going to follow because their viewers are usually part of the 2,000 viewer Andys. So here's what I found, and you guys can tell me in chat if you think I'm right or wrong on this. A lot of the people that watch smaller content creators like myself watch because they don't like the very large 50k, 70k, 100k viewer Andys. Those are like the chat's too fast. There's no real interaction. It really is just not. You're not really watching. You're not really being able to control the stream or talk to the stream. It's just sort of fucking, and you just sort of sit there and watch. So a lot of people prefer to watch smaller creators so that they can actually chat and they can actually discuss the fucking hate. I fucking hate the speed of light chat. So, for a lot of people, that's sort of their reason for being here. So they will watch my stream and then go watch Towley's stream or maybe Preacher's stream because that's 2,000, 5,000 viewer Andy because the chat is still manageable, can still be watched. So what's going to end up happening is all of these, like the Preachers and the Towleys of the world, will leave the platform. They'll take their viewers with them. Suddenly, someone like myself will sit here and go, fuck, my viewership is down 50, 60% because my viewers have fucked off with Preach and Towley and they've discovered other people on YouTube. So then I leave, I go to YouTube because I'm going to go look for my viewers, right? Lavender Spray, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then what ends up happening is all you have are these 100K Andys, but now their viewers start going, wait, I have no one to watch here. So I guess I'm going to go to YouTube as well. Like, I'll come to Twitch whenever my streamer is streaming, but then I'm just going to go to YouTube for all the other streamers. And before you know it, they found people on YouTube to watch, and they're no longer watching the large 100K Andys. And then the 100K Andys eventually fuck off as well because their viewership is starting to suffer. So Twitch is effectively erasing their entire ecosystem with one move here.
80 grand a month, okay? He's making 80 grand a month, and then this happens. It might lower the amount of people on the website. He gets less subs out of it.
Meeks, yeah. Well, YouTube should never have pulled the plug on YouTube Gaming to begin with. Mostly what I do now. Well, there you go. I watch you, Xenosis, Vex, Asmund Preach, Zepla, Noble, Nixium, and Ruricon. Occasionally Pyro or Mr. Happy, but that's about it. Most of them are relatively small or medium streamers. Take Priest because for a lot of people, the reason they come to streams is for that personal connection. You want to say something and you want to know that there's a reasonable chance that the streamer will see what you say and will actually have a conversation with you. Isaac, I really appreciate that. Where you don't get that with very large streamers. So, for example, whenever I watch Asmongold, and I watch Asmongold a lot, I don't chat at all. I don't write shit in his chat. The only time I do chat to Asmongold is when Asmongold is streaming on Zackroar. Because there the chat is manageable. You can actually talk to him and he will see your chats and you'll be able to discuss something. But on his mainstream, what's the point? I'm going to be part of... Like, just take a look quickly at his chat here and tell me, what are the chances that your stream is going... Or your chat is going to be seen in all of this? Drayan, how you doing, bro?
Of it, and he makes less money, and he goes down from making, let's say, $80,000 a year to making $60,000 a year. Let me tell you something. If you are making $600,000 a year and you go to making $500,000 a year, it means basically fucking nothing. It doesn't matter because you hit the diminishing return. And unless you're spending all of your money constantly, which many people are not doing this, it's not going to make a difference.
True, Mike.
But there is a fucking a scientific trajectory, a scientific...
Oh, well, Odie, it's not hard. So it's a trick that I haven't learned because I didn't have to, but I did hear other streamers talk about it. It's actually not hard at all. So Twitch chat is basically built up as it will run and then it will stop for 5 seconds. This is not, you don't see this as chat. This is what I see. So if I'm going onto my chat, Twitch basically has a limit to the amount of messages that it will show, I think, in like a 5-second window. So if you reach that limit, chat will actually stop for a few seconds and then it will continue. So it basically gives you chat in like batches. You get chat, boom, boom, boom. So what happens is streamers will wait for that moment where it stops, read a message, and then the message is gone. So this is what you do if you really want to like see what people are doing. The reason I know this is what's his name? Fuck. He recently signed a contract with YouTube. He recently left Twitch to go to YouTube. He was like the king of subathons on Twitch. Ludwig, that's the one. Thank you, 10 Dips. Yes, Ludwig. So Ludwig actually created, he had his team create a plugin for YouTube chat that causes YouTube chat to do the same thing. Because YouTube chat just goes. It does not have a limit to the amount of messages that it can show in a second, right? Or in a 10-second window. So YouTube chat just fucks off. You can't read it. Even in slow mode, they can't read it. So he actually had his team create a plugin that every 10 seconds stops chat for 5 seconds before chat goes again so that he can read chat in those windows. That's where I found out about it.
Scientific measurement that money does make you happier.
Who is
up
that?
To about 100 to 100.
Ludwig is like the poster boy for Twitch. He made so much money for Twitch with these subathons and stuff.
$120,000 a year. Of course, besides San Francisco, we can go up to $500,000 in that regard. But in many places, I think this is a general trend. Your lifestyle whenever you're making $60,000 a year is different than your lifestyle whenever you're making $80,000 a year. And then 80,000 versus 100,000. Have any of you guys been in this position? I know a lot of you guys that have fucking jobs and shit like this, right? Yeah, you guys have been in this position, right? So this, and maybe for some of you that are younger, right, haven't really done as much, you've gone from maybe 20 to 40, right? Or 20 to 30. Going from making $20,000 a year to 30.
There's a name for this. It's something curve. That there is an actual concept that speaks to this, where the jump between 50K and 100K is massive in terms of the effect that it has on your life. It's something called the happiness something. So it basically tracks the amount of money that you make in a year and the happiness factor that is applied to it. So how much happier you are with the amount of money that you get. And it actually it zeroes out at, it's actually not that much. It zeroes out at around, I think, $400,000 a year. So by the time you make $400,000 a year, you are as happy and as well taken care of as you can possibly be. Now, that happiness, by the way, does not refer to happiness as in, oh my God, I'm not depressed at all. It means basically fulfillment. Yes, it's the fulfillment curve. So by the time you reach $400,000 a year, that is the happiest and most fulfilled you will ever be. Anything over that does nothing. It doesn't change shit. You can make 800,000 or $1 million a year. You basically feel the exact same as when you got 400,000, because there's anything that you can buy with $400,000 a year, you can buy with $1 million a year, and vice versa. So there's no increase in happiness beyond that point.
Is fucking insane. It goes from getting by to actually being able to get ahead. You can stop trying to stop trying to pay your bills on the back foot. You can usually be able to pay things and make some money. Now, obviously, $30,000 a year fucking sucks dick. It absolutely sucks dick. And I think people that are working on that level are probably either working part-time or getting taken advantage of by whoever they're working for. However, there's a lot of people out there who that's the case. So this happens.
Wait, $30,000 a year is good money, no? How is $30,000 not decent money? That's 2,000 something a month. That's effectively what I make. Most months, that's what I make. It's just barely above pottery, you say, Mike. 30,000 is barely above pottery. I can see that. Depends on living cost, I think. 30K in the US is below the poverty line. In South Africa, it's pretty decent. You know, I don't live, I can't go out and buy whatever the fuck I want, right? But I can pay my rent. I can buy food, you know. So, yeah, I would say it's decent. I wouldn't be able to go on holiday or some shit like that. That would be too expensive for me. But luckily, I don't go on holiday, you know, so it's not really, I don't lose much because of it. My uncle did a lung check or whatever and costed him 30K. Jesus.
Happens in, I think, many regards. And those are the people that are really going to get hurt. You're talking about the streamer that gets, the streamer that gets 700 viewers and they're able to make $35,000 a year. And now this change takes them down to 27.
Roy, I would never do that.
That's fucking big. That's like the equivalent of, you are changing, that changes your life. That changes your life more than going from 600,000 down to, 500,000 or 400,000.
Okay.
It's absolutely massive. Make 110 a year, so life is good, I'm happy? Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of you guys. I know there's a lot of you guys, most of my viewers are older, right? So a lot of you guys have graduated college, and some of you actually have, actual jobs, right? Not
Yeah, and all of my viewers are the ones who haven't graduated college and who don't have a fucking job. I love it. I love it. I should change my stream so that I can get all the rich fucks in my stream. And an 30K is not much. I'm from Europe, Wick. 30 would change lives, but it is what it is. Degenerates, remember? Shamanita, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, I love the fact that I have, like, the most degenerate chat on Twitch, but it just so happens that degenerates are not only not welcome in any other chat on Twitch, they also don't get to hold the job down because they're degenerate little fucks. I'm very proud of you guys, by the way.
Fucking chilling all day, but there are a lot of you guys that have actual jobs and chill all day anyway.
Chill the fuck out, guys. I'm making a joke. Don't get offended. Just take the joke. Take the joke. I realize some of you are wiping your ass with money, and that's great. But the joke wouldn't work if I said, yeah, my chat is basically like every other chat on the planet. Some have money, some are broke. That's not a joke. That doesn't do shit. The only way I could give you guys shit is if we pretend like all of you are fucking dirt poor. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So chill the fuck out.
Watch the fucking show. And so what I'm saying here is that, yeah, this happens a lot. Now, what is the solution to this? Is Twitch making the right decision here?
No.
I honestly don't know. And in my opinion, I think that the rev split, like, I would hate to lose 70% because, like, it's not like I don't care about money at all, right? I don't spend my money, but, like, I invest all my money. I want to have money, right? Of course, like, I wouldn't want to lose 20% of the revenue that I'm making on the ads, right? Or sorry, on my subs. Of course, I wouldn't want that. Why would I want that?
No one wants to lose money, sure.
I think it would be better to make sure that this threshold doesn't happen and people are still able to make a living on the website.
There you go, Nandy.
Because I think right now, one of the reasons why Twitch is so popular and one of the reasons why people stream on Twitch is because it's easier to make money on the platform. It's literally that simple.
I'd say that. I'd say that's
It's easier to make money on the platform than it is on YouTube.
YouTube is very difficult because we've spoken about this before. The culture on YouTube is different. So the culture on YouTube, sadly, because YouTube didn't start off as a streaming platform, I don't know if you guys remember, way back in the day when Justin TV was still a thing, right? So before Twitch became Twitch, it was Justin TV. And for the longest time on Justin TV, there was no such thing as sub. The only way streamers made money was through donations. So back then already, a culture started developing where if you want your streamer to continue streaming, you have to pay them. Otherwise, they can't continue streaming, right? YouTube is the complete opposite. For the longest time, there was no way for viewers to give content creators money on Twitch. You were watching content for free. That's what YouTube is all about. So what ended up happening is, whenever you stream on YouTube, most viewers don't look at it as, hey, this is a job. The guy is streaming, he's entertaining me, I should pay him. Most viewers look at it as, hey, look at this guy, he's streaming, holy shit, free entertainment. So if you start on YouTube, it can take a long time before, and I hate using this word, but it is literally what it is, to train your viewers to look at this as, you guys watch, pay, I stream. That's the deal. You have to physically... I've watched a few videos of people making the switch from Twitch to YouTube, and all of them say the same thing. You have to slowly but surely train your audience that, hey, it is okay to pay for the content. You don't just have to watch it free.
More monetization options.
So yeah.
So like on Twitch,
I can see why a lot of people want to stick to
this,
Twitch.
Right? Yeah, we'll just do MS Paint. So you've got... this is just different ways you can make money, right? YouTube... and then we're going to look at Twitch, right? So for each one of these on YouTube, you've got, let's say, subs. And let's see what else besides this. Subs as well.
Yeah.
Actually, let me memberships. Yeah, I think it's called memberships on YouTube. So let me make...
Say from what, Nandy Dandy?
Make sure that I get rid of that because that's actually kind of wrong. So memberships, you've also got ads. So we'll talk about that. Ads, and then also gifted subs. Donation culture.
Yep.
There's just more of a culture on Twitch that's built around donating to streamers. This is just the truth. Also, you've got bits as well, and bounty board. All of these things are things that the super chats. Yep, you got super chats. Yep, super chats. That's as well. That definitely matters. And YouTube does have super chats. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I forgot about that. And Twitch Prime, a massive one.
Twitch Prime is actually, I think, the biggest one. Is Twitch Prime. So many people sub with their Twitch Prime because so many people have Twitch Prime just automatically, and YouTube has nothing like that.
So if you look here, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go to make money? Well, you want to go to Twitch because Twitch has more ways that you can make money. And also Twitch has other incentives and inducements to donating and supporting a streamer, such as Hype Train.
So, yeah, like I said, while we were watching this video, I think this was before you came in, but I'm in the fortunate position where I actually disagreed with Asmongold because Asmongold said it's going to hurt the 200 viewer Andys and the 2,000 viewer Andys, and saying this change from Twitch will not hurt me because it's the same as I'm already getting, you know, so it does not affect me one bit. My money isn't going to get more or less because of this change. It's going to hurt the relatively larger but not yet large enough crowd a lot more.
And such as these other like things like hype trends and like drops, etc. Yeah, drops and drops. Yes, drops are
make
incredible
so much
for viewership,
money, dude.
Right? People's viewership goes up massively. Like I had way more viewers whenever I was playing Lost Ark, and a big reason for that, obviously, people like the game, but the big reason for that was drops. If I have
Farika, what's the best way to get money from your wallet to mine? Give it to me. No, I don't know, dude. Whichever way you want, I'm not really bothered. I usually tell people, look, support in the best way that you feel you're being served as. So if that is through Twitch, because you get access to the emotes and you're part of the group, do that through Twitch. If you're asking me specifics in terms of like where do I get the most money out of it, I would say Patreon is probably the first thing because Patreon only takes 2%, I think, 1%, 2%, something like that. Then it's PayPal takes like 2%, Patreon takes 5%. So Patreon is probably the best place to quote unquote sub. YouTube takes 30%, and then Twitch takes 50%. But I don't give a fuck about that. Because at the end of the day, it's more important to me that if you want to support, if you don't want to support, that's fine too. Just you being here and hanging out and chatting is really all I give a fuck about at the end of the day. But if you really want to support and you want to find a way to support, the best way to do it is to just do whatever you like most. So if you come to Twitch more often, then support here, you know? That's all I care about, is the people, if they want to support where they feel they get the most out of that support.
Drops, it's going to make me get way more viewers. That's what it is. You get raids, that helps. Yeah, hosts and raids too.
Well, I'll pop
I'm talking about ways that you directly make money. Hosts and raids relies on you playing. That relies on somebody helping you. You know what I mean? Like that's. I wouldn't really put that as a value add for Twitch because it's very individual based. And then like you could say YouTube collaborations. I think that we start moving into.
Anfield, thank you so much for stealing something. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you.
To like something that's more abstract. So
there is
I
no
think right here is
OnlyFans.
more
What
fair.
the fuck?
It's easier if mine streamers on Twitch as well. Yeah, but like, and all that leads into these different ways that you make money. Really cool to have this conversation with Devin Nash. Listen, if Devin ever wants to sit down and talk about Twitch and where he thinks it's going, I like Devin a lot. I respect him a lot. I'd be
Devin
really
is
curious
so
to do that. I
fucking
think
good
that'd
at
be
this
great.
shit.
I'd love to do that. And so, emote meme culture. Twitch feels more community-based. YouTube feels more individual. It does. And Twitch has a very big community. And it has a very strong community. And my argument is that is a double-edged sword. Because people go on to Twitch, and this is what happened on the Aiden Ross days. Whenever Aiden Ross came on to Twitch, and what happened with him is he started streaming.
Who the hell
and,
is
like,
Aiden
he had
Ross?
all these W viewers. People were like, "Who the fuck is this?" And like these people, the W viewers, never really integrated into Twitch culture. And not only did they not integrate into Twitch culture, but they were memed on by Twitch culture.
Who the hell is that?
That makes the community more exclusive. It makes it, and not in a good way. Not, oh, wow, I'm part of this exclusive club. No, like exclusive, focusing on the core word exclude.
Oh, right. Yeah, I have no idea who that is.
People because these people are not part of their culture. This is not healthy for a website to do. This is not healthy for a community to have. Whenever you have people that are being pushed away from the platform because they don't understand how many times Emily faked cancer. There are so many memes, and there's so much like background knowledge that you have to know in order to be a Twitch viewer, that it becomes a large investment of time. And becoming a Twitch viewer is something that takes so much more time than being a YouTube viewer. So the barrier to entry is much higher. You have to download extensions. You have to do all this other stuff. You see what I'm saying? Like how you see how this kind of stuff creeps up and it becomes harder for people to get into the platform?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys see kind of where I'm saying actual learning curve. Yeah, it's like a video game. It's like an MMO. And so that's what happens.
When he himself does not stand up for it.
I really hope that this doesn't keep happening. That's what I'm very concerned about.
Does not stand up for what, Nandy? For Twitch culture. I do think Asmongold does have a point here. The problem with Twitch is it's such a closed community. You know, so I'll give you guys a good example. Whenever I go on YouTube and during the live streams, I'll say Poggers or Monka S or something, something to that effect. There'll undoubtedly be people in chat that goes, well, fuck does that mean? Dude, what is Poggers? What is that? And because they're not part of the Twitch community, they don't know these things. So if you're a brand new viewer that's never been on Twitch and you come into someone's chat and you see the emotes flying around, and the emotes immediately make sense to everyone else. So as soon as we see the emote, we know exactly what that means. When you see the kappa emote, you know exactly what that means. You know exactly what that changes in the sentence structure and everything. It can make it really fucking difficult for a new viewer to actually feel like they're a part of something. Because to them, none of this makes fucking sense.
And
Chris, how you doing, bro?
One thing Twitch needs to do is they need to integrate more BTTV. They need to make it to where everybody can see the emotes, regardless if they have the extension. They need to work with these companies and make sure that they have them in there. Because these things are necessary, and people have such a drastic experience. It's so much different. Like, it's just a lot of things Twitch needs to do. I think Twitch is becoming complacent.
Yes.
Twitch is becoming complacent, and I think that is a bad thing for the website.
Actually, I don't think it's complacency. I think you have a bunch of suits at Amazon that does not understand Twitch culture. They don't understand how streaming is supposed to make money. Do you think Jeff Bezos spends his afternoons watching Twitch content? No. Do you think Jeff Bezos plays video games? No. So you have a bunch of people in suits, right, making decisions based on something they have no fucking clue how it works. Twitch is a business. They want to make money. They understand that if you sell a product on Amazon, you want to make 30% profit on that product. That's what they understand. So they're looking at Twitch and they're going, wait a second, why the hell are we not getting 30% fucking profits here? Where are our profits? Well, clearly, we have to monetize our platform better. So they've been trying this for a while now with different things. Clumsy, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. For a while now, Twitch have been trying this in various different ways. I don't know if you guys remember the whole where you could basically buy your favorite streamer some impressions. So they sort of wanted to roll it out. They tested it where people could pay $5 and then Twitch would actually give the streamer like 1,000 impressions. So it would go to 1,000 random people on the platform and make sure that they see the streamers live. So you could basically pay for your streamer to be on the front page. That's basically what it is. So Twitch is stuck in this mindset of we need to make money, and we need to make money out of the viewers of Twitch. The issue is that's a limited supply, right? It's a limited supply because your viewers only have that much money to give before they no longer want to or can give money. So the answer is ads. And now Twitch is going, like, Twitch have finally realized the answer is ads, but they still don't understand the core concept of streaming. So they're saying, put the ads on the streams. The viewers are saying, we don't want the fucking ads on the streams. We don't like the ads on the streams. The suits are going, why not? It's an ad. You must be used to an ad. What the fuck? Alpin, by the way, thank you so much for continuing the sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome officially to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Twitch is just basically making the lives of viewers miserable whilst trying to get to a place of profit. It's not a case of being complacent. It is a case of not understanding the underlying business that you own. That's it. You do not understand this business, and therefore this business will never truly be successful.
I think that being complacent and getting lazy and thinking that you have a monopoly and that it will never change is something that is the first act in a Greek tragedy. Okay, that is the first act.
I really appreciate
that. That is the pride before the fall. So I'm going to look at what Hassan said about this. When I negotiated my contract, I knew this was coming and wanted to lock in 1 minute of ads per hour. This ad density is the lowest out of top streamers. Hassan is right about this. Most streamers have to run. There are some streamers, this sounds crazy. There are some streamers that have to run 6 minutes of ads. They're required in their contract to run 6 minutes of ads.
Jesus.
Twitch still served pre-rolls because it wasn't 3 minutes. Love Twitch, but it seems like they're moving away from content creators to fix their profits. I think that's exactly what's happening.
Yep.
And the thing is that
True.
You don't really have a lot of success cases on YouTube. You don't. And I would argue that at the beginning, until Ice Poseidon, until Horseshoe Bay, I would argue that Ice Poseidon was a massive success case for YouTube. I think Ice Poseidon grew substantially more on YouTube than he did on Twitch. And that was something that happened a lot. And the only...
So the reason companies care about ads is ads scale linearly. Like it's a progressive scale, or not a progressive scale. It's an exponential scale. There's no end to the amount of money that you can make with ads, because there's always going to be companies that want to advertise, and there's always going to be people that can see those ads. I think the problem that we have in modern day society is, as we said with the Twitch people, we have a bunch of people that's running content that do not understand the new culture. People are moving away from TV specifically because we don't want 2 minutes of ads every single fucking 15 minutes, right? I want my whole back. How you doing, brother? Thanks for the friends from chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, well, I have the standard contract that you sign whenever you become a partner, but I don't have like a negotiated contract or any shit like that. That only happens when you're 10K plus Andy. Like small Andy's not going to get a negotiated contract with Twitch. So the other problem here is you sit with ad companies that do not understand modern day culture. If you had ads that were truly funny and enjoyable, I'll give you guys an example of how you could do ads and actually have people enjoy it. Go out to content creators and ask them to record a 30-second ad for your product and make it funny. And have that be the ad that you run on YouTube. That way you see content creators that you care about talking about a product and you go, oh my God, this is so funny. This is really cool. The issue is we still have old school ads, so ads that have celebrities in them and fucking TV stars in them, and sometimes just ad actors in them, which is like the worst ads ever. The ads are boring and horrible to fucking watch. There's no personality behind the ad, and yet it's being plastered all over the place. Like the other day, myself and Alex were actually talking about this. We take every single video that we make, we place the ads manually on the video. And the reason we do this is if you leave YouTube to fucking run the ads, YouTube will take a 12-minute video and it will put 10 ads into that 12-minute video. Like every single moment that you're not talking, so if you're not making noise at that very moment, it will place an ad there. So your viewers will basically watch 30 seconds and then an ad, 30 seconds and an ad, 30 seconds and a fucking ad. So you have to physically place the ads so that people get maybe 2 ads in a 12-minute video rather than fucking 10. Because not even YouTube understands that the culture right now is people don't want this. If you're gonna give them ads, let content creators make the ads, keep it short, keep it sweet, make it funny. Someone like Internet Historian, Angry Cupcake, thank you so much for the first time chat, really appreciate that. And you are correct. Internet Historian's ads are fucking hilarious. If you go to someone like Internet Historian and you tell him, hey, we want to pay you for a sponsorship, but we want to pay you extra, so we'll give you $200,000 if you make an ad spot for our product, but allow us to use that ad then across YouTube. So we'll pay you $200,000. First of all, it's going to be cheaper than what most companies are already paying for ads, because $200,000 for someone like Internet Historian is actually a lot of money. Most ads run a couple of $1 million at least to run the ad. It's going to be cheaper. You're going to get better ads, and you're actually going to get people who watch the ad because they also happen to watch Internet Historian.
The only reason that Ice didn't continue growing on YouTube is because of Ice. Like, he fucked himself up. Like, that, he did. He owned gold. He owned gold. And he did it again with the crypto thing. And that's just what happens. So, like, yeah, he did incredibly well. Also, you have somebody like Speed. I think Speed is a great example of this. Speed got banned on Twitch. He moved over to YouTube. The guy's got 6 to 7 million subscribers now. And he's only been making content for a couple of years, maybe. So, that's way more than he would have ever gotten on Twitch. So, I don't think that this is a monopoly that Twitch stands to hold on.
We spoke about that already, but I would argue anywhere from 100,000 to even higher, depending on the game, obviously. Because if it's an indie game, it's going to be much less. But if it's like a AAA game, you could easily see 100,000 plus, up to 1 million for some content creators, depending on what the deal is.
Doc, I think Doc is getting about the same as he was getting before, and he's probably making less money on Twitch, or sorry, on YouTube. And the reason why Doc is making less money is because YouTube is behind Twitch and incentivizing, having profit incentives for people to stream on their platform. They are very...
But there is an interesting thing there, though. I was watching a Destiny stream. Do you guys know who Destiny is? When are you coming to Texas, bud? Whenever I have the money for it. I don't know if you guys know who Destiny is, but I was watching a Destiny stream and someone asked him, so would you ever take another not the game, no, Destiny the streamer, like basically the grandfather of streaming on Twitch. Like Destiny effectively made Twitch what it is. One of the OG streamers of Twitch. He's like into the debate meta and the fucking political meta and shit like that nowadays. But anyways, I was watching one of his streams and someone asked him, would you come back to Twitch if they offered you full partnership again? And he said, no. I am making so much money on YouTube. Why the fuck would I come to Twitch? Because he basically dual streams. He streams to Twitch and to YouTube. Twitch is just affiliate. He's not even affiliate, I believe, on Twitch. Twitch unpartnered him. So he doesn't have sub options on Twitch, I don't think. But he dual streams. And he says he makes so much money on YouTube, there's just no fucking way. So I do think it sort of goes... some content creators are actually making crap tons of money on YouTube.
Very, very far behind Twitch. How come you don't have to run ads in midstream? The reason why I don't have to run ads in midstream is because my partner contract... So a lot of people, like Hassan has a partner contract where they pay him a bunch of money and then like he has to stream and run ads. They wouldn't give me one of these contracts. I'm like probably the only person that doesn't have one. Like I think almost all of the other big streamers have it. I don't have one. The reason why I don't have one, there's a couple of reasons. Number one, I take breaks, and number two, I've spoken, out a lot about the company, and I've criticized them a lot, and so they were not happy about that. So those were the reasons why it didn't happen. So Soda has one, I think. I'm not sure though, but I think a lot of people do. Only thing good on YouTube is scheduled upcoming streams and 4K and limited bitrate streams. Yeah, I think so. So a lot of people have that brand risk. Well, no, it's like I would rather. Here's really what it comes down to. If I had to choose between having to run 3 minutes of ads a day on Twitch and getting, I don't know, $1 million, I would rather just not do it. Like if I could get $1 million to running 3 minutes of ads an hour on Twitch, I would just not do it.
Yeah, I would prefer, even if Twitch came to me, and I'm a nobody, right? I don't make a lot of money on Twitch at all. But even if Twitch came to me and said, look, we'll pay you $200 per month. $200 is a lot. It's like a third of what I earn on Twitch anyways, right? So comparatively, if they gave me $1 million, you guys would be watching ads like full time. I would be hitting this little ad button the whole fucking time for $1 million. No, if they gave me $200, I would still prefer not to fucking run ads. Like, given the option, I would just never run an ad on the stream because I feel like it's not how live streaming is supposed to work. Why would you run ads in a live stream? What's the fucking point? You know what I do need to do? I do need to run 3 minutes of ads now because I need to piss and I need coffee. So I'm going to be right back. Go stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Go fucking stretch. Because we've been here for 3 hours. How much you make approximately? No, I don't know how much I make per hitting the fucking button. But, it is what it is. I only run the ads whenever I go piss. So, Voicey TV, how you doing, brother? Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Just going to grab water, grab coffee, piss, and then I'll be back. All right? See you guys in a second. All right, bastards. It's been 12 years, you're certain? Are you fucking sure about that? 12 years seems a little bit fucking far-fetched, bro. I've been gone for 12 years. That's interesting. He's milking the cow. Who made the sauce? What sauce? Yeah, sorry about that, guys. For some reason, the water took forever to fucking boil. I genuinely have no idea why. But, you know, here we are. It is what it is. Actually, I know exactly why. It's cold as fucking shit here, so... water is taking a while to boil. You have children? Congratulations! How old are they, Ren? It's been so long. My grandpa Evans gave me this account. Alright. You know what, chat? Fuck you. I can see how long I was away for, by the way. And it was just over 10 minutes. Just over 10 minutes. 2 days from May and it's still snowing here? Wait, how's it 2 days? It's only 30 days this year. Or this month. Well, I guess technically we are still in Friday, although it is already like 7:30 here, so technically speaking. How did I get an ad now? Wait, you're subbed. You shouldn't get ads anyways, Meeks. There should be no chance for ads for anyone that's subbed to the channel. Ever. You guys are weird, you know that? I mean, I love you guys, but you're fucking weird. Yeah, well, I know that's why you're here. I'm just saying. I don't think any other streamer has to put up with this much shit from their chat. It is a good thing. I would not be entertained if it wasn't for you fucks. Just to answer the question here, Alpin, because you did ask an anything question. The answer is, would I try Facebook streaming? The answer is no. I know nothing about creating content on Facebook, so I wouldn't step into a world that I have no knowledge of. I don't know what thumbnails work for Facebook. I don't know what type of content, like what is the best format for the content. Should it be mobile friendly? Should it be desktop friendly? I know none of that. So for me, there's just no chance that I would ever stream or create content for Facebook. There is shit from East chat. That's true. That is true. Maybe that is just a streamer thing, you know? But no. Personally, I'm happy with Twitch. The only move I would probably ever make is leaving Twitch for YouTube. That's a move that I can see in my future at some point. You know, if Twitch keeps doing the shit that they're doing and it keeps going the direction that it's going, I may eventually go, you know what, fuck it. Let's move over to YouTube and start streaming there. But it would be reliant on Twitch making a couple of YouTube making a couple of changes. It would have to be a better chat experience for people. And it would probably also happen when I start seeing a lot of my community preferring the YouTube streams over the Twitch streams. Otherwise, I'm perfectly happy where I am now, you know? I like streaming on Twitch. It's fun. What wig, Vitex? I don't even know what you're talking about. What did he have a wig? Was he supposed to have a wig? I missed the Sunday Chill show with Apocalypse. He made your stream better. Isaac, he's on every single Patreon stream. The Night Elf wig. I didn't even know that he was getting the Night Elf wig, so no idea. I have no idea.
Is the Josh Strive Sage channel fan-made or official?
No, wait, I want to see something here. Because there is actually a video that we have to watch again. It was requested yesterday already, and we couldn't watch it yesterday because we were interrupted. Wasn't that the Bota Dice wig? Not forced in the top chat over live would be a big move for YouTube stream. Not forced into top... Oh, yeah. That would immediately be a good thing. But, I mean, that's still something that you could actually... You can at least change it with a single button, Apocalypse, but... We have to sort of focus more on, like, just chat experience for viewers. You weren't here when I was asking this, but... Why is it that chat feels so horrible on YouTube and not... Like, what's the difference? Because technically, there shouldn't be that big of a gap, but it feels like it's a massive gap. Jetlag, I mean, the reason it's so much nice... So the last 3 Patreon streams... like the last 3 live crafts have been myself, Apocalypse, Morny, and 2 of them were Andy as well. The reason I like streaming with more people during those is because not everyone's going to agree with everything, you know? Not every take is going to be a good take, but it's nice to get different takes because you get a different idea of where everyone in the community sort of sits with things like that. So it just makes it more fun all around. What I mean, for the chat experience, it's being in top over live is a big reason chat feels shit there. You are not seeing chat in real time in top. Do viewers also get top chat instead of live chat? When is Wrath coming out on Classic? I mean, Wrath is probably coming in the next few months. I would say 3-4 months, maybe. Run the Weirdo, you're welcome to spew whatever bullshit you want to spew, bro. You want to jump into Discord? We can have a discussion about bad takes. The comments, top of the newest. Jesus, okay, then never mind, Apocalypse. That is a weird decision to make. Just cut people away from every single message. How do you even decide top chats in a live stream? I can understand how you do it on a YouTube video, you know, top over newest, depending on how many likes a comment got. But no one likes a live stream message, so who decides what is a top message versus what is just a random message and your message shouldn't be shown? That makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Absolute peak stupidity there. I thought it was only, like, us, the moderators and the streamer, that had to struggle with top chat and live chat. With Brain for Wrath? Botweiler, how you doing, brother? Am I gonna play Wrath? Does that answer it? I don't know. I have no real interest in playing Wrath. I played Wrath when it was out. I love that expansion. I might give it a go, but I'm probably not going to play very high level. The only thing that I'm looking forward to in Wrath would be ICC, to raid ICC again. But that would mean that I have to trudge through all of the other bullshit in order to get to ICC. And it's not that the other things weren't really cool, it's just that the only thing I'm really looking forward to is ICC. Well, it was so good. I mean, I'm not denying that. I remember going into ICC, all you did for AoE was spam Seed of Corruption. Back then, Seed of Corruption would explode whenever you applied another Seed of Corruption. The cast time for Seed of Corruption was basically like 1.1 second cast time. So you were effectively just spamming Seed of Corruption. It explodes, does monstrous amounts of damage. Good times all around. Jetlag, yes, I would. In fact, I actually have a theory about Classic WoW. So if you remember back to what when Asmongold asked Ian, what are your plans? Patilin, how you doing? What are your plans for, Classic? So after Wrath, what are you going to do? Ian made a couple of mentions there of things that they will leave it up to the community to decide, but it is something that they're looking at. Ian said, one of the options would be, would you like to see the story continue from there? Would you like new stories from Wrath? And my speculation brain started tingling, like it does. And I thought, what if Blizzard is hedging their bets? So what if Blizzard is looking at the success of Classic and they're saying, okay, we have a chance with Dragonflight to save everything and get many people back and everyone's going to be happy. But what if we fail? What if Dragonflight does not deliver the experience that we were hoping for? It doesn't bring all those players back. What if the mistakes of the past, so the mistakes that we have made for such a long time over the course of many, many expansions, what if those mistakes end up costing us? Yes, please say your shit, so we can ignore BFA and Slans. Apocalypse, that's literally where my mind went. So after Dragonflight, let's imagine it is a failure. They launch the next expansion, because obviously they've already started working on that. But only this time around, that is their final sort of current retail expansion. Instead, they start focusing on the expansion that will follow Wrath, but will not be Cataclysm. So a brand new sort of storyline, basically an alternative World of Warcraft. So it takes the story in a whole new direction. Retail is still there. You can still play retail, and the next expansion after Dragonflight is still there. But now you have this new version of World of Warcraft going off in its own direction. How would people feel about that? Yeah, kind of like a soft reboot, if you will. Kicklol, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Would starting WoW 2 be easier? No, because WoW 2 would be the risk of a WoW 2 does not outweigh the rewards in this instance. So let's think about this logically. You have WoW 2 that will undoubtedly bring some players back. It might even bring new players in. But WoW 2 also risks losing a lot of players, because a lot of players will lose their mounts, lose their achievements, lose all of their progress. Everything that they've done up until now will be lost as a result of WoW 2 being announced. So you have this, we may get new players with WoW 2, but we're almost guaranteed to lose a lot of our current players. So the risk is too high. You're not guaranteed to bring new players into WoW, but you are guaranteed to lose players thanks to WoW 2. So it just becomes way too a risky move from a business perspective. From a cool perspective, yeah, would love it. And it would actually be easier. If we're purely talking about the ability to do it, then absolutely it makes life a lot easier. You basically scrap the whole system, learn from all of your mistakes, and do a brand new game. But you don't know, you have no guarantee that that is actually going to work. Misha with puppies, thank you for the Prime Sub, really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What sword? The sword, by the way, the jokes that they keep making about the sword suggest to me that they're going to do something with that sword, and probably soon-ish. That's why they don't want to tell us. Ian Azikostas made the exact same jokes whenever people asked him about old gods in BFA. Whenever someone would ask him, so BFA, old gods, Ian would go, there are no old gods in BFA. What old gods? I think they have some kind of plan, but they're not telling us. Kickall, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, I think you are... I think Blizzard might go down the road of an alternative WoW from Classic onwards. So more like a Classic Plus experience, where they keep the experience very, very similar to what it was in Classic, only adding on to it. You know, new stories, new worlds, new dungeons, raids, and stuff like that. But it sticks to that sort of core fantasy of what a Classic playstyle would be. Without the sort of mess that Cataclysm created, without the bloat of Warlords of Draenor, without the borrowed power systems of Legion, Shadowlands, and BFA. You have this long list of lessons that you've learned that you can now look at and say, right, never do any of those things ever again. I think it might also have something to do with the community researcher they hired, who literally just went on Reddit. Apocalypse, yeah, but this is what Blizzard does, right? We're listening, and they basically just needed to, like, Ian didn't need to form a community council. They didn't need a community council. All they had to do was read Reddit every day and maybe go on the forums once or twice a week. And the community council will have been completely unnecessary. Ironically, if they do the soft reboot with Classic, it would give them a chance to make a proper MSQ storyline. Truth. So fucking true. And I think there's a lot of people that want a similar sort of MSQ feel with World of Warcraft. Something like a main story quest line. I think a lot of people want that. Schmoofus, thank you for doing something. Really appreciate that. 10 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If not going on to Kata after Wrath, where would the story go in theory after Wrath of the Lich King? Well, you could, like, I mean, just based on what we already have, you know, you have all of the old god stories that can still be followed through with. You still have the Burning Legion. Their story can technically continue. You have so many individual stories on Azeroth that you could deal with. You have the giant story that was introduced in Wrath of the Lich King, you know, the ice giants. You could take that story and create sort of a new story from that, with an expansion filled with ice giants and the like. You could do Dragonflight effectively, but in a Wrath setting. You could go literally right back to the sort of the Argent Dawn, the light, the light expansion, because that was also a very, very prominent introduction. So there's so much that you can do. Odin's storyline, the Titan storyline. We had all those Titans in Ulduar and in Storm Peaks that you could absolutely form an expansion around Titan Keepers and the like. You have the Twilight Cultists that you could focus on. So there really is a lot of story hooks in Wrath that you could pull forward into a new expansion, into more stories. Absolutely. Like, so much. These possible efforts, as is tradition. Yeah, I mean, it is what Blizzard does, you know? I wouldn't judge them too harshly for that. It is what they do. Anyways, the video that was suggested to me yesterday that I feel like we have to fucking watch is Josh on World of Warcraft and Dragonflight. So let's quickly hear what Josh and Calum has to say about World of Warcraft and Dragonflight. I have no idea what the tone of this video is going to be, what the discussion is.
You'll know more.
No idea.
Callum, you'll know more about
Yes.
this than I will. World of Warcraft's latest expansion, is it Dragonflight?
Yeah.
Gotcha. The one where they looked at Guild Wars 2 and went, that's a pretty good mount system.
Yeah.
Let's take that. Talk me through Dragonflight.
It has been the best and worst thing that's happened to me this week. Best thing because it looks like they have actually taken like valid criticism of all their systems, and they've gone through and thought, you know what, the players actually know what they're on about. We'll bring back the old talent system because it's what everybody wanted, and this is the main issue that people have had with WoW. They call it the borrowed power system, where the best example is they dig a hole with an expansion, and then at the end of the expansion they fill it back in before digging the next hole. So they give you this power, then you forfeit it at the end of the expansion, then you regain it again over and over. And they've said that they want to go back to vanilla, where your progress through multiple expansions feels meaningful and like compounding from every decision you make, which is
A short way of saying we want to get back to an RPG feel at some point.
Brilliant. That's the purpose of the RPG element, right?
Yeah, borrowed power, parasitic design. Some people call it content islands. So here's a perfect example. Was it in Legion where you got the Legion weapons?
The artifact weapons, yes.
That was the one. So you start the Legion expansion, you get the artifact weapons, you build them up to be super powerful, and then at the end of the expansion, everyone has their power drained from their artifact weapons in order to effectively...
Not have their power drain, we fucking almost literally drain our own power from our artifact weapons. So they basically set you up to cut your own dick off, is what they did in Legion. Dude, whenever I hear the artifact weapons in Legion, I get triggered, because that system should have absolutely continued. It would have been such a cool system to continue with. That system could have been the new talent system. 100%. The artifact system could have absolutely be the next talent system. Just add more abilities and make it limited so you can't have all of the abilities maxed out, and people would have fucking loved it.
Effectively cleanse the massive sword that Sargeras has stabbed the planet with. So when the next expansion starts, you are back to being less powerful because you've drained your artifact power.
Yes.
Exactly.
People in the chat are like, what sword? What sword? Didn't even have one. What sword?
Yeah.
No, it's...
Pulls rug over swords, someone in my chat says.
Yeah, just put a big sheet over it and just... It's nothing. Don't worry about it, okay? That is...
I heard someone say on Twitter, and I actually agree with this, the biggest issue with the sword, and this is actually something that we can pull through in almost every single thing that WoW does, is how the sword happened, and then it just remains this like thing. It's like Blizzard doesn't follow natural occurrences that would happen in the real world. Imagine if all of us woke up tomorrow and some giant stuck a giant sword into Earth. How long do you think it would take before you would get just cultists flocking there, creating tent towns, maybe merchants setting up fucking viewing sessions, taking people up and down the sword to show them, or some like huge company setting up a theme park, like Disney setting up Disney Sword World, and now you have a giant sword world there. It would be almost immediately, right? Almost instantly. Things would happen around the sword. How is it that there's still no town around the sword? This is when people say that what's going to happen with the sword, that's what they mean. There is no way that such a giant thing happens to the world and no one seems to take notice. Like the denizens of Azeroth just go, oh, I want to go buy bread. Let's go buy bread. I can't wait to eat fish tonight. It's like, but what about the fucking sword? Like, surely something must happen there. If this happened in any game that cares about its story, there would be a story around it. There would be a story around it. There would be something that happens there. Maybe like a neutral zone that is set up there. So you have this sort of neutral zone where no one is allowed to attack each other, but there are storylines and quest lines there and sort of thing like that, right? Central, how you doing, brother? It's over in Kalimdor. No one lives there to see it. So does the figurative elephant on Azeroth. But you can pull that story through, right? Preach talked about that yesterday. There would have been a tourist attraction at the very least. I think that's actually where I heard it from. I think that's actually literally where I heard it from, was from Preach, where I thought, he's so right, but it's not just the sword. There's so many things in World of Warcraft where you have to think about how would things happen in the real world and then treat things in the game the same way. So how would human psychology affect behavior around specific events? And then allow for those events to actually play out in such a way that it brings us closure to what those events may ultimately be, but also set up future hooks for future stories. So imagine there's a giant settlement town that is built around the sword, right? Miss Squishy Bear, how you doing? Imagine there's like a giant just town that we set up right next to the sword. And now in the future, Sargeras shows up and rips the sword out and destroys the entire town. And this leads to brand new stories. The town was just destroyed, thousands of people dead. Fuck Sargeras. We have to save as many people as possible. And there's a whole new story that takes place. Now where this town once stood, the town is gone now. So you are creating, you are following up on a story whilst also creating future hooks for more stories to happen.
It's a perfect example of like the DM forgetting what's been happening in the game.
Yeah.
But the DM is Blizzard.
They do that a lot.
Yeah, someone's gone, hey, well, what happened to that massive sword that Sargeras stabbed the planet with? Don't worry about it. It's fine. We've fixed the planet's wounds with Azerite. We have
champion.
drained the artifact weapons to fix it. In fact, World of Warcraft story is something I want to talk to you about in a second, but borrowed power. The idea that an expansion starts, you get powerful, the expansion ends, you get weak again, which means there's no real continuity between the previous expansion and the next one. That's what I think really irritates people. So how's Dragonflight been for the continuity aspect?
I think continuity is being slightly thrown to the wayside because they realise it's an issue they can't fix now. But I think they're treating Dragonflight as a clean slate, and I hope they do, because there's that many issues that have been built.
They can't really. I don't agree with Kalamir when he says they're throwing continuity to the wayside. They basically, WoW hasn't had continuity for 6 years. He's correct when he says they are treating it like a blank slate, because that's literally what they're doing. They are effectively saying, forget everything we've done for the last 6 years. Here's what's new. Here's what we're going with, and we are committed to make these things work. So they're now stepping back into the continuity discussion, whereas they weren't part of it. So what kind of continuity would you have had at the end of Shadowlands? Bring your covenants forward? That's physically impossible. From a lore story, that makes no sense. Unless, of course, we're always going to go back to the Shadowlands to go be part of our covenant. So none of the features from Shadowlands, the borrow power features, can actually carry forward because they were never designed to be carried forward. So really, it's not like they're stepping away from continuity. There is no continuity to step into. You can't continue on the story you didn't design it to be continued with. So then what the jailer did never mattered, nor does the zone players go to. So no one ever went to the underworld. Negative is, what do you mean? Sylvanas was never punished for her crimes since continuity doesn't matter. So what he's talking about is more borrowed power. What you're talking about is more story. In that regard, Blizzard is absolutely continued. The story of Shadowlands did happen, even though it doesn't seem like they're going to give a lot of credence to that story to continue it, right? So they're sort of going to leave that story in the background. Yeah, it happened. It's fine now. Let's not worry about it anymore. I think the faster Blizzard can get away from the story of Shadowlands, the better. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Blizzard may actually... I would say... I'll wager a guess. Clip this, ladies and gentlemen. Clip this one, because this is a guess. This is my best guess here. In the Dragonflight, we're going to deal with the Bronze Dragons. They are masters of time. What if we end up cocking things up so much during Dragonflight that the Bronze Dragons have no choice but to abandon this timeline? So something we do turns out so bad, and there is actually something we could do that would do this for the Black Dragonfly, the Bronze Dragonflight, but they end up basically having to 86 this timeline, which is technically the true timeline. But if you 86 this timeline, the next one up would become the true timeline, and this effectively destroys the entire. It destroys Shadowlands, it destroys BFA, it destroys basically everything. You've just 86 the entire timeline. You can now pretend like none of those things ever happened.
So they're not going to fix them. If they fix them, they're just putting a band-aid on it, right? And what's good for story in this sense is not good for gameplay. If they fix all those things, it'll be a hodgepodge of just tied off loose ends. So with the dragon story being something that's been loosely in the background all these years, I think they could take this and run with it. As a clean slate, fresh start. This could be the redemption arc of WoW.
Simon Raven, in restaurant speak, 86 means cancel it. So if you run out of food or a specific food item, you go 86 it. And that means there's no more, don't sell it. Don't push it. Don't tell people they can fucking have this. There is none of this left. That's what 86ing it means. It means cancel it. I don't know where it comes from. I just know if you work in a restaurant, you would have heard the phrase before. Yeah, 86 the sirloin. We have no more sirloin. So if customers ask for it, you just go, we don't have it. Like, there's just none of it. And it might have something to do with code. So it might be that the code for canceling something on those, like the point of sale services is something to do with 86, something to that effect. But yeah, 86 just means don't use it. What was I fucking saying? Can't remember now. I'm completely like blank. Anyways,
Well, I genuinely think it could be.
Because I mean, Final Fantasy is going through its new expansion, so a new story is not an unheard of thing. But how has World of Warcraft done? How have the community been taking this?
The community seem to be over the moon about it. Now it's hard to tell because since the like sexual harassment allegations and stuff, their videos have all been dislike bombed into oblivion.
Yeah.
Right now, normally it's like 80% dislikes on their
Adelia,
videos.
how you doing?
But now it's about like 70% likes, which to me says that they're winning people back over and they're showing good faith in doing the right thing this time.
People have
whether
a very
they do it or not.
Yeah, it's a very short memory, isn't it? The mob mentality has a very intense but very short lifespan. So when people get really...
See, I don't necessarily think that the dislike bombing of YouTube videos from Blizzard was just a mob mentality thing. And I don't think that the liking of Dragonflight is just a mob mentality thing. I don't think the mob is just forgetting that they were this angry and now they're very happy. I've tried to explain this a million times and I will continue to do so. If you... If I sit here and I tell you guys, so guys, I'm starting a diet, I'm gonna lose weight, and in the same sentence, I grab a sandwich and I start eating the sandwich. If I keep doing that, so every few months I tell you, so guys, I'm gonna start losing weight, and then I grab a chocolate and I eat a chocolate and I grab this and I, so eventually you go, all right, dude, you say things, but you don't do things. So you're saying you're going to lose weight, but you keep doing things that that's not going to help you lose fucking weight. Right? You're not going to lose weight doing the things that you're doing right now. So you say one thing, you do a different. But then when I say, guys, I'm going to start losing weight, and you see me drinking water, you hear I'm going to the gym all the time, so you can see that my actions is aligning with what I'm saying, you actually go, I think he's serious about this one right now. I think he's actually serious about this. So you start believing what is being said because you can see that there is some level of proof in terms of what is being done. This is what I believe is happening with Dragonflight. In the past, so literally as recent as Shadowlands, we were all had by Blizzard saying we're listening, and then Blizzard doing a bunch of things that basically proves that they're not listening. And then we, being the fools that kept believing them, go, well, maybe they'll still change it. They did say they're listening. So maybe they'll change it. They did say they're listening. And then they don't change it. And we go, what the fuck? They didn't listen. Only this time around, they're saying we're listening. They also seem to be doing as if they're listening. And it's not just a case of Dragonflight. We can go as literally as far back as 9.2 and say that Blizzard started listening in 9.2 already. The amount of changes that they made so quickly. I praised Blizzard for their beta in 9.2 because every single time players were complaining about something, it took less than a couple of days for Blizzard to come out with a blue post going, all right, guys, we hear that you don't like this. We're going to, what if we tried this? What if we tried this? What if we moved this around? So Blizzard were very actively trying to make the game the way that people are the way that people would want it. So there is a level of trust that now sort of bubbles to the surface where players go, all right, I see what you're doing. You're saying you're listening. You seem to be doing the right things. Let's see. So there is a genuine sense of, I can hit the like button on this cinematic, on this video, because I think they're going the right way. All of that changes in an instant. In a fucking instant. If Blizzard comes out with the beta and starts doing things like they did in Shadowlands. Because the mob has not forgotten. The mob has simply gone, all right, you're on a short leash. Show me what you got. Let's see. My niece saw your stream earlier and said Akalon looks real, but Asmongold looks really fake.
Really angry about something and really passionate about something, you'll find that it lasts for about 3 months and then dies down. I mean, there are people still campaigning for the whole Coney 2012 thing. Child soldiers in the jungle, and people were like, oh, that's 2012, didn't that happen? Like, no, it's still going on. It's just, once the 3 months has happened, no one cares anymore.
I think the turning point for the Coney 2012 thing might have been the fate of it masturbating in public in front of kids. That could have been the issue.
That didn't help. No one can deny that wasn't a positive for the movement. But the idea that any outrage-based movement has about 3 months worth of energy, because the mob don't like to focus on one thing. The mob like to be outraged. So what happens is,
that is true.
You'll find something to be annoyed at. Everyone's annoyed at it, and then 3 months later, everyone's annoyed at something different.
Something I was going to say. When we were at Insomnia, Rage said to me, "There's a new expansion coming out for WoW. Do you raid or anything?" I was like, "Oh, I used to do some very, very high-end raiding." And she was like, "Oh, we're looking for new members for the guild." And I was like, "Nah, not really my thing." This announcement dropped, and I DM'd Rage, and I was like, "You still got that space?" And I restarted my subscription and have power leveled pretty much to max level in 2 days.
Yep. Yeah, I thought a lot. Kira TV, he's said exactly the same on his Discord. They've got their claws back into him. I'm kind of thankful that I started World of Warcraft in the Battle for Azeroth phase, so my first experience of it was shit. So I don't really have nostalgia.
Dude, it must be so sad when you started in Battle for Azeroth. Like, you have no idea how good the expansion can actually be. Or how good the game can actually be. For you, the game is just shit. Just a horrible fucking game. That was the moment you knew your niece needed glasses.
For Azeroth.
Yeah.
Right. You joined at the worst time possible.
I did.
True.
I really
would
did.
say either now or when the new expansion comes out or the pre-patch for it, give it another chance, because for all the shit that people throw at WoW, there are good elements there.
Yeah.
And in fact, literally last night, we were talking about how we want the player controller to feel for Nightmare World, and a lot of people hadn't played WoW, and I was like, right, I'm pitching that we have like WoW style controls. Try it and you'll see what I mean. They all jumped in and they were just like, oh my god, I have never played with a player controller that feels this natural and good.
Yeah.
So they've got a lot of good elements there, and hopefully this expansion will fix the bad ones.
It's sad that every single person that thinks of what WoW does good comes up with the same thing, gameplay. Which is the one thing that Blizzard have never done wrong, is gameplay. Coincidentally, it's also the one thing that Blizzard have never changed. Like, Blizzard have never tried to come up with a unique new way of doing borrowed gameplay or anything like that. The gameplay for World of Warcraft is effectively exactly the same as it was in Classic. They have never touched it. They've added new animations and they've made it smoother over time with, upgrades and stuff like that. But in terms of its core gameplay, it is basically still the exact same thing that it was all the way back in Classic, with niche areas that they sort of managed to figure out, like how to queue spells and make it even better. But for the most part, it's still the same thing. So that should tell you, it's slim pickings when that's basically the only thing that most people can immediately think of that WoW does brilliant. And from there, it becomes sort of a reach.
Yeah, World of Warcraft has a lot of really good ideas, but this is something that I want to discuss with you specifically. A lot of people say that World of Warcraft started to go downhill after Wrath of the Lich King when Cataclysm came in. People give a lot of reasons for this. Things like Group Finder being added, which I think is both a positive and a negative. It's a positive for allowing people to find content, and it's a negative for potentially
no community now.
Yeah, fragment the community.
I used to believe this. I used to say the reason Cataclysm sucked is because of a decision in Wrath of the Lich King to add Dungeon Finder, which would eventually become Group Finder, which would eventually become Raid Finder. But that entire narrative shatters when you think Final Fantasy has all of those things. And yet Final Fantasy has an incredible community feel to it. So what is WoW doing wrong that it's not working in WoW and that those things are destroying community that Final Fantasy is doing right and it doesn't destroy its community? Because like, you can't have... If the only thing that breaks the game is the ability to automatically show up in a dungeon, sign up, get into a dungeon, and bam, there you go, then that means that should have broken Final Fantasy as well.
Community. But here's a notion that I want to put out to everyone in the chat and everyone that knows anything about World of Warcraft or storytelling. And Cal, you can give me your opinion on this as well. Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, Reign of Chaos.
Sin was having heroic dungeons that were hard enough at the start that you could queue into but couldn't get a free ride. Panzer, I don't necessarily think that was its greatest sin, because of most things, the things that people remember from Cataclysm is the dungeons and raids, and people actually enjoy those. I do think its heroic dungeons at times were well overtuned, but they did make some fixes to it later on. But I don't think that's necessarily the biggest sin that it had. Peter Kurtz, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It has to be deeper than that. There has to be something else. So the first thing that I highlight that Cataclysm did that wasn't necessarily the I don't know if you can point to a specific problem and say this was it. This was the thing that broke the game. I think it's more a case of many different problems that eventually coalesce into just a terrible experience overall. Like the overall experience becoming horrible. I would say one of its biggest mistakes in Cataclysm was the destruction of the previous 3 expansions, because Cataclysm ruined Vanilla, it ruined TBC, and it ruined Wrath. The dungeons could definitely be an issue, specifically considering in the past, people were used to signing up for dungeons the normal way. You know, you stand in town, you spam to get a dungeon group going, and then you get a dungeon group going, and people were basically committed to that dungeon group because it's difficult to get into dungeons. So harder dungeons weren't necessarily that big of a problem. People weren't just going to leave. The problem with Cataclysm was now people can get into and out of dungeons very quickly, but the dungeons being so hard means that many people quit. I remember in Cataclysm, we would so often have people just, you know, you wipe on the first pack because someone missed their CC, and then 2 people quit the dungeon. Now you're standing in this dungeon waiting for new people to join. What the fuck, you know? Tanks would quit because the bosses are hitting too hard or the trash is hitting too hard and no one's CCing the right mobs. All manner of things. So that could be another problem. Absolutely. That could definitely be another reason why the game started to go downward from that moment forward. But there must be other things that we're not even seeing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Started the story of Arthas.
Yeah.
Wrath of the Lich King finished the story of Arthas.
Yeah.
Do you think the reason World of Warcraft dropped a lot of interest after Wrath of the Lich King is simply because, as far as a narrative, you know, portion goes, it was done. The story had been told. The main story that people were invested in had ended.
Yes. So,
Jason Red, how you doing?
I think that was part of the problem, and WoW tried to come up with a solution to that, which sounds great in concept. So they always had this one story, you know, the big bad for each expansion, and they realized, okay, we need somebody who doesn't just enjoy this icy, frosty Lich King story to move on to the next story, the fiery god. So they started having overlapping stories where halfway through one expansion, a loose end would pop up and start a story that would span to halfway through the next expansion. So you'd have these kind of like, imagine like a video track where there's overlapping tracks on both layers all the way across. So that you're never at the end of the start of a story. If you are, you're in the middle of the other story. And while that sounds great in concept, they couldn't manage it.
No.
Like, they really couldn't. They neglected one story, which means it was useless. And this is where all the loose ends came from. Because they were like, okay, players weren't invested. After halfway through that story, let's let it fizzle out. But I think the biggest issue that started around Wrath was borrowed power. Your talent.
Well, no. I can't specifically agree with Kelimir because borrowed power wouldn't be introduced until, what is it, three expansions later? So, unless, of course, we're saying the managed decline from Cataclysm, Mists of Pandaria, and World of Dreno, and then only does it come out, right? Wait, Tali is raiding out, and he goes, maybe not Akamon, he keeps calling me an asshole? Well, yeah. That's why WoW lost players too. League of Legends came out after Wrath of the Lich King. Bowser's, I don't necessarily think that is... I don't necessarily think that is the biggest issue. Because there are a lot of people that play MMOs that don't necessarily play MOBAs. And also, that would not explain why a lot of other MMOs have since kept growing. Right? Hey, if Taliesin wants me to stop calling him an asshole, he can come onto my stream and we can have a chat about it. I have no issues. I would sit down with Taliesin and have a discussion and see if we can have a meeting of the minds, but I don't like the fact that he keeps basically twisting things to the point where they make Blizzard basically seem... well, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to be as nice as possible, but I don't like that he keeps twisting things that puts Blizzard in a good light, even when they shouldn't be in a good light. Sometimes he doesn't do this. For a lot of things, I actually agree with Taliesin, but there are things that he does where I go, dude, that's not the way. That's not criticism. You're basically, you're giving criticism with the one hand and praise with the other. Like, that's not how this is supposed to work. But as a person, so as a human being, I don't know what Taliesin's real name is, but as a human being, I don't have an opinion about Taliesin. My problems with Taliesin is literally with his character, like the character that he plays on stream and the character that he is in his videos. That's where my issue with Taliesin comes from. So, yeah, I'd be happy to have a conversation if he wants to. If he doesn't, that's also fine. I can just keep calling him an asshole. What were we actually talking about before you guys so rudely interrupted me? He quite likes you. Maybe it's time to broker peace. Dude, I don't mind breaker. Like, I don't hate anyone. That's what people don't understand. I'm very outspoken about my opinions. And I will say whatever I think, whether it causes offense or not, I don't care. If I believe something, I will say it. And yes, I can be very crude in how I say things. That is something that maybe I should work on for personal growth, but fuck personal growth. It only gets you into trouble. You shouldn't think too hardly about yourself. It's not good. Just accept the fact that you're a cunt and move on. I'm talking about myself, because I am a cunt. And I oftentimes say things that maybe I could have said it a better way. Maybe I could have been less mean about what I say. But I don't mean malice by it, right? When I say that Taliesin is an asshole and I don't agree with what he's saying, I don't mean any personal malice insofar as the person is concerned. Like, let's imagine Taliesin's name is Dave, right? I don't mean anything to Dave. I don't care about Dave. I don't know Dave. If I knew Dave, I'd probably like Dave. But I'm talking about Taliesin. The Taliesin that I hear and that I do not agree with, that is, I don't like certain things about that character. And that's it, you know. It's not supposed to be personal. If someone wants to make it personal, and I get why I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there's no reason to make it personal, because obviously when you are being attacked, you are going to take it personally. That's just how it works. You are going to take it personally. So I'm not going to sit here and go, I can't believe he's taking it personally. It's so obvious that it's not personal. Of course, it comes across as personal, but I don't mean it as personal. It's just who I am, and I'm always open to changing my mind. There's a lot of people that I thought in the past were cunts that I actually changed my mind on. Currently, as I'm sitting here, I've changed my mind about Ian. I think Ian is kind of alright. I'll give him another shot. If he fails the next expansion, maybe that's it then. But for now, I like the way he does his interviews. He seems like PR has finally gotten their hands out of his asshole. He seems to be speaking with his own mouth and tongue now. So Ian can stay for a while. He's on thin ice, but he can stay for a bit. The Newser still has a way to go. We'll see what he does with the story. Right now, I still don't trust the guy. But, you know, it can change. Look, I don't keep grudges ever. Like, this is the one thing that you should know about me. I don't keep a grudge. I can get very emotional about stuff. Like, I will be like, this fucking cunt, I can't believe it. Blah, blah, blah. And then 2 minutes later, I'm like, all right, fine, let's go. You know, let's live life again. I don't keep grudges. I don't care about that. It's too much effort. I don't want to do it. So yeah, I'm always open to talking to people and changing my mind if I've been wrong about something.
Talent system changed to all these talents that you earn, and the next expansion, there's new talents, and you earn them all again and again and again. And the gear stopped being a linear treadmill and became like a repeating treadmill, right?
Yeah.
So you've said this before. It's not an expansion. It's a replacement of the existing thing, but you have to start over. That was the issue. And that was the issue for me as well. It was just tiring. It became a chore.
Yeah, because World of Warcraft, as opposed to a lot of other MMORPGs at the time, was such a story narrative-driven game. People wanted to know the fate of Arthas. People wanted to know the fate of the world and the fate of Azeroth.
I think definitely not the only reason, but could have been one of the reasons. So what is it that makes World of Warcraft effectively still a successful game? Why is World of Warcraft still successful to this day? In your minds? ERP. Maybe. Number of people playing? The diehard fans, of course. It's the WoW gamers. And I use that word very meticulously, specifically because it's accurate. World of Warcraft is one of the few games in the world that created gamers that weren't gamers before. There are a ton of people that play World of Warcraft that have never touched another game in their lives. They call themselves gamers, yet they don't even own Steam. There are a ton of gamers that play World of Warcraft that have no idea what Steam even is. If it's not on Battle.net and it isn't called World of Warcraft, it may as well not exist. Valkyrie, how you doing? Thank you much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Valkrissa. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. How did World of Warcraft do that? How did WoW build an MMO with a group of gamers that weren't gamers before World of Warcraft? Warcraft became a cultural phenomenon. It exploded. People stood around the fucking corner to buy that game. The queues on launch night for Warcraft 3 was insane. Even Warcraft 1 sold incredibly well from a relatively unknown studio at the time. So when World of Warcraft came out, a lot of those people that maybe during college played Warcraft with their friends because, that was the big thing, suddenly went, wait a second, I remember this. Jesus, yeah, let's go see what this is all about. And they started playing it. And much to what they're saying here, come Wrath of the Lich King, right at the end of it, the story, the official story for World of Warcraft ends. So all of those people that played the game, and maybe came back because of Warcraft 3, now either becomes WoW Andes, which is they play WoW alone, or they leave again. Because that nostalgia is gone. And maybe they come back the next expansion thinking that nostalgia would return. But since the things that they're dealing with in the game now wasn't in the original 3 Warcrafts, there's not much there as far as they're concerned. You know what Blizzard should have done after Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King? Warcraft 4. And then maybe in Warcraft 4, you deal with the story of Cataclysm, you deal with the story of Mist of Pandaria, maybe you start dealing with the story of Warlords of Draenor, and then after Warlords of Draenor, you launch Warcraft 5. And then you deal with the story of Legion, and you deal with the story of BFA and Shadowlands, if you have to. And then you release the next Warcraft. This way, you have the RTS that keeps the lore alive, the overarching lore. Because make no mistake, while Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 were good, they weren't necessarily individual narrative masterpieces. They were world-building masterpieces. It's what they were actually doing. They were building they gave you the building blocks through which you could create narrative vehicles to ultimately tell the story. And if you did this, you would have first expanded. Like, you want to talk about transmedia done right? That's fucking it. Screw the books. Make RTS games. Have that be the transmedia. Like, you tell the overarching lore in the game, the Warcraft RTS game, and then you do the individual world through the MMO. And I genuinely believe it would have made World of Warcraft keep exploding. Every single expansion, more and more millions of people come back because they've played the Warcraft version of the game. Now they want to see what it's like to be in that game.
They cared about these characters. They cared about these people. And I think the trap that Blizzard fell into was they told a story, they finished the story. And when you finish a story, there's a lot of energy that gets depleted. The viewer is happy. It's done. It's told. It's finished. If you keep saying to the viewer, okay, and now this happened.
For those of you that's wondering about RTS games, we have a leak about the new mobile games that's coming for Warcraft. There's 2 mobile games that is currently in production. Jason Schreier actually have contacts within Blizzard Entertainment that told him they're working on 2 World of Warcraft Warcraft mobile games. He wasn't allowed to say which one of the 2 is going to be announced now, like next month, I think, soon. He wasn't allowed to say that, but he did say that the 2 games, one is heavily inspired by Pokemon Go. The other is heavily inspired by Clash of Clans. So those are the 2 games that's coming, which means World of Warcraft RTS. It's coming to mobile. And I believe that will probably be the one that they're going to focus on. So they are going to bring the RTS experience to mobile. You want to know why? Money. RTS is a dying genre on PC. On mobile, RTS is one of the biggest genres. RTS games make fuck tons of money on mobile. So Blizzard is going to release the Warcraft story on mobile in RTS form. What a slap in the face. The only thing I can hope for is that Blizzard actually does what they did with Diablo Immortal, insofar as you can also play it on PC. Jetlag, I would say Clash of Clans inspired is as close to RTS as you could get. It's not true RTS, I'll grant you, but it's as close to RTS as you can get because it's only Clash of Clans inspired. It's not like a copy of Clash of Clans.
And now this happens, and now this happens. It's very difficult to keep someone's attention if the story doesn't end. I like to give an example of the TV show Supernatural. I think Supernatural has 5 fantastic seasons. I think the first...
Josh, you and I agree on so many things. On so many things we agree so fervently. You know, we both know that there is no such thing as gamer goals. We both know that there is no such thing as goals on the internet. We just spoke about it like 2 hours ago. And now you come out and you say that. Like, why must we fight? Josh, I love you, bro, but why must we fight? Supernatural has one bad season, and that's the Leviathan season. All the other 14 seasons of Supernatural is very good. The first 5 is fantastic. Yes, they are fantastic. And the others aren't quite as good as the first 5. But it's only the Leviathan season that is dog shit. The other seasons are fun. And Miku, exactly. MMORPG stands for Many Men Online Role-Playing Goals. I found that out earlier in the stream for the first time. I know. Surprise, surprise.
First 5 seasons of Supernatural tell a perfect story. It was always intended to be a 5-season thing. And then after that, it kind of... You can tell that they know that the characters are popular, the world is popular, the lore is popular. And so they're trying to just shoehorn in stuff for you to care about. Someone in the chat has just said the Simpsons syndrome. You know what? Absolute spot on. The Simpsons told a lot of great character arcs. One of the best character arcs in The Simpsons, without a doubt, Sideshow Bob. Sideshow Bob has such a
John, how you doing,
beautiful
brother?
character arc. And then when they ran out of story...
Walking Dead is another great example of this. Walking Dead was perfect up until the prison. Like, fuck me. When we reached the prison, I was done, dude. I still suffered through the prison. Yeah? But at the prison, it was sort of starting to fucking grind for me. And then, as if the prison wasn't bad enough, remember when they got to the town just after the prison? That was the moment I stopped watching. When they reached the fucking town was the moment that I went, okay, never mind. This is gonna be every single season now. We get to a place, then the place gets overrun, then we have to go to a new place, and then that place gets overrun, and then we go to a new place. God almighty, I can't do this anymore. Like, fuck it. I'm just done.
Stories to tell, the characters become almost hollow frameworks to just push stories onto.
Well, Chrissa, so RTS is actually possible everywhere. You can do RTS on PC as well, but not if your focus is to make billion-dollar IPs. If your focus is for the game to make billions upon billions of dollars and just keep pushing billions of dollars, then RTS is not the way. Unless you do RTS mobile. Because they can actually make billions on mobile, because what they do there is the most scumbag way of making money, where you upgrade your buildings, and the first few upgrades very quick, and then suddenly upgrades grind to like a 2-week period before the building is upgraded. But if you drop a couple of dollars, you can upgrade instantly. You know, you can have that upgrade done in about 20 minutes. I remember a friend of mine, actually my friend's girlfriend played this game on mobile. Can't fucking remember what it was called, but she played this game where she was having a lot of fun, right? Really enjoying the game, just fucking building and doing shit, and you had all these kingdoms. It was sort of an online game, so you have a bunch of kingdoms all over the place, and you have to upgrade your kingdom and stuff like that. And then suddenly she hit this wall where she had to like upgrade buildings, but it would take like a month for the building to finish. And then after a month for the building to finish, the next building would take 6 months to upgrade. And then her kingdom just got wiped out by a guy that obviously spent thousands of dollars to upgrade everything. All of his soldiers were upgraded, and he just walked over her kingdom. because she couldn't spend the same amount of money. That's where that's where the RTS genre is. That's not quite RTS, but that's where it is right now.
And use them as vehicles to progress. Do you feel that World of Warcraft lost its narrative focus and just became a series of systems to make gamers sit down and play?
Yes, and in fact, Kurdo in my chat has nailed it. Every new expansion of WoW is literally its own spin-off, and that's true. They all exist in the same universe, but there's no continuity between the two anymore.
Yeah,
it's odd.
And how have because I can think of one game that has faced this same problem and absolutely nailed how to deal with it, and that was Guild Wars 1. Did you ever play Guild Wars 1, Gil?
Long time ago, when it was current.
So, for anyone in the chat who hasn't played Guild Wars 1, the expansions of Guild Wars 1 don't necessarily follow on from the exact story of the previous. What they do is they start a brand new story.
Well, I would say in some ways, not quite, because the stories do follow on each other, but in some ways, ESO does something similar. So ESO, every single expansion is a story within the universe. You know, so it's a story within the universe, and it will eventually have its hooks in the major arc that is, Elder Scrolls. But it is sort of its own little story, just told in this sort of bubble. ESO does something similar, in my opinion. Granted, I've not played ESO that much, but the ones that I have played doesn't seem to have as much continuity from one story to the next. So yeah, I would say ESO does that as well. And I would say that basically what they're describing here is the D&D one-shot. So it's the D&D one-shot approach. It's where you say, look, yes, we have this universe, and yes, this universe is great, but we don't care about telling the story in the universe in a chronological way. We only care that the story is somewhat related to the universe, but we're going to provide you with a limited story within the universe. So the example that I would use for outside games would be Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale. Both take place in the same... Actually, Neverwinter Nights would probably be... like Neverwinter Nights, Icewind Dale. Yeah, like your Neverwinter Nights series and your Baldur's Gate series, because there's actually more than just Icewind Dale. So let's say Neverwinter Nights and Baldur's Gate. Both take place in the same universe. It is the universe that was created, but they're their own stories. They're separate stories within that universe. And there is overlap, but the overlap does not... it's not a continuous story, one to the other.
When you start a new expansion, you can start a new character at level 1 and go through and play again. And then when a new expansion comes out, it's a new character at level 1, you carry on through. So you don't need to have played Prophecies to go and enjoy Factions, or to enjoy Nightfall, or to enjoy Eye of the North. It was really, really clever the way they've done it. I think Guild Wars 2 is very similar in that aspect. World of Warcraft right now has so much lore behind it, and it's been retconned so many times. You're going to have to help me organise my thoughts on this, Cal. When a new player is exposed to the World of Warcraft for the first time, they hear the epic stories like Arthas, like the Burning Crusade, like
No. When a new player starts in World of Warcraft, they don't have a fucking clue who any of those characters are.
Sargeras, like the Pandas. And then when they actually play the game, they realise that the epic stories they've been told have nothing to do with the game as it is now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what he means. I see what he means. So if you're a player, maybe you're talking to a friend and your friend is telling you about, oh my God, the Lich King and the Burning Crusade, we've dealt with all these massive threats, and then you play the game and you end up in a prison with Jaina, this lady that you don't know, in this land that you have no idea with. Okay, I see what he means. I see what he means. We agree again.
In fact, I remember how I got into WoW. One of my friends at college was telling me, he was a massive nerd, played it non-stop, and he was telling me about how he just got the legendary mage staff like the dragon-headed staff. I can't remember what it was called, like Syndracosa's something. I don't know. He was going on about the fact that only like 6 people have that staff. And for some reason, to me, that was epic, knowing that there were 14 million players.
It was called Terragosa's... What was the staff called? That was Cataclysm, though. What is he talking about when he says staff? Because Cataclysm was Terragosa's... Oh my god, what was the fucking staff called, guys? The legendary staff. Terragosa's Rest. Thank you, Naito. Thank you. Welcome to the channel as well, by the way. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Terragosa's Rest. The staff. Is he talking about Dragon Wrath? I can see that. Okay. All right.
Only 6 people currently had it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And then I played as the new expansion started, and I wanted to get that staff. That was kind of like my goal, you know. I want to be one of those 7 people now with that staff, and everyone now had it because the gap between the expansions made that previous important thing so unimportant.
It's almost...
And even though that wasn't a story, it was more of like a player legacy thing, right? That still crushes that player legacy and makes everything you did up until this point utterly worthless.
Do you think one of the personal achievement angle is, many years ago, if you logged on to play World of Warcraft and you got something rare, you thought that might be rare for many, many years. It's part of your personal legend and your personal tale. It's your character's story. Now, because people have seen how this borrowed power system works, when you log on to play World of Warcraft or when you play an expansion, you know in the back of your mind everything you do is going to be relevant and important for about the next year or two. And then a new expansion comes out, and everything you've done is now not relevant and not important again. And
that's
to
what
go
borrowed
back to
power
the idea
does.
of these original expansions being super impressive and super important and people caring, people still really care about Invincible.
Panzer, the point that they're making here is, while yes, new gear will always replace old gear, right? Terragosa's Rest is a staff that I still have on my Warlock. It's in my, I think it's in my Void storage. I still have it. I have it because it's unique. It's something that at the time when I made mine, I was like one of, I think, 3 Warlocks on the entire realm that had it. I remember the night I made my Terragosa's Rest, I got like 4 offers from like the top Alliance guilds to swap over to Alliance to join them. You know, so it's sort of like a big moment. It's a giant moment. Gear feels different. Gear, it's sort of yours, you know? And even though almost everyone could get Terragosa, right? Terragosa's Rest, eventually, most people would have had it as time went on, and you could eventually, you know, your guild could do it and you could get the item. It's still something that you work for. You feel very proud for having it. It's good. Where borrowed power systems, they work in the short term. But we saw what happened in Shadowlands. Like, the second Shadowlands came around, the second Shadowlands came, like, sort of became a thing. People were already so used to the fact that doesn't matter what I do here, it's all disappearing. So I am effectively running the trade mill, and the trade mill is never ending. There is no point at which I can say, right, I'm done, I'm good. Because as soon as I'm done, the next thing comes out, and I again have to start with the massive farm, start with everything else, and it doesn't feel special. There's no sort of special feeling when you get it. Liquid Soul, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that special feeling is important in games. Even though it is completely cosmetic, it's not a real feeling. Like, it's not real. Gear is not real. Everyone is going to have the same gear, or at least everyone that raids at the same level as you is going to have the same gear as you. But for some reason, maybe a psychological one, our brains perceive it differently. Because we feel like, yes, the gear is being replaced, but it's still my gear. It's not as if it's being removed from me by some outside force. So, actually, maybe the best way to describe it is, when I get a new piece of gear that is actually stronger than the last piece of gear that I got, yeah, I don't feel as if I'm losing the last piece of gear. I feel as if I'm gaining more power with my new piece of gear. Whereas with borrowed power, it doesn't feel like I'm gaining power. It feels as if I'm first losing power, and then I will regain the power that I have lost. So it's not sort of this, it's not a continuous thing that feels as if I'm getting more powerful, because I'm very much aware of the fact that now I'm getting less powerful, and then maybe I'll get more powerful. Zofia with the 5 community subs, really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen? 5 community subs. 5 of you fucks now have a sub thanks to Zofia. So let's see some hearts in chat. And then also just very quickly want to say Liquid Soul, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Thank you. This might just be a big disconnect for me from others. Gear has always been means, not the end goal. Panzer, true. I'm exactly like that. I've never really cared about gear. Even back when I was hardcore raiding, I couldn't care less. Like, I would usually be like, yeah, give it to someone else. I don't care. Usually because I'm too lazy to go enchant and gem the new gear. So I would usually be like one of the last people to get the piece of gear because it's just easier not to. Because gear for me was always a way to take on harder bosses. And as long as I was geared enough to take on the boss and not be one-shot by a stupid ability, I was happy. But that's not for most players, that's not the case. Gear is part of their core progression in fantasy.
The mount that you can get from killing Arthas, that's got such a legend to it. It's got such
Knights all that exactly
a cult
that
status as an icon. People consider it the best mount, or the Ashes of Allah, the one that you can get from killing Kel'Thas repeatedly. I can't think of anything that new or non-WoW players would care about as much in these new expansions.
Yeah, there's honestly nothing. It's like the legendary system was an amazing system, right? These legacy items that you'd see someone with it and you'd be like, wow, like I've seen 2 of those ever. But then they added that everybody can get a legendary because some people wanted it but didn't get it, which, that's the point of a legendary item. If everybody has it, it's not legendary.
Yeah.
So now they had these legendary items that everybody could get, but you could only get 1 of 10 for your class. So then the issue became, well, that guy's got the best legendary for Windwalker Monk. I'm stuck with the shitty one. I want that. So then they let you re-roll which legendaries you get and get multiple. So it's kind of the way Blizzard's doing this.
I just don't I don't know what his answer is going to be to this, but you can't go back to the old days of MMOs either, right? The days where things would be so limited that almost no one can get it. Because I feel like that would not be taking into account modern day audiences anymore. So at that point, you're just saying, well, we're going to go back to the hardcore days of Dark Age of Camelot, for example, where, fuck it, you're going to have to work your ass off. Japaleon, by the way, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. So I feel like it's a very difficult thing to balance. How many people do we give access to this item versus how many people do we not give access to this item? And I almost feel like the last time Blizzard did legendaries perfectly was in Cataclysm. Not Cataclysm, excuse me, Mists of Pandaria, where the legendary was a personal quest that you completed, and in doing that personal quest, you upgraded your legendary. So you felt a very personal, and even though everyone had the cloak, it was sort of your own personal journey, and you grew as you continued on your journey. So that would be the only other answer you really have to it, is attach a massive storyline to it, give everyone access to it, but make it a very personal thing, that it really is only their sort of journey.
This is kind of odd because they're giving something desirable, but then making it not desirable because everybody has it. Because something's only desirable.
Overlord, it was good and bad. Because I remember even getting my Terragosas raced, it took a lot of effort from the rest of the guild in order to get me my Terragosas raised. And we had to do that again for our mages. We had to do that for the other warlock. So it's fine and you're doing it, but it also takes a lot of other people that have to sacrifice quite a lot in order to get it done. So it wasn't the perfect system.
Well, if nobody has it, right?
Yeah, the rarity matters.
Yeah,
It's a
so
very
they've really ruined it.
And I don't know if you've looked in, but I was reading Massively OP, one of the MMORPG news sites earlier. Apparently, Activision Blizzard's earnings over the last quarter have plummeted.
Oh,
Like,
it's abysmal.
it has gone down. I've got the page up here. Let me
Yeah,
just
it's
bring this up
bad.
and have a look, see what we've got.
But it was
they
always gonna
have
be bad.
Gone down. Okay, quarter one report. Blizzard have lost 2 million players.
And they only had 6 million at the height of last year.
Yeah.
So they've lost a quarter of their players at least.
No. I don't want to disagree because it would be nice. It would be a nice narrative, but Blizzard had 18 million players because remember the number there isn't about WoW. The number there is about Blizzard. Blizzard was at 18 million. They lost 2 million. They're now down to 16 million. Now, from there, the argument can be made that a lot of those lost players probably came from WoW because Overwatch has pretty much been dead for a while. People waiting for Overwatch 2. And, what other games do they really have? But I do have to correct that narrative because that narrative is not right. The 2 million players that were lost doesn't come from WoW. It comes out of the pool of whatever games Blizzard have. And 2 million players were lost there.
In 1 month. We don't know if it's lower than that. People are estimating what their current players are, and they're estimating around 2.5 to 3 million.
So that the quarter one income from last year and the quarter one income from this year, that is a decrease of 145 million. Basically, there's a 43% year-on-year drop-off of Activision Blizzard's income, and it doesn't seem to be recovering. They have lost so many players, and some people will say it's because of...
You know who I feel bad for here? Like, who I truly feel bad for here? And I know a lot of you will be heartless as fuck and you won't understand, but that's just because you're heartless as shit. I feel sorry for Bobby Kotick. With the profits being down this much, I'd be surprised if this guy gets a bonus of 120 million. And 120 million, dude, what's he going to do? Like, you can't buy a yacht with that. So he's going to have to, like, I don't know, struggle like the rest of us, like take first class when he flies. Yeah, that's horrible, right? Like having to fly first class when you could have your own boat. So I really feel sorry. Like, I think the biggest loser here is Mr. Kuntik, Adelia, thanks for the 2 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Can we get some hearts in chat for Adelia? Really appreciate it, Adelia. Yeah, and his poor family as well. Like, oh my God. Like, his kids can no longer, like, get unlimited pocket money. He's probably going to have to limit their credit cards at least to, like, $1 million a month. And, I mean, $1 million a month. That's, like, small change. So, my heart goes out to Mr. Kuntik and his family. During this, what can only be described as a very troubling time. Calvin, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. We should actually do a GoFundMe for Mr. Kuntik.
The pandemic. Everyone was inside. Everyone was playing World of Warcraft at the time. Shadowlands
I don't know if
was
he
really
has
good.
kids.
Is it just me? This is me coming from like a non-World of Warcraft fanatic. I've played the game, but I'm not super clued up on it. Has Shadowlands just stopped mattering? Like that kind of came and went, and no one really cared.
There's something Blizzard have been doing in recent expansions, and I'm really not sure why. They have been having content droughts that have been lasting 8 months at a time. And Warlords of Draenor was the worst. There was a 13-month content drought with no updates. And so you've got these players that are trying to run on this treadmill that doesn't exist, and they wonder why people are quitting. I don't know if they've downsized.
Dude, Warlords of Draenor was rough. Oh my god, it was rough. Standing inside your garrison, just jumping around, nothing to fucking do. Oh, that was a rough fucking expansion. That content drought was killing.
And everybody's focused on the next expansion as soon as the first one releases, or what, but there's something not right.
Let me try and give what I believe, and this is something, again, I think is really, really, really important right up to Battle for Azeroth. And I've said this before on stream, but I want to get your specific opinion, and everyone in chat, I want your feedback on this as well. World of Warcraft do something amazing with...
Is it just me, or is Josh Drive Hayes' camera out of focus 100% of the time? Am I just going blind? I feel like Caleb is in focus the whole time, but Josh is never in focus. Like, just watch and tell me if I'm completely just losing my mind. Maybe I'm having a stroke or something.
With their box art and their titles of expansions. They use the box art and the title to tell a story. And even if you don't know the game, you can pick up the box, read the box art, look at the picture, and you can immediately know the story. The Burning Crusade.
I kind of like it.
You see a massive
I don't know
demon
why,
on
but
the
I
front.
kind of like it.
The Burning Crusade. Are these demons going on a crusade? Are they marching across the land? Would you say that's a pretty accurate description of what the Burning Crusade actually is?
Fairly accurate, yeah.
Brilliant. Demons are coming back. Wrath of the Lich King. There's a guy in the front with a big icy sword. I'm guessing he's the Lich King, and he's probably pretty wrathful. Is that, again, pretty accurate?
Yeah.
All right, cool. You can do this with every single expansion. Right up until Battle for Azeroth. You can pick up Mist of Pandaria. Oh, there's a panda on the front. Maybe the expansion's about Pandaria. Maybe that's them. You know, you can do it with Cataclysm. There's a huge dragon on the front. Maybe he's going to cause something cataclysmic. You pick up Battle for Azeroth, you've got a Horde face and an Alliance face fighting. Nowhere in that title or on that box art does it tell you Mayan Incan-inspired dinosaurs.
Nope.
So when I bought Battle for Azeroth, I was actually expecting a Battle for Azeroth. And when I started playing it, I'm like, there's a lot of dinosaurs in this kind of South American-themed Inca battle. I had no clue that was what I should expect.
Yeah, they've definitely dropped the ball with that. I'd even argue Legion to a certain extent. If you don't know about WoW, Legion doesn't mean anything to you. You see Illidan on the front, and the word
feels a little nitpicky. I get what he's saying. You expectation is everything, and creating expectation is everything. You know, but I would say the bigger problem to highlight here, or the biggest, if you really want to start picking shit out, I would say Battle for Azeroth started as this massive Horde v Alliance war. The cinematic sold it as such. And we ended up not really getting any sort of massive Horde v Alliance war. We got some simulated bullshit with the Warfronts, which could have been good if Warfronts actually was PvP. But in the end, they made such a sudden shift to Old God stuff that the Battle for Azeroth was never actually a Battle for Azeroth. If you think about it, everything in, like, what was the actual Battle for Azeroth in Battle for Azeroth as it was advertised? Like Horde v Alliance. There were no large-scale Horde v Alliance quests or battles that you had to fight as part of the quest. None of that. It was effectively just, here you go. You know, we're going to pretend like this is a battle for Azeroth, but the battle is actually you versus this old god.
Word Legion.
It
doesn't mean anything.
So let's have a look at the Shadowlands box art. I want to work out, I haven't seen this one yet. So 'cause I have, but I just can't remember it. That's how memorable this is. Okay, Shadowlands box art. There is a guy with a hammer and a big pauldron, and he's all kind of like ashen, and there's like lava. Is he Mr. Shadowland?
I haven't seen the box art, so let me have a look.
I'm not even taking the piss. Guys in the chat, someone's just got, no, that's Bolvar. Who?
Yeah, no,
who?
that's true. I mean, that's not the box art though. The box art is the Spire of
Nightsoul, that would have
Dominion,
been
is it?
so fucking good.
It's Ice Crown Citadel.
Oh, that's even worse.
But-
I have no idea what that is then. Okay, so who's that guy?
Well, it is Bolvar, but you wouldn't know that, and it wouldn't mean anything to you.
Fill me in. Who's Bolvar?
So Bolvar is one of the people who was helping fight the Lich King in... I'm going to really dumb this down because you don't know WoW, but he was helping fight the Lich King at the end, and when they killed him, he basically says that someone must always wear the crown.
No, please, no, please, no. Dumb it down all you want, but don't get it wrong. He didn't help fight the Lich King at the end. He basically fell at the Wrathgate, got scorched by Dragonfire, was then like fucked by the Lich King inside Icecrown Citadel. You hear he screams all throughout ICC, and then he walks up and becomes the Lich King. That's dumbing it down, making it very simple. Don't say that he helped fight, because he wasn't in the final battle. He was nowhere near the final battle. So yeah, please no. That would be the wrong way to explain this story. Sorry, I know it doesn't really matter because that's not really what this is about, but the lore nerd in me gets triggered as fuck with stuff like that.
And
Okay,
they
cool.
don't explain why.
Who wore the crown before Arthas? Because if I remember correctly, in the original Warcraft 3, there wasn't anyone wearing the crown. Was the Lich King wearing the crown? No one, technically. Surely you just picked the crown up.
No. No one was wearing the crown, but there was someone inside the crown. This is why it's so horrid what Blizzard is doing to the main storyline. Because if you're a new player, you should know these things. Specifically for Shadowlands, you should know these things. You should know where the Lich King comes from. What is his legacy? You should have dealt with that during Vanilla and during TBC. Right? And then going into... So Blizzard actually started making mistakes with World of Warcraft long before even Shadowlands or BFA came out. Because as a new player, here's the issue, actually, now that I'm thinking about it for the first time. If you're a brand new player, let's imagine that Cataclysm never happened and the old world didn't get completely retconned. The old games, Vanilla, TBC, and Wrath, assumed that you played Warcraft. It assumed that you played Warcraft, so you know the stories of Warcraft. It should have been in the game. You should have learned in the game, what is the Burning Legion? Where do they come from? What is the Lich King? Where does he come from? What is the original stories of the Lich King? Now, they did try to deal a little bit with that during Wrath, you know, the scene where you see Arthas actually picking up the blade and stuff like that. So they did try to do some callbacks to the earlier stories, and you do get some callbacks during the questing campaign, but a lot more should have been. But even then, players should have at least known that Arthas was the first Lich King and how Bolvar became the Lich King thanks to our defeat of Arthas at the top of Icecrown Citadel and the light interference within Tyrion, Fordring, and all the rest of it. These things should be known to new players. The fact that they're not known to new players is actually a fucking sin.
Up. Because you got the sword, didn't you? Was there actually someone wearing the crown in Warcraft 3?
I believe there was always someone wearing the crown.
Okay.
Nezzel, yeah, that was it.
Nezzel,
because
cool.
the line is there must always be a Lich King.
Okay, cool.
Right? And so when the Lich King was killed, Bolvar took one for the team, took a fat L, put the helmet on, sat in the chair, and then now that Sylvanas removed his crown in the opening cinematic
they could have
and
done that as well, yeah.
We need to talk about Sylvanas, because character writing is all over the shop.
Yeah. But that's how that happened. So they were at the top of Icecrown Citadel. She ripped the helmet in half, and it just shattered the sky, and the Shadow Realm opened up above.
Okay,
That's it.
cool. Going on. And that's the Shadowlands.
Yeah, that's the Shadowlands, and that's why Bolvar is on there, because he's helping, like, do some shit or another. I don't know.
You know, there's...
We still don't know why the helm actually rips open the sky, by the way. add that to the massive list of secrets in World of Warcraft that will probably never be answered. You know, along with the deal between Helia and Sylvanas at the helm. There's more, but I'm not going to go in. I've made videos on this. Why? What is it about the helm? Why couldn't the helm do it immediately? If Zuval really wanted to get out, why didn't he just get Arthas to rip it open? Because if that's what it could always have done, then it should have been able to do that still. Why did it take so long? Why now? Why was now the right time to do it?
There's a problem in anime, and this I think World of Warcraft is actually suffering from a very anime-style writing problem right now. You beat the boss. Oh, I was only working for someone else. So you beat him.
Boss.
But oh, I was only working for someone else. So you beat him, but I was only working...
Anfield, thanks for the $30, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Very much appreciated, bro.
Working for someone else. Like, eventually you get to the guy...
Dude, he didn't even play Shadowlands and he knows how it ends because Zuval literally at the end says, there's someone bigger. There's someone else. Oh my God.
That's at the top. You have to. If you don't ever get to the guy that's at the top, if the organization keeps growing, then the audience stop caring.
Yeah.
And you also have
That's
this thing
what's
where...
happened with Sargeras.
Yeah, you say, I was bad, but actually compared to the next guy, I'm good. And then you go and beat the next guy and they're like, oh yeah, well, I know that I looked bad, but I was actually trying to stop this person. And then you get them and you're like, well, actually, I was trying to stop... Who's good in World of Warcraft? Is there any good guy?
I was going to say Uther, but he's bad now, I think.
Seriously, Uther's bad.
No, Uther isn't bad.
People are I didn't write a power leveled. I didn't read the story. But someone in chat can tell me if Uther's gone bad.
No, Uther is good.
The story was shit. Like, there's no sugarcoating it. The story for Shadowlands is shit.
Uther went bad and then went good. Uther sounds like milk that
it for me.
Uther was milk that became rotten and then became cheese. They were like, this is good. It's gone quite bad. Hey, he pulled it around.
It's good again.
It's good again. Fantastic. Don't leave it too long. It'll go rotten and then get mouldy. Uther has like a cheese style life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hang on. Battle for Azeroth. Who was that mother construct in the cave that was in a raid? They were super important, weren't they? I'm sure they're going to appear again.
I know the one you're on about, where it's like the walled off like Star Wars Force gates as they open and you move through. I don't know. We one-shot her, so I never actually read any of the voice lines.
Fair play. Okay. And we've beaten the Shadowlands. The dragons have come back. Are the dragons bad?
Do you know what it reminds me of? You talking about the but that's my boss, and then the boss above. That just reminds
the thing that I find, so I get the same feeling here. What I got when, I don't know if you guys remember when we reacted to that Final Fantasy player that tried out World of Warcraft for the first time. It's the same feeling here. You can actually hear, because what makes this great is you have a raider, so someone who raided in Insomnia, and you have a WoW noob, someone who basically doesn't know the story, but who has played it. Just listen to the confusion. Now, for those of us that actually rate the books and sort of dig down and speculate and try to figure it out, we can hear what they're saying and go, dude, how do you not know this? But this is genuinely what a new player experiences in World of Warcraft. This is how their experience goes. This is what they're left with by the end of it. Do you understand why I say WoW desperately needs a new player experience?
Reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh! After the first season, where it's like, I've got a blue-eyed white dragon. Well, I've got a two-headed blue-eyed white dragon. Well, I've got a seven-toed red-eyed blue dragon.
Is World of Warcraft suffering Yu-Gi-Oh! Fatigue? Is everything
Yu-Gi-Oh!
just
syndrome?
getting more powerful?
Yeah.
I hope the next World of Warcraft expansion
thank you
is
so much for
entirely
hanging out.
on
Really appreciate it. Take
motorcycles.
care of yourself.
That's what I want.
Sargeras 2 Demon Lord Boogaloo.
Sargeras 2 Return of the original
agree.
guy that's bad. So we've got narrative power creep going on.
Yeah.
Who? Sylvanas. Good? Bad? Irrelevant? Fill me in.
Grey, but not grey. Bad, but not bad. Good, but not good. We'll let you know as soon as the news are have decided. How's that? Can't answer that yet. Don't have the information. Might be good, might not be good. Was going to be grey, but turned out not to be that great. So we'll as soon as the newser have made a decision on what Sylvana says, we'll let you know.
She's like that ex that you keep going back to because you think she's changed.
Right. Gotcha.
And then you instantly realize why you shouldn't have gone back to her.
I see it.
All
Okay,
right.
cool. So, wasn't there a bit of a thing about whoever wrote Sylvanas had a bit of a thing for her? Like, there was a writer accused of having like a bit of a self-insert thing going on.
Yeah, they tried to like project themselves into Sylvanas. I heard about this and it was very weird. Very weird. I don't know any more about that though.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing super well. So Sylvanas was bad, and then she went good, and then she was bad again, and now she's good, and now the dragons are back. Do we need to care about the dragons coming back, or do you think this will be irrelevant in like 2 expansions time?
I actually think that the dragons coming back is setting up for an incredibly big story arc. So anyone who knows about the Dragonflight from books and like the side quests early on will know how big of a deal they are. So very heavily tied to the Emerald Dream, which is an expansion that was teased a long time ago. It was going to be the 3rd expansion, but because of technical limitations, they couldn't do it then. However, people have been begging for it, and the Emerald Dream is basically Azeroth untouched.
Okay.
Now, think of the possibility from WoW's perspective of an untouched Azeroth. This is going hand in hand with their reset everything kind of.
Wait, so he's actually going that the Dragonflight expansion could lead into the dream. That would be an interesting way of resetting Azeroth. Basically, re-originate everything and fucking pull from the dream the untouched Azeroth.
Thing. Because it's in the lore. It wouldn't be an out-of-the-box random, haha, we're resetting WoW. It would be
Also, sir, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that.
if
Welcome
you
to
go
the
back to the
channel.
Emerald
Thank you,
Dream-
thank you,
Do
thank
you
you.
think World of Warcraft has hit a bit of a snag? Because, as you said, you didn't read the story. You just power level through because the gameplay is interesting.
Yeah.
What does an MMORPG, and I can think of one, and I think you'll agree as well, I can think of one MMORPG that has added content for many, many, many years, and people still care about the land, not necessarily the stories that are being told within the land. And I would say that's RuneScape.
Good
or
old
school
RuneScape. Absolutely.
What does World of Warcraft need to do to be a land again, instead of just a vehicle?
Wait, what did he say there? What game did he say? I completely missed it. I was reading chat. Calticlor, I do think you have a point there. Wings of War, how you doing, brother? What MMO did he say? People still care about the land rather than the story?
Within the land, and I would say that's RuneScape.
Oh,
Or
right.
old school
RuneScape.
Yeah, I've never played RuneScape.
Absolutely.
So
What does World of Warcraft need to do?
No idea.
To be a land again, instead of just a vehicle for driving expansions.
It's really funny that you mentioned that because in our last developer meeting, this is actually the comparison we made, World of Warcraft to RuneScape. RuneScape is so focused on horizontal progression that every place matters and has different like level of content in it. You can go back to Lumbridge and do something at max level that you can only do at max level.
Yeah.
You can go to like an end game, and this is really it. The locations aren't level based in RuneScape.
No.
Whereas in WoW, they are.
I think in RuneScape, the experience.
I feel like the world of Azeroth suffers from the same thing that we discussed just a little bit earlier, the borrowed power systems. When you know that your power is going to be nullified at the end of the expansion and you're never going to get that power back, you're basically going to start new, you don't form that big of a connection with the power system. The same is true for the land. If you know that once this expansion is over, it's actually one of the things that people asked me in chat when they announced Dragonflight. One of the viewers actually asked this. They were like, do you think that Dragonflight is also going to be this, we get this new island, and then with next expansion, Dragon Isles is completely forgotten? And my answer was, I fucking hope not. If you look at a game like Final Fantasy and their consistent use of the old world, you know, there's still reasons why people go back to the old world. There's still things that you can go get in the old world. It is important that the old world is never forgotten. And I think Final Fantasy can also do a better job of that. I think there are definitely games that do it even better than Final Fantasy 14. But at the end of the day, you can't just, if you continuously release things that will be retired by the end of it, then those things, players very quickly move on from it and sort of go, who gives a shit, you know? Let's just move on. I don't care anymore. Even if it is something small that takes you back to the old world. It doesn't have to be massive stories that again take place in the old world. Even if it is just something small, a small, tiny reason for you to be in the old world again, that is enough to keep the old world alive, you know? And you kind of need that. So Blizzard needs to stop doing this. Every expansion is a brand new world, brand new island, and everything else is forgotten.
Is level based, but what they've decided to do is spread multiple experiences for various level ranges all over the world. So where you start at level 1 is still relevant at level 10, 20, 30, 40, all the way up to 99. And you go somewhere at RuneScape and you do something, and you may need to be level 20 to be relevant, but when you come back at level 90, there's something new. RuneScape, to me, is a world that has adventures for various levels placed in it. Whereas World of Warcraft seems to be a very linear journey from A to B to C, where when you are at a certain level range, you are encouraged to be at a certain place. And then when you get to the max level, you're encouraged to repeatedly do this. Someone pointed out, I think it was you and me having this discussion a while ago, Cal, in old school RuneScape, Barrows items came out 15 years ago for Barrows items. Torag, Verak, Darok. Yeah, we still know the names. And we still know the names because they're actually still relevant. Items that came out 15 years ago in old school RuneScape are still not only relevant.
Who here in chat actually plays RuneScape? Is it truly worth playing? I mean, the graphics is absolute dog shit. It doesn't seem like there's much of a story, although there might be, I don't know. Who plays RuneScape?
But good.
You played for 10 years.
I can't think of anything from World of Warcraft that came out 15 years ago that's not only relevant, but still actually good. Possibly invincible to mount because of how rare it is.
But that's cosmetic, so that doesn't even matter. Because cosmetics will always be relevant.
Someone's just put OSRS didn't come out 15 years ago and they are irrelevant in the main game. Barrow's armor isn't irrelevant in the main game, mate. Barrow's armor is still a very important step. When is it level 70 you need to be defense for Barrow's armor? Yeah, 70 defense is really, really good thing to have.
And some people still use that at level 90 because for certain situations it's really good.
Yeah, if I'm going, tanking in God Wars, having Barrow's armor, I'd be fine with that. Guthans are still really good for AFKing, absolutely. And Swampletics. Cal, you've seen the Swampletics series, haven't you?
I have. I've seen it all the way through. I love it.
I can think of one or two things like that.
I don't know what they're talking about here, by the way, so I can't really say anything.
Flowers all the way to max level without choosing either Horde or the Alliance.
Yes.
What is it about RuneScape that allows so much content to be made? Because YouTube, MMORPGs, RuneScape dominates it. There's so many RuneScape series of it.
It's because there are many, many ways to play the game. And none of them are right, none of them are wrong. But you can get creative with it. And I think that's the issue with WoW. You are fed down this pipeline that they want you to go down. And you have to, realistically. You'd be insane not to. You're just harming your own experience. But RuneScape, you just do whatever you want.
Yeah, but again, I feel like
that's something.
We also have to remember that this is sort of it's again very old school MMO design. Would that level of design work in a modern day MMO? We'll find out, because Ashes of Creation is doing very much that. Ash of Creation is going to try and recapture that old school feel of MMOs. So we'll find out soon enough whether or not that old school design philosophy still holds true, whether or not you can actually design a game that is where everything remains playable and the grind is everything and you grind for everything. And once you have it, you're very proud of yourself and that's what you have now. We'll see. I don't know if audiences may have shifted enough over time that those things are just not necessarily going to hold true.
That you can leverage as a game designer.
Scarab Brooch is actually a good example, yes.
Sandbox MMORPG games. And, you know, I think that's actually wrong. I thought I disliked sandbox games. This is the weird thing. I thought I disliked sandbox. And the reason I thought this was because the majority of sandbox games
all right, Thomas, I see what you mean.
Played didn't do anything to help the player find a goal or to set any expectations or to help me get into it. But the more I play it, RuneScape is actually very close to being sandbox.
I would say it is.
You can do it.
It absolutely is.
I mean, you can't manipulate the world and you can't build things, but you can do a hell of a lot. And you've got no choices. And there's no classes specifically. But the reason I think I like RuneScape is because there's so much stuff you can do in it. And there's so much stuff that encourages you, like the quests. The quests are a massive adventure line.
Yeah.
I really would like it if more sandbox games had maybe not quest systems in there as much, but at least direction to take, to go on. It's super non-linear. That's the best way to do it.
That is the best way. That is the best way to put it, and that's another thing that we.
I mean, it's sort of my issue. So he describes an issue there that isn't the only issue I have with the gaming industry. It's my issue with open world games. It's my issue with sandbox games. I usually, like, people get very excited whenever a new MMO is announced and they go sandbox. Because to me, sandbox means make your own adventure because we're too lazy to put one in the game. To me, open world means we're going to give you the same shit to do over and over and over again. We're just going to reskin it so that you don't know that you're doing the same quest 500 times. So survival games is the same thing. A survival game is basically like this giant world. We were too lazy to put a story into it. So instead, we're going to make you drink water 400 times a day and eat like 1,000,000 times a day just so that you have something to do and you keep farming for shit, rather than actually putting a story there and actually giving people a reason to be in the world and discovering things. So, yeah, I mean, it's what we have in the AAA gaming industry today. It's just how it goes.
Used RuneScape as a comparison for. We want players to just be able to roam off aimlessly.
Yeah.
Find an old lady in a house and start a huge chain of quests.
Yeah.
Like, but meaningful storytelling quests that fill the fantasy of something, right? You want to try and fill every fantasy in a game where you want to be a pirate, go off do the pirate quests.
Yeah.
You want to be like a firefighter in a city that's burning down, go do that. And I think RuneScape's a good benchmark for like freedom, breeding creativity from the player.
Now, talking about if you want to be this class, go and do that quest. I love that idea.
Palia MMO can actually be very good.
Design and quest design with someone for a long time, and I realised that actually Realm of the Mad God did this. I hadn't even played Realm of the Mad God at the time, and I realised it was doing it. So someone said to me, "What should I do with class?"
Omega, how you doing, brother? I want to play Elden Ring. I just don't know where I would find the time to do it right now. But I do want to play Elden Ring. At some point, I do want to give it a go.
Classes in the game. And I suggested this. Have some basic classes that characters can start as, and then have class quests. Like, you're a warrior, you go and speak to the warrior trainer, you go through all the warrior quests. When you finish them, you become like a certified warrior. And then you've got a botanist quest, and you go through, you do the botany. And when you've got top warrior and top botany, you can speak to someone else, and they say, hey, I see you've got these, let's combine them, and you now become an alchemist, or something like that, or a combat alchemist. Yeah. I love the idea of quest lines building on quest lines which unlock extra classes, but those classes aren't necessarily best in slot or, uber powerful. Yeah. They're just different. They play in a horizontal way, and Realm of the Mad God does that. I think Star Wars Galaxies did that. I want to talk about a game that does that we have to dig into the history of. I don't know how much you know about it. In the chat, who played Dragon Fable? one of the Arctic's
I
games.
What the
Didn't,
fuck
actually.
is Dragon
Have you ever
Fable?
played
I've never even
Adventure Quest?
heard of it.
The old Flash animated.
Oh yes, I have.
Yeah. I honestly think Adventure Quest is one of the most important online RPG games ever made.
I've never
Adam
even
Bond,
heard of it.
the guy that made the whole
Jesus.
thing, I am so in awe of what he has done. Now I've taken the piss and I've made bad reviews of both Adventure Quest 3D and Adventure Quest Worlds, but I don't want anyone to ever think that this means I don't respect Adam Bond the absolute utmost. What do you know about Adventure Quest, Cal?
I know one thing actually that many people didn't. Do you know that it wasn't database driven?
No, do tell.
In the early days of Dragon Quest, you could completely modify your money client side. Everything was client side.
I have heard of people explaining that, yeah. People, you're giving yourself max gold and stuff like that. I never did it because I was a kid at the time, but no, I have definitely heard of people doing it.
Wow.
Oh, I did that.
Give
What a
yourself
wrong
gold
way.
and
All the time.
everything.
But isn't that
I-
that's sort of what New World did? New World did the same thing, where a lot of what happened in New World was actually client side, not server side. So people were able to do all manner of weird shit with New World. They paused so that you pause the game inside a sort of dodge animation, and that means that the enemies can't hit you. Like, the enemies just can't kill you. Because according to the game, you're in the middle of a dodge animation. The enemies will keep hitting, but you're in a dodge animation, so the enemies can't actually hit you.
Sold that gold to people who didn't know it was client side.
Excellent. See? Hustle culture.
Hustle.
But I absolutely loved Adventure Quest as a kid. It started my obsession with online RPGs, and I thought, here is a game that saves my progress, that I can log onto from any computer. Here is a game that it started that fire burning in me of online RPGs. And Adventure Quest was great.
because pretty
And
much.
then Dragon Fable came around, and then Mech Quest, and then finally Adventure Quest 3D and Adventure Quest Worlds. But I was reading an interview with Adam Bond. I mean, I've read so much about this guy. I am in awe of the things he's achieved. This guy made about 1,000 Flash games
I have heard this.
before settling on Adventure Quest. And he was reading, he made thousands. He was in school and he would go home, and over the next 3 or 4 days, he'd make a very simple Flash game with a character moving around, a very simple RPG, a very simple fighting game. He did so much stuff. And finally, he made Adventure Quest and he showed it to his friends, and his friends went, this is really good, put it online. And he didn't think it was great, but he tried it and he put it out there, and it succeeded. And I keep telling people, if you want to succeed, do a lot of stuff. Try
Just
a
fail
lot of
forwards.
things. Yeah, fail
forwards
man.
is the best method to learn game dev.
Yeah.
It really is.
And
No.
Adam Bond's,
True.
his attitude toward work, I don't know the guy specifically or personally. I would love to chat to him sometime, but his attitude toward creating deserves the utmost respect. And I made a video a while back saying that you need to have 5 things before you need to make an MMORPG. A franchise, money, time, experience. Adam Bond had all 5. Cal, what franchise do you think is going to be the next Adventure Quest, Dragon Fable, Online, Adam Bond? What's it going to be next? It might be
League
Riot.
of Legends.
Yeah, might be League of
Yeah,
Legends.
League of Legends, hands down.
I mean-
they've got everything.
To be fair, though, League of Legends is going to just... Who's excited for the League of Legends MMO? Because I can tell you now, I think that MMO is going to rock the MMO market to its core. I don't think there's many MMOs that is going to be able to withstand the League of Legends MMO. If they do it right, if they pull it off, it is, because they already have the lore, they already have the world, they already have the backstories, they have the characters. They can absolutely drill into that, and it would just print money.
And now with the Arcane series, they've gone above and beyond. They've got everything they need.
Lunaria,
I think it'll be that.
Do you think Arcane is
Yeah, and
a
they have the
setup
money
for an
of course.
MMORPG? Because I do, because I know they're making an MMO, and when I was watching Arcane, I was seeing all the stuff that's going to go into an MMO. You've seen Arcane, haven't you?
Yeah,
obviously.
faction setup, like
Transport ships. They even had a
Transport
line,
ships.
you know, if this gate doesn't get there, then the wine's going to go off. Okay, cool. So we've got fast travel.
I mean, to be fair, if you know anything about the LoL universe, you didn't need to watch Arcane to know that there is going to be an MMO, or that it could be an MMO, because factions have already existed. The more interesting thing to me is which factions are they going to create? Because there are multiple factions in the League universe, and not all of them are friends. In fact, most of them are at war at one point or another with one another. The only one that's sort of at war consistently with everyone is Noxus.
I think they already know that they had the foundations for an MMO. They just needed to open it up to the non-MOBA crowd. And Arcane did that because I don't like League of Legends.
No.
I really don't. I've tried it and I hate it. But if they bring out an MMO based off of Arcane, I will play it.
Yeah, they have built so much
a lot of people
lore
will.
into that show already. Super, super impressed with it. So let's just circle back to the World of Warcraft bringing out the next expansion.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy XIV's main story that it's been working on for years and years and years has ended with Endwalker. What do you think FF14 is going to have to do differently as far as starting a new storyline goes?
No, they definitely
to
won't
make sure
gel
it
together.
doesn't fall into the World of Warcraft trap of here's the next big bad.
I genuinely do not know. Because
The problem with this argument, and I can only really speak to it as far as I am in the MSQ, which is Stormblood, but Final Fantasy has they've had the same bad guy or bad guys since ARR. And it took them this many expansions up until Endwalker to finally finish with that bad guy. So sure, there were many bad guys sort of strewn into those bad guys, but I mean, the next story is effectively just going to probably set up another batch of bad guys that will eventually be dealt with. So I don't think Final Fantasy is at the same risk as World of Warcraft when it comes to, bad guy, but every bad guy is actually worse than the other bad guy. And I don't think it has the same risks that it's dealing with.
I've seen so many MMOs that have survived fall into that. And because they are a linear progression, I really don't know. And they can't just instantly switch up to horizontal.
Faye the Pally, thanks for the up. Did really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you.
Progression without a good reason to. So I think they'd have to go for a good setup, a good change, and while they're changing the story, shift to horizontal gameplay.
See, people in the chat are saying some great things, and I'm absolutely on board. They're not going back to the next big bad. They're just going back to small adventures. So the next Final Fantasy expansion might not have the world in jeopardy. It might not have a cataclysmic, reality-ending event. It might just be...
Well, a lot of what you see with FF14 is long narratives and short narratives. So long narratives deal with world-ending event like Zodiac and Heidelin, but then shorter narratives that you deal with, in one expansion, you'll deal with a couple short narratives. Those can oftentimes be just more localized adventures. So, yeah, I genuinely don't think the problems that World of Warcraft suffered from, I don't think Final Fantasy can suffer from, because they deal very differently with their lore and their world.
A couple of local villages or local towns in trouble. It might just be... It might be smaller, but more personal. And I think that's a really nice place for a game to be in. It doesn't need to be the next most powerful thing. It just needs to be, we've saved the world. but the world's not perfect yet. Let's go deal with the small problems.
You can only save the world so many times before you start to just see the signs of it repeating.
Yeah.
So
Ooh,
they do need to do something.
The Simpsons started off as a parody of the American nuclear family. There are no shows on TV anymore that are the American nuclear family, which means The Simpsons is a parody of a genre that no longer exists, which means it has become a parody, it has become a genre unto itself. Let's loop this back round to MMORPGs.
Yeah.
The Simpsons has ran out of things to parody. Have MMORPGs ran out of stories to tell? Has Warcraft ran out of stories to tell?
No.
So I think in a way, yes, because there's the typical trope of fantasy, right? Mm-hmm. And by them parodying the D&D trope, I don't know, whatever old text-based game you used.
No, because in the minds of the Newser and the Blizzard staff, people need these world-ending threats. But when you look at how players responded to Shadowlands, it's clear that people don't need world-ending threats. You can absolutely have an expansion that deals with extremely localized adventures that isn't like giant stories that try to like convolute in on itself, and it will pull it off and people will actually enjoy it. So if you're saying MMOs have run out of stories, what you're effectively saying is that humans have run out of stories. Considering that humans have been telling stories literally since our inception, I don't think we've run out of stories. If we could run out of stories, we would have run out long ago. Zero Knowledge, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. There are only a few stories within social consciousness, but there are many ways to tell them. That's the key. Yeah. The real issue is when you tell the same story, at least the same trope of story. So you use the same trope over and over again to tell different stories, right? So you have a different bad guy, but the way you deal with the bad guy is the same trope. So you have the exact same trope that you're using for this bad guy. That's when it gets boring, because that's when people go, oh my God, okay, so this is why we've been asking to lose for so long in World of Warcraft, because it gets tiring when all you do is win and you never actually lose. Like, there's never an actual downside to anything that happens. Again, going back to one of my most hated, but also one of my most loved moments on stream ever. We go to the vault in Final Fantasy XIV.
They've run out of good ideas.
The vault in Final Fantasy XIV is such a huge moment, and even though you ultimately win at the end of Heavensward, the events that precede that victory makes it almost bittersweet. If that makes sense. Like, the victory doesn't make you feel good. Yes, you've won, but think of the people you've lost along the way. And I'm trying not to spoil it in case there's people that still haven't done it in the chat. But there are a million ways to tell a victory story. If you keep choosing the story where we are victorious and we ended up losing nothing and fuck the bad guy, eventually people lose interest. We want story, like, you can tell stories in a million different ways. Blizzard just needs to, or gaming creators actually, just needs to start spreading their wings a little.
Play. They've done all of it. Mm-hmm. Like, fantasy has been fulfilled. There is no more fantasy that they can pull from. So
Shadow's getting exactly
they're now
that.
doing a mix of repeating that same fantasy and trying to introduce their own. But people only play WoW to fulfill a fantasy that they couldn't in a text-based or D&D game. But there is no previous version of this new fantasy. They're making it.
You know how with Game of Thrones, the first 5 seasons of the TV show followed the books pretty much spot on, and then they ran out of books, and so they got TV writers in. And the way that TV writers write stories is so phenomenally different to the way book writers write stories. TV writers write stories for the here and now. They write it for the character-based plots, and they write it with plot armor so no one can die.
Yeah.
But book writers write about the land, they write about the political struggles, the ideological struggles. They tend to look at the overall journey of the world, whereas TV writers look at the journey of the characters.
Yes.
Do you believe that after Wrath of the Lich King, maybe after Cataclysm, possibly up to Battle for Azeroth, the World of Warcraft writers were pulling from the Warcraft lore, both Warcraft Orcs and Humans, Warcraft Tides of Darkness, and then Reign of Chaos and the Frozen Throne?
Expect Dragons? I can actually see Final Fantasy eventually going, right, this is it for FF14. We're actually going to do maybe FF19 or even FF20 as the new MMO. I can see that because FF11 was one of their MMOs, and while it wasn't anywhere near as successful as FF14, it was relatively successful. There's still people that play it even to this day. And yet they did do 14, right? So I can see it. I just think it all depends on the success of 14. If 14 success just keeps building, they will most likely not do an FF19 MMO or 20 MMO or anything like that, because they might argue, well, we don't need to, we already have 14. That being said, they could very easily decide to do maybe an MMO more futuristic, so rather than, again, grounding it in sort of the old world magic and shields, they might decide, look, we have a bunch of MMO, like FF games, that is more sort of futuristic, modern kind of thing. So what if we did an MMO in a more modern sense? Could that work? So it is possible, I think, that they could.
They were pulling from that war, and by the time they ran out of that lore, they had to start to write their own, and it just wasn't as deep.
No, I agree with that. That's absolutely part of the issue. I think there's so many compounding issues, like the borrowed power, the running out of material to work from. There's just so many, like the talents changing to the point that they're useless.
Yeah.
Killing community. They sandbagged that game so hard in the span of 2 expansions. I think they keep trying to find which one was it that was the issue, but they've been overlooking the fact it was all of them.
Okay. And this actually links quite nicely to the idea of The Simpsons. World of Warcraft was a response to EverQuest, because EverQuest was quite complex and difficult to get into at the time. EverQuest and Ultima Online had this feud thing going on. World of Warcraft came out, and at the time, World of Warcraft was actually the casual game. It was much easier to get into than EverQuest. It was much more beginner-friendly. It was much faster. It was much more cool. It was pushed.
Yeah.
And then, as it's gone on and on and on, do you think World of Warcraft is now the Simpsons of MMORPGs? It's popular because it's been popular for so long. It's so well known. It's almost grandfathered into culture. And just as The Simpsons is now telling stories with established characters for the sake of telling stories.
I mean, there's definitely a possibility of that.
Episode where they showed a flashback. And the flashback was Homer and Marge and Chief Wiggum and Dr. Hibbert in school. But they were in school in the year 2000. And they were doing a play about the Y2K computer bug that was going to be big. But we've already seen flashbacks during the year 2000 to The Simpsons when they were in the 1990s or the mid-1980s, which means The Simpsons now has absolutely no continuity whatsoever with time frames. Was Homer a child in the 90s or a child in the 80s or a child in the 2000s? We don't know anymore. It's now just messed up.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that, but you're right. Yeah.
It's so messed up, man. World of Warcraft is now a vehicle for pushing gameplay. No one cares about the plot, it pushes gameplay. The Simpsons is simply a shell of itself for pushing disconnected stories featuring characters we know. And we've already established.
What am I then? I care about the plot. Am I no one? I care very deeply about the plot. I could take shit gameplay. If the story was actually good, I would probably play it. So, what? Some of us care about the plot a little bit, Josh.
Established and already joined up to. Is World of Warcraft The Simpsons? I mean, I'd never thought of that comparison before. What do you guys in chat think? What do you guys think, Cal? Cal, is World of Warcraft The Simpsons?
True. Do you know, I think it might be, actually. I'd never thought about that, but you're spot on.
We're spot on, man. We came to this conclusion. The chat's spot on.
Yeah, everyone's right. Nobody can be wrong here.
You know what?
No, I think you are right with that. Definitely.
Someone in the chat just said, "Wow, Josh, you're really smart." I'm not. Okay, I'm dumb enough to know that I need to talk to people smarter than me. Callum knows way more about development than I will ever know. You guys in the chat right now, you've got so many more opinions and so much more knowledge than I've got. All I'm good at doing is bringing a lot of ideas together and trying to make them sound dummy simple. Because if I can't make them sound dummy simple, I don't understand them. It's the best way to look at it. So I think we, unfortunately, have just discovered that World of Warcraft is The Simpsons.
It's a sad time to be alive.
I mean,
Brilliant way to end the podcast.
I guess in some ways I can agree with him. Like, World of Warcraft is definitely the Simpsons of the gaming industry. But then at the same time, at least when it comes to the Simpsons, they've never really changed their approach. Like, the world has changed around them, and, you know, the world is sort of its own thing now. But they've never changed what they are and what they do. So people still go back to it because of that, because it's still the same thing. World of Warcraft either gets back to what people enjoyed in the first place about the game, or they're going to end up losing a lot of players. And they're not going to be remembered as well as The Simpsons is. So yeah, but very, very interesting video, this. Anyways. Let's quickly see something. Sorry, guys. I'm literally just checking out. I'm not sure what time, if at all, this. Nope. I'm starting to think this fucking interview with Terry and Gregory is just never going to happen. Jetlag, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Another 30-minute video to stretch for 2 hours? No. I was checking if Des Mephisto is live yet. He isn't. You can't jump from WoW to WoW 2 and keep everything. Okay, so here is actually why I think you don't necessarily need another Final Fantasy 14 MMO. Or, like, Final Fantasy doesn't need another MMO, and it will also be a lot easier for Final Fantasy 14 to do things like engine upgrades eventually, or major sort of, like, Square Enix could decide tomorrow to start making Final Fantasy 14 on Unreal Engine 5, and it would work. It's already built into their game. The Calamity system. So in World of Warcraft, one of the biggest barriers to a WoW 2 is how do you bring that about without pissing off almost every single fucking player? In FF14, it's kind of already workable simply by utilizing the Calamity system, which is what they did in 1.0. So after 1.0, there was a Calamity that then pushed the game forward 5 years, and everything was new and everything was different, whilst rewarding players who kept playing throughout 1.0 for their commitment in actually keeping current. So Final Fantasy has this almost built-in ability to come up with a new MMO. So a Final Fantasy 3.0, even though I know 3.0 is actually Heaven's Ward, don't worry. What I mean is they could come up with another one and it could be Like, it could be the answer, or it could be the reason why there's a new graphic engine and why the story is now completely different and there's brand new characters. The other reason for it actually comes down to Eagle Cirrus, by the way. Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. People still refuse to give up the old school EQ style grind. I mean, there are a lot of people that live for that grind because in a way it is sort of fun. In a way, it is fun. There's a lot of people that like just logging in and mindlessly grinding. But yeah, they can absolutely... Dude, there's nothing that Final Fantasy XIV can't do. If they run into a problem of, you know what, they have some continuity issues with the old like story from ARR up until Endwalker, and they're not really sure how that should happen, they could literally just start another Calamity and bam, new story. And they could move it in time as much as they want, because in Final Fantasy XIV, people don't actually age that much, or that fast at least. Because unlike in Warcraft, or in World of Warcraft, where human days are also sort of the game days, so when it's 2 years in an expansion, it's usually also 2 years on Azeroth. Sometimes a little bit less, like the timelines can get a little bit wonky, but World of Warcraft, for the most part, sticks to human timelines. Final Fantasy doesn't. From what I can see, at least, it doesn't seem like characters age at all. So you could effectively move 20 years into the future and still have Thancred be Thancred. Because, yes, technically you have moved into the future, but because of magic and because of the Calamity and time magic and stuff like that, you know, everyone just moved forward 20 years and it's all good now, right? So Final Fantasy has a built-in protection that allows them to effectively always keep things new in case they have to hit that oh shit button. Aren't they going into 3.0 since Endwalker is ending the story that's been told since 2.0 release? Calticlor, I don't know what the next story for FF14 is going to be because I'm not yet in Endwalker. So I don't know what the next 10 years of the story is. But what can we expect still? What can we still expect about a game after 18 years? Can it be endless? Caliphate, yes, as we discussed already, human beings, one of the oldest professions in human civilization is storytellers. So we go back and we look anthropologically at some of the earliest tribes, and the way we used to sort of preserve our history was through storytelling. Stories is an intricate part of human culture. We tell stories. We work with stories. It's why politicians tend to come up with their policies and create a narrative around the policy. Because people wouldn't care if all you do is give them the facts. We're going to do this with taxes and this. They create a narrative, a story, because humans like stories. As soon as you give them a nice story, they don't even give a fuck what's in the policy. Humans care about stories, and humans are good at stories. So if you say, can you tell a story for 18 years? Then the counter to that is, we've been telling stories for tens of thousands of years, and we still haven't finished telling stories. So surely no game has any excuse to ever run out of stories. What could happen in an MMO is that the main writer for the MMO runs out of stories, but then just get a new writer. Because the new writer would probably be able to tell a story again. You know, so it's sort of... It's weird to me whenever people say, wow, WoW is 18 years old, you know, there is an end to everything and you can't keep telling a story forever. It's like, well, you can. Humans have technically done it. We've been telling stories since our inception and we're still going. So technically you can. It's just a case of, do you have the necessary skill to tell good stories? That's basically all it boils down to. Mob was a brand new story. WoD was an alt timeline story. Kata was a brand new story. Like, there's always more. You just have to have a good cap. Like, people so often look at World of Warcraft and they go, but wait a second, Akalon, what more is there to do? It's like, well, what is the limits of your imagination? Because that's what it boils down to. You're only limited by your imagination. Why is it that the WoW story can only ever be about the WoW story? You have the Great Beyond in World of Warcraft. The Great Beyond, Azeroth is but one planet within the Great Beyond. If you really need to, you could always go to another planet. And there you might find millions of news stories that has nothing to do with Azeroth, but is still very much stories, localized, not dealing with massive cosmic threats, but news stories that you can tell. So there's really not, you're not just limited to the points of the story that is already there. Yes, there's a bunch of hooks that you can still pull into, but you're not just limited to the hooks that is already there. You can always create more hooks if you need to. There's so much more to the story that they could use if they kept us as adventurers that became hard sells when we are dealing with Thanos. They need to make a Calamity in the sense that would work in the lore, and at the moment, we just got past the big one, so it'll probably take a few more years to get to one point like that. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that FF14 is going to have a Calamity in the next expansion, just saying it is possible, right? Giant mecha, goblins, and a love story. All such wild themes, yet somehow work. You can do literally the only thing that you're limited by in any sort of MMO is your imagination. That's all that limits it. It's what can I think about, and then what can I do with it? You know, if you come at me and you say, "Oh, you know, we've just run out of stories to tell," then you're clearly not a good writer. Because how? How did you run out of stories to fucking tell?
Hey for FFX of it has always been the sky's the limits, story-wise.
Supersider, yeah. I mean, true. Very, very true. Sure, telling stories can be endless, but I feel that the new players generation don't care about stories like we old generation do. I don't think that's true, because again, you look at the amount of RPGs that are truly successful and the people really fucking enjoy, and they work because their stories are amazing, because people enjoy the stories. So I don't think it's a generational thing, because at its core, all humans care about stories. Like, storytelling is such an integral part of human psychology, of human of human nature. To say that humans don't care about stories is to suggest that somehow from one generation to the next, we have undergone a massive amount of evolution, right? Naomi, by the way, thanks for the primes. I really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. King Julian, no, we're not doing the MSQ today. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to just get straight online and play some Final Fantasy 14. So tomorrow will be just pure gameplay. But it's already fucking 10 o'clock in the evening. What's the point of trying now? It's a generation, World of Warcraft thing. Say VET versus MPS. Evolution isn't fast. And technology will influence evolution to some extent, but not to the extent where a human species, that every single culture on Earth has stories. Every single culture on Earth has stories. I don't think TikTok or YouTube or any of these technologies can destroy that element. Human beings care about story. They've always cared about story. Look at it this way. Call of Duty and Battlefield both got shat on because both of them gave up their campaigns. The campaigns in Call of Duty and Battlefield have never been good. In fact, they've always been sort of kind of boring. You know, they're not very deep. They don't tell the deepest of stories. The character progression is really shit. But people always like the idea of having some kind of narrative that gives them a reason to be here. And then those companies thought, it's a lot of work. Why do that? You know, let's just release our games. And people got genuinely fucking pissed about it. They're like, no, when I buy this game for $60, I want a story. So even in games that is so heavy on just gameplay, people still like a little story. Just something that gives them a reason for actually being there, you know? And that's important. It is important. And I believe it's important for most humans. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. What is going to change, though, ladies and gentlemen, is I am going to go grab some food. I'm going to go chill. We'll watch the Balila video Sunday, maybe? Angry Cupcake? I'll be happy to watch it Sunday. Yeah, we can give Andy a raid for Aureus. We can give Andy a raid. By the way, Andy is one of the mods, so at least go say hello to him. He's playing Ascension. So at least go say hello to him. I'm going to go grab some food. Going to go chill out. Enjoy what is left of my Friday. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place as always. We're probably going to play a shit ton of Final Fantasy tomorrow. Because I haven't been playing Final Fantasy today. So want to at least get the MSQ. We're going into a dungeon next. We just got into the Azim step. And we're at the dungeon in I think it's a Zim step, whatever the fuck it's called. So I'll be back tomorrow for those of you that is interested in watching. For those of you that I won't see again, hopefully I see you on Sunday for the Q&A. Remember, over on YouTube every Sunday. Night Owl, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other. Be good to each other. Have a wonderful weekend. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.